Chapter 2659. Half a day later, a space array was formed. Yang Kai called out to Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, please return to Ice Heart Valley and tell the Southern Gate Army to come here after repairing Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." As he spoke, he handed over a special token to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took it and asked suspiciously, "What is this token for?" She could tell at a glance that this token was newly refined by Yang Kai because it still had his residual aura. Yang Kai smiled. "As long as it is a space array arranged by me, no one can use it without this token or me activating it." This was also the reason why Luan Feng failed to activate the space array in Phoenix Luo Palace that day. Because she didn't have Yang Kai's restriction token, she mistakenly thought that the space array was incomplete. She wanted to laugh at Yang Kai, but the result was disappointing. Ji Yao's eyes flashed when she heard this, but she did not say anything and walked directly to the space array. Yang Kai said while inserting source crystals, "This matter is not urgent. Wait until he repairs Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." "I know." Ji Yao nodded lightly, and in the next moment, her figure was enveloped in a white light and disappeared. After Ji Yao left, Yang Kai glanced around for a moment before his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. Since he planned to take root here, Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore the Seeking Passion Sect's foundation. Although he had been searching for the hidden treasure trove before, he had not carefully explored this place. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to examine this land as its owner. His mentality had changed. Everything he saw was completely different now. When he was investigating before, he felt that this foundation was very good. But now, Yang Kai's mood could only be described with one word, and that was satisfaction. Inside Seeking Passion Sect, the world energy was rich, the scenery was beautiful, there were many strange mountains, there were many rare beasts running around in the mountains, and there were many spirit springs and spirit springs. It was the holy land of cultivation that every cultivator yearned for. Such a large estate was enough to accommodate 100,000 disciples without feeling crowded. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star didn't have such a number. After wandering for several days, Yang Kai had finally carefully examined this piece of land. He didn't miss a single corner. He had some plans in his heart. He returned to the entrance of the Seeking Passion Sect. There used to be a plaque here with the words Seeking Passion Sect written on it. This plaque had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but it was destroyed by the Yang Kai. Back here, Yang Kai naturally had his own plans. However, when he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that there were many auras around him. These people's strengths were mixed. Some of them were hiding in the dark, while others were standing not far away. All of them were looking at the Seeking Passion Sect. From time to time, they would whisper to each other. There were quite a few of them, at least a few thousand of them. Moreover, there were even more people approaching. The Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley had fought a great battle. After the battle, the Seeking Passion Sect's army was completely wiped out, and the helpers they had recruited had also suffered heavy casualties. This news could be said to have caused a huge uproar, and it didn't take long for it to spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. These people suddenly appeared outside the Seeking Passion Sect's entrance because they had heard the news and wanted to see if they could get some benefits. When the Seeking Passion Sect was at its peak, they could only look up to it. How could they dare to approach? However, the present was different from the past. The Seeking Passion Sect was destined to be destroyed. How much wealth did a top sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years contain? Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts. When they thought of the huge wealth hidden in the Seeking Passion Sect, naturally, many people couldn't sit still. They wanted to investigate and see if they could get some benefits. The Seeking Passion Sect was such a behemoth, so even a little bit of wealth would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. However, they didn't know the situation inside the Seeking Passion Sect, so no one dared to take the lead. Naturally, they could only stand outside the entrance and watch. This group of people had arrived one after another over the past few days. They were from various sects and clans, and there were many different kinds of people. After hesitating for a few days, everyone finally thought of recommending a few leaders to discuss this matter together. However, before they could come up with a solution, they suddenly saw Yang Kai slowly walking out of the Seeking Passion sect. For a moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Someone came out of the Seeking Passion sect. Could it be a master of the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect's reputation in the Northern Territory was too great. Now that they suddenly saw a person appear from inside, many people subconsciously thought that it was a remnant of the Seeking Passion sect. They couldn't help but tremble with fear, afraid that they would be implicated. Nonsense. The Seeking Passion sect's higher-ups are all dead. Even if someone escaped, how could they return to the sect? Isn't this just walking into a trap? That's right. Didn't you see that the Seeking Passion sect's 10,000-year-old signboard has been destroyed? How could anyone from the Seeking Passion sect dare to stay here? In my opinion, this person must have come here to take advantage of us. He just got here one step ahead of us, and he must have harvested something. Damn it. How dare this person trespass on the Seeking Passion sect's foundation? Damn it. As soon as these words came out, many people suddenly lost their calm. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was as if the Seeking Passion sect was their territory, and Yang Kai daring to come in and out was disrespectful to them. These people had stayed outside for a few days and didn't have the courage to rush in, but now it seemed that someone had already taken the lead. Since that was the case, what were they still waiting for? For a time, the cultivator, whether they were in the open or hidden in the dark, showed up one after another. Some people who boasted of their strength flew out and greeted Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only one person, and he didn't look very old, so it was inevitable that people would look down on him. These people had teamed up to take advantage of him, so naturally, they weren't afraid of him. Suddenly, more than a dozen people flew to Yang Kai and stood 300 feet in front of him. The middle-aged man in the lead looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "Boy, did you just come out of the Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were planning? When he first saw so many people gathered outside, he felt a little strange, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood their intentions. It was undeniable that their idea was correct. Since the Seeking Passion sect had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things left behind. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was something Yang Kai had fought for, so how could he give away the many benefits? Faced with the middle-aged man's question, Yang Kai didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai's indifferent and arrogant appearance made the middle-aged man's face sink. In any case, he was still a sect master. Although the sect he belonged to was not a colossus like the Seeking Passion sect, it was still a decent force in the entire Northern Territory. Now that he had been ignored by this young man, how could he not lose face? Sensing his anger, a young man next to him immediately glared at him and said, "Boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my sect master's question?" Yang Kai glanced at the young man and said casually, "Of course this young master isn't deaf. It's just that someone asked some nonsense and this young master was too lazy to pay attention to it." He had clearly just walked out of the Seeking Passion sect, yet the middle-aged man still asked such a question. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking. The young man looked angry and was about to scold him, but the middle-aged man waved his hand and stopped him from shouting. He looked Yang Kai up and down and smiled slightly. "This king is Flying Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master, Li Qing Yuan. How should I address little brother?" He suddenly changed his arrogant attitude and became amiable, causing the young man next to him to frown, wondering what the sect master's intentions were. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We just met by chance, there's no need to ask." Li Qing Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and the Pavilion Master of Flying Yuan Pavilion. He had taken the initiative to ask for a junior's name, yet he received such a response. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, he still had some self-restraint. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and said, "It's like this, little brother. This king and many other heroes of the Northern Territory came here and saw the Seeking Passion sect in ruins. We were quite sad and wanted to go in and investigate, but we were afraid that a rash visit would cause misunderstandings. Since little brother came out of the Seeking Passion sect, you must know a lot about it. Can you explain it to us? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they all nodded in agreement, asking Yang Kai to explain the Seeking Passion sect's situation in detail. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You dare call yourselves heroes of the Northern Territory?" He casually swept his eyes over them and nodded lightly, a dozen or so First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Let's just say that for now. His shameless boasting made many people from the Emperor Realm around Li Qingyuan unhappy. They were from the Emperor Realm, not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Every one of them was famous in the Northern Territory, but in Yang Kai's mouth, they were just some random Emperor Realm Masters. This little brat is too arrogant. Yang Kai's smile disappeared and he glanced at the crowd in front of him. You're here to take advantage of the situation, aren't you? You're just not sure if there are any masters in the Seeking Passion sect, so you don't dare to go in, right? Li Qingyuan and the others couldn't help but blush when they heard this. Although this was the truth, it was still a little embarrassing to be exposed in front of others. Li Qingyuan said reluctantly, "Little brother, you're wrong. We are all sects, families, and forces that have some relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. When we heard that the Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, we mainly came to ask if there was anything we could do to help. How could we be here to take advantage of the situation? Little brother, don't think too badly of us." Yes. That's right, we're all here to help. Little brat, don't judge others by your own standards and think too badly of us. Chapter 2660. Yang Kai asked in surprise, "You came here to help Seeking Passion sect in their hour of need. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will find trouble with you?" The conflict between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley had long spread throughout the Northern Territory. Now that Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, they actually came here under the guise of providing timely help. If news of this spread, how could Ice Heart Valley tolerate them? Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Ice Heart Valley won't. Master Bing Yun is a kind person. Since we didn't directly oppose Ice Heart Valley, there is no need for her to vent her anger on us." Indeed, although the women of Ice Heart Valley are a bit arrogant and cold, they are all reasonable people. How could they care about such things? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a look of understanding. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be bullied. Although this saying was somewhat inappropriate for Ice Heart Valley, it was close enough. From another perspective, if Ice Heart Valley was in trouble and they came here under the guise of providing timely help, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. It was precisely because they understood Ice Heart Valley's principles that they were fearless. "Little brother, you haven't told us what's going on in Seeking Passion sect." Li Qingyuan saw that the topic had drifted away and quickly brought it back. Yang Kai said lightly, "Seeking Passion sect's elders were wiped out and countless disciples were killed or injured. What else could it be? It's just a case of monkeys scattering when the tree falls." Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked in surprise, "So, Seeking Passion sect is now empty?" Yang Kai looked at him mockingly and said, "This master looks very happy. You didn't come here to ask about his well-being. Are you here to provide timely help?" Hearing this, Li Qingyuan immediately showed a sad look and said, "What's there to be happy about? This king's heart is aching right now. Seeking Passion sect is a top sect, but now it has been destroyed. Its foundation of several tens of thousands of years has been destroyed. This is a great loss to the Northern Territory. What a pity, what a pity. How could such a great force be destroyed so suddenly?" Everyone else also sighed with sorrow. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would really think that they had a good relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. Changing the topic, Li Qingyuan asked with a burning gaze, "Since you came out of the Seeking Passion sect, did you find anything inside?" At this point, he was no longer in a hurry to rush in and take advantage of the situation. Since Yang Kai had entered the Seeking Passion sect before them, then if there were any benefits, Yang Kai would definitely take them. At this moment, keeping an eye on Yang Kai was the safest choice. "I found a treasure trove." Yang Kai's words were extremely shocking. As soon as he said that, Countless pairs of greedy and covetous eyes stared at Yang Kai like sharp swords. What is in the treasury? Li Qingyuan's voice couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai chuckled. Source crystals. Hundreds of millions of source crystals. There are all kinds of pills, secret artifacts, emperor artifacts, secret arts, ancient books. There is nothing you can't imagine, nothing you can't see. Hiss, a series of gasps rang out. Everyone was excited, and their eyes were filled with greed. Yang Kai looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "Everyone seems to be very interested." Li Qingyuan resisted the urge to gulp. He was thinking about how to take down this boy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and then monopolize everything. If he really obtained the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of Feiyuan Pavilion would definitely increase significantly. In time, it would not be a dream for them to become the second Seeking Passion sect. Many people had the same idea as Li Qingyuan. For a moment, everyone felt like they were surrounded by enemies. As they exchanged glances, vigilance rose. "Boy, you're full of nonsense." A voice suddenly rang out. "It's true that the Seeking Passion sect has a treasure trove, but how can you open it with your strength? You're so young, yet you're already harboring ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by him." When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised and felt that this person's words made sense. A sect as big as the Seeking Passion sect did indeed have a treasure trove, but how could such an existence be opened so casually? It was likely that only people like Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo knew how to open it. Li Qingyuan came back to his senses and immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Little brother, you're not being honest." Yang Kai smiled disdainfully. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Saying so, he suddenly took out a strange stone about 10 meters tall from his space ring. As soon as this strange stone appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Even the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm who were enveloped by this aura suddenly felt that the power in their bodies was no longer flowing smoothly. This is 10,000-year cold hard iron. What? It's actually 10,000-year cold hard iron. Such a treasure actually exists in this world, and such a large piece at that. Heavens, where did this thing come from? I heard that a palm-sized piece of 10,000-year cold hard iron can be refined into an emperor artifact. How many emperor artifacts can this 10-meter-tall thing be refined into? If this thing were to be sold, it would be worth at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. This little brat isn't lying. He definitely opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove. This thing belongs to the Seeking Passion sect. Noisy discussions rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 10-meter-tall, 10,000-year cold hard iron. They were shocked to the extreme. This thing alone was priceless. If Yang Kai had really opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove, how many good things would he have obtained? Their previous suspicions suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt that Yang Kai had picked up a big bargain in the Seeking Passion sect. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm became restless, eyeing the 10,000-year cold hard iron covetously, as if they would rush over to snatch it at any moment. However, because there were too many opponents, no one dared to act at will. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. However, more people were curious. Why did Yang Kai suddenly take out such a peerless treasure? Was he showing off his wealth? There was no need for that. Didn't he know that he would only cause trouble for himself? Just as everyone was wondering, Yang Kai shook his hand and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. He poured his emperor chi into the sword, and the space principles lingered around his body as he carved stroke after stroke on the 10,000-year cold hard iron. What is this little brat doing? He seems to be carving words. What a waste of heaven's treasures. How can he carve words on such a treasure? This is simply too wasteful. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk no matter how angry these people were, Yang Kai still carved stroke after stroke with a focused and meticulous expression. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly took a deep breath and put away the myriad sword, his face faintly pale. It seemed that this action had consumed a great deal of his strength. After all, this was a top-grade artifact refining material, so even carving a few words was not an easy task. However, after Yang Kai looked at it carefully, he was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. At this moment, a strong wind blew past, and some of the fragments on the 10,000-year cold heart iron were blown away, revealing 3 large characters written in flamboyant calligraphy. The characters were not very beautiful, but they gave people a strange feeling. It was as if they looked at them for too long, they would be unable to extricate themselves from them, as if they wanted to devour their minds. High Heaven Palace. Someone read out the 3 characters engraved on the 10,000-year cold heart iron, causing everyone to be puzzled. What is this High Heaven Palace? It sounds like the name of a sect, but is there such a sect in the Northern Territory? Never heard of it. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the 10,000-year cold heart iron beside him, smiling as he said, "It's nothing, I just want to tell everyone that from now on, this land will be the foundation of my High Heaven Palace. It just so happens that many guests have arrived, so it will save me the trouble of notifying them one by one. I hope that after you return today, you will help this young master spread the word. Otherwise, if anyone dares to intrude into my High Heaven Palace's territory, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." What does this little brat mean? Does he want to establish a sect? What a joke. A mere little brat. What ability does he have to establish his own sect here? Yes, this is the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. Even if he wants to occupy it, it won't be his turn. This brat's heart is higher than the sky, but his life is as thin as paper. The discussions reached Yang Kai's ears, but Yang Kai remained as calm as a mountain. After the noise subsided, he sneered, "Does anyone have any objections? If you have any, just keep it to yourself, lest you make everyone unhappy. This brat is too arrogant. Does he really think that there is no one in my Northern Territory?" Li Qingyuan's face was also gloomy as he said, "Brat, you are going too far. Since we have gathered here today, then this matter is not up to you alone. The Seeking Passion sect is a sect in my Northern Territory, and the ownership of its inheritance and treasure trove should be discussed and decided by the heroes of my Northern Territory. It is not up to you." With one sentence, he raised the issue of the Seeking Passion sect's inheritance to the Northern Territory. Li Qingyuan was indeed an old fox, and everyone applauded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In this young master's territory, everyone naturally has to listen to me. If anyone is not convinced, you can stand up." Sect Master Li, "This brat is too arrogant, we must teach him a lesson today." "Yes, we have already given him enough face, but he wants a yard after taking an inch. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's do it. Now that the Seeking Passion sect is empty, there is nothing to worry about." They didn't dare to break in before because they were afraid that the Seeking Passion sect had left some masters in the sect, but now that they had determined that no one from the Seeking Passion sect was here, and Yang Kai had obtained the treasure trove and wanted to occupy it, naturally no one could resist. Li Qingyuan's eyes flashed with determination as he nodded lightly and said, "Fine, since he is so stubborn, let's teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out. The rest of the crowd naturally didn't want to fall behind and rushed towards Yang Kai, all of them wanting to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai casually took out a 10-meter tall piece of 10,000-year cold hard iron. Who knew how many more good things he had in his space ring? In an instant, more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm rushed over aggressively, making the scene extremely lively. Chapter 2661. Emperor Qi surged, and a great battle was about to break out. Facing the joint attack of more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he even laughed loudly, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows, wondering what was wrong with this little brat. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, so even if everyone noticed that something was wrong, they couldn't stop. All of them were staring at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen people pounced in front of Yang Kai, using all kinds of methods to launch a fierce attack. Condense! A cold snort rang out, and under the influence of space principles, the space within a 1,000-meter radius instantly became viscous and solidified. This sudden turn of events caused the dozen or so attackers to turn pale with fright. The Emperor Qi in their bodies suddenly became sluggish, as if they had fallen into a deep swamp, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. The power of their attacks was greatly reduced, and even the brilliance of their Emperor artifacts dimmed. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Realizing that something was wrong, they tried to withdraw, but it was already too late. Yang Kai raised his hands and blasted them forward, filling the sky with palm shadows. With a series of explosions, one figure after another flew out in a sorry state, all of them coughing up blood in midair, their faces as pale as paper. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fell to the ground like dumplings. When they stood up again, everyone's face was ashen, and their souls were shaken. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have used a lot of effort to repel so many cultivators from the Emperor realm at once. His figure swayed slightly, but there was no sign of him retreating. His face also paled slightly before returning to normal. However, that figure still stood tall and straight in front of the mountain gate, like a divine needle that could hold the sky. Like a bottomless abyss. They were guarding this land. How is this possible? He's a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? How did he do it? More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor Realm felt like they were in a dream. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's depth before, they could tell that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high because of his young age, so they didn't put him in their eyes. It turned out that their guess was right. When Yang Kai made his move, Yang Kai's face turned red. His cultivation base was exposed. There was no doubt that he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, weaker than them. But it was this First-Order Emperor Realm Master who defeated the joint attack of more than a dozen people all by himself, injuring all of them. If this didn't happen to him, no one would believe it. This was simply a fantasy story. This was especially true for a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master like Li Qingyuan. He had roamed the Northern Territory for so many years, but he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He had also fought many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It had always been him crushing others, but who was as ferocious as this young man in front of him? His greedy and covetous gaze gradually receded and was replaced by infinite seriousness. It was rumored that there were some martial arts geniuses in this world. Although their cultivation was not high, they could fight and even kill people above their level. Li Qingyuan had also seen such people. However, those so-called geniuses. At most, it would be a tie with him. Compared to this person in front of him, he was simply mediocre. This person in front of him was not only able to fight people above his level, but he was also not at a disadvantage when fighting against more than a dozen people. Li Qingyuan even suspected that this young man had not used his full strength. If he had, perhaps half of the dozen people would have died in an instant. Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Li Qingyuan's forehead. If he was so powerful as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wouldn't he be invincible if he advanced to the Second-Order or Third-Order Emperor Realm? At that time, only those masters who had ascended to the position of great emperors would be his match. "Boy, who the hell are you?" Someone screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was unwilling to accept his fate of being sent flying. Thinking that Kai Yang had taken advantage of the situation, his heart was not convinced. This was also a question that everyone wanted to know. It was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be an unknown rising star. At the very least, everyone should have heard of his name. Turning his head to look at the person who asked the question, Yang Kai grinned and said in a clear voice, "This young master is Yang Kai. I believe everyone should be familiar with him." He's Yang Kai? The Yang Kai who killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea and angered Feng Xian. The war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect started because of him. I heard that the complete annihilation of Seeking Passion Sect was also planned by him. I don't know where he got strong reinforcements from, but he managed to kill Feng Xian, Yao Zhua, and the others in one fell swoop. It had to be said that Yang Kai was quite famous in the Northern Territory, and this was all thanks to Feng Xian's previous publicity. After all, the war between the two sects was of great importance, and it was impossible for Seeking Passion sect to act without justification. Yang Kai killing Feng Shi and Bing Yun shielding Yang Kai were the reasons for Seeking Passion sect to declare war on Ice Heart Valley. Before this, all the cultivators in the Northern Territory were very curious about who this guy named Yang Kai was and how he had the guts to kill Feng Shi. They secretly felt that this boy would not have a good ending. However, no one had expected that the Seeking Passion sect would be destroyed in the end. Moreover, the culprit had actually come to the Seeking Passion sect's base to establish a new sect, occupying the Magpie's Nest and creating a new towering firmament palace. If this matter was known by the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect, they would probably be angered to death. For a time, there was silence outside the mountain gate. Whether it was the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm or the thousands of cultivators outside, they all looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. As soon as these three figures appeared, a monstrous pressure surged out from them. This pressure was so strong that it seemed to dim the entire world. Everyone felt their breathing become sluggish, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to wear bitter looks on their faces. Many pairs of eyes stared at the three figures, and all of them trembled. Although they couldn't see through the real situation of these three people, the powerful pressure told everyone present that any one of these three people could kill everyone here and slaughter them all. A chill instantly rose from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The thousands of cultivators' faces turned ashen, as if their parents had died. They wanted to escape immediately, but they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand in place and endure the torment. Young Master Yang, what happened? Why do I feel that someone is fighting? Xie Wei frowned and asked. It seems that someone is acting wildly here. As Ying Fei spoke, his hawk-like eyes swept across the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. His expression was extremely unfriendly. Who dares to act wildly? Let this old ox deal with him. Shi Lei roared, his monster chi rolling and stirring up a gust of demonic wind, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. A monster race. Someone noticed the demonic chi and immediately exclaimed, "It's the Monster King!" Li Qingyuan screamed at the top of his lungs, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His face was as pale as paper. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was powerless in the face of the Monster King, who was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He instinctively felt terrified. What's more, if he wasn't mistaken, the other two masters were also from the monster race. They were also powerful existences on the same level as the Monster King. Heavens, existences like the Monster King were even rarer than third-order Emperor Realm Masters, but today he actually saw three of them here. He didn't know if he was lucky or sad. Thinking about what happened before, Li Qingyuan felt that the latter was more likely. After Li Qingyuan shouted, "Monster King," the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, along with the thousands of cultivators, all took a step back and looked at Shi Lei in horror, as if Shi Lei was some kind of scourge that would devour them in the next moment. Who was acting wildly here just now? Stand up for this king. Shi Lei glared at them, his voice like thunder. Who dared to answer? They were afraid that they would be targeted and die without knowing why. The sound of gulping could be heard, but their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. The dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm all looked at Li Qingyuan, hoping that he would be the first to speak to the Monster King. Li Qingyuan cursed this group of despicable villains in his heart. They had no sense of brotherhood at all, but now that things had come to this, the consequences of not speaking up would not be any better. He could only say dryly, "Monster King Master, it's a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Shi Lei glanced at Li Qingyuan and snorted, "How is it a misunderstanding?" Li Qingyuan racked his brain, his thoughts flying. While choosing his words carefully, he replied, "It's like this. We are all cultivators from the Northern Territory. We heard that young Master Yang from Yang Kai was establishing a sect here, so we came here to congratulate you. However, we were blind to not recognize young Master Yang and offended you. We hope that young Master Yang and the other master will forgive us." His words were eloquent and clear. Even Li Qingyuan was impressed by his own wit. Establishing a sect? Shi Lei was startled and looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Although he had mentioned this a few days ago, Yang Kai had not given him a direct answer. He did not know why Li Qingyuan suddenly brought this up. Ying Fei's eyes were sharp. He saw the 10,000-year cold hard iron and clapped his hands. Young Master Yang is really establishing a sect here. High Heaven Palace, your ambitions are soaring. Wonderful, wonderful. Xie Wei laughed loudly. Very good, very good. Then this Xie will stay in High Heaven Palace from now on. I hope that young Master Yang can bestow upon me some position of protector or deacon. Count me in. Shi Lei put away his ferocious appearance and instead revealed a flattering smile. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Young Master Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Ying Fei nodded. This one also has the same intention. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fainted at once. The thousands of cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Every one of them felt that this was extremely unreal and questioned their hearing. These were the three great monster kings, masters who were comparable to three third-order Emperor realm masters. Yang Kai had just established a sect here and engraved the brand of his sect. He had not even officially established a sect yet, but these three could not wait to join. And they only wanted to be rewarded with the position of protector or deacon. Was there any justice in this world? Which third-order Emperor Realm Master was not an overlord in the entire star territory? Which one of them was not a grandmaster? With such strength, it was enough for them to establish their own sect. But now, they were begging to join this high heaven palace that had not yet been established. What was so special about Yang Kai that the three great monster kings were so eager to join him? Chapter 2662. Li Qingyuan and the others were filled with a bitter taste. The three monster kings had joined the high heaven palace only to be rewarded with the position of guardian deacon. Naturally, their strength couldn't compare to the three monster kings. If they were in the high heaven palace, would they only be comparable to ordinary disciples? Of course, it was impossible for them to leave their own sects to join the high heaven palace. The high heaven palace's waters were too deep for them to blend in. However, with the addition of the three monster kings, the high heaven palace would probably become a first-class sect in the northern territory in the future. Once it developed, it would definitely overshadow the glory of the Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyuan and the others seemed to see the figure of a behemoth about to rise. They were shocked. For such a good thing to fall into Yang Kai's hands, it made the group go crazy with jealousy. If any of the three monster kings could join their sects, they would definitely benefit immensely. But to everyone's surprise, in the face of the three monster kings' earnest request, Yang Kai actually said with some difficulty, "We'll discuss this later." Li Qingyuan and the others instantly widened their eyes and secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing what was good for him. This was something that others couldn't even ask for, but when it came to him, he actually wanted to discuss it again. Was there really something wrong with this guy's head? What was there to discuss? Agreeing was the right thing to do. Shi Lei and the others looked at each other. They all knew what Yang Kai was worried about. Although with his current position among the three holy sages, asking for the three monster kings to come from the savage wildland wasn't a big deal, he obviously didn't want to rashly poach other people's sects, especially the three holy sages. At the very least, he had to inform Wan Feng and the others first. After understanding this point, Shi Lei and the other three monster kings didn't force him anymore. They pondered for a while. Shi Lei said, "Young Master Yang, these people, do you want to kill them?" He asked casually as if he didn't want to kill a few thousand people, but a few thousand chickens and ducks. This made everyone's faces turn pale as they looked at Yang Kai for help. At this time, they also knew that their lives and deaths were in Yang Kai's hands. If Yang Kai wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. The dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with flattering smiles and apprehension, fearing that he would say the word kill. "S all. What's there to kill? We don't have any grudges." He knew that since Yang Kai said such words, their lives would not be in danger, so he was grateful for his magnanimity. Shi Lei nodded and said, Old Ox was too reckless. Changing the topic, he shouted at Li Qingyuan and the others, You bunch of trash, since you came to congratulate, why didn't you bring any gifts? Did you just say it casually? Li Qingyuan and the others were shocked. Hurriedly they said, We wouldn't dare. Gis, naturally we have them. Saying so, the dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm quickly rummaged through their space rings, sometimes showing resolute and sometimes hesitant expressions. A moment later, more than a dozen space rings were gathered in Li Qingyuan's hands. Li Qingyuan held them with both hands and walked over to Yang Kai with trembling hands, forcing out a smile and saying, Young Master Yang, this is a trivial gift. I hope young Master Yang will accept it. Yang Kai accepted the rings casually, not bothering to check the things inside. Now that he was rich, he did not lack these dozen or so space rings. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, Sect Master Li is too kind. A faint look of pain appeared on Li Qingyuan's face. Just now, he had plundered most of his many years of savings and was afraid Yang Kai would not be satisfied. Yang Kai guessed that the other leaders of the Emperor realm were also like this, otherwise, they would not have shown such distressed expressions. How could he have known that once the things were in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai would accept them without even looking at them? If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much effort and would have just casually stuffed some congratulatory gifts in. Of course, young Master Yang, if there is nothing else, this Li will take his leave. Li Qingyuan's heart was greatly stifled by the loss of his wealth, and he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Speaking of which, this young master really does have something he needs your help with, Yang Kai said pleasantly. Ah! Li Qingyuan was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked in a panic, What is young Master Yang's instructions? Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, Sect Master Li need not be so nervous. What I want you to help me with is very simple. After leaving this place, you just need to help this young master spread the word in the Northern Territory that this young master has occupied this land and built the High Heaven Palace. Hearing this, Li Qingyuan's heart relaxed and he let out a long sigh. So that's what it is. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully and said, What does Sect Master Li think it is? Li Qingyuan said awkwardly, It's nothing, it's just a small matter, leave it to this Li. Although this Li's strength is not enough, he still has some friends who will spread this news as soon as possible, lest some rascals come to harass your palace. That's good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, then glanced at the other people from the Emperor realm and said, I also hope that you can help me a little. How could the people from the Emperor realm not dare to refuse? They all nodded and promised, patting their chests and making promises. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Since you are all heroes of the Northern Territory, then when my High Heaven Palace officially opens its doors, I will definitely send you invitations. I hope that you will all come and drink a cup of wine at that time. Hearing this, everyone felt bitter in their hearts, knowing that they would definitely have to send a large number of congratulatory gifts when the time came, but on the surface, they kept chatting with Yang Kai, saying that they would definitely come. After a few more words, the group of people couldn't wait to leave. A bunch of trash, why should young Master Yang give them face? Shi Lei snorted coldly. Although he didn't see the conflict between Yang Kai and the people from the Emperor realm, he vaguely guessed some of the truth. According to his personality, directly killing them all could be considered as making a name for the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. The more friends you have, the more options you have. They were just scheming for the sake of benefits. They have no grievances with me, so why should I kill them all? In the future, if the High Heaven Palace wants to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, it's not suitable to make the whole world their enemy. You have to know that snakes have their own ways and rats have their own ways. One day in the future, they may have a place that they can rely on. Shi Lei immediately flattered, Young Master Yang is wise, Old Ox didn't think it through. Yang Kai wasn't interested in his flattery, so he pretended that he didn't hear it. He raised his hand and said, Follow me. The three Monster King looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they followed obediently. After a short while, everyone arrived in front of the newly arranged space array Yang Kai had set up. Glancing at the three, Yang Kai said, "This time, I must thank the three monster kings. If it weren't for your help, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been able to get out of this predicament so easily. This young master thanks you on behalf of Senior Bing Yun and the thousands of disciples of Ice Heart Valley." Shi Lei and the others were shocked and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang is too serious, it was just a trivial matter." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It may be a trivial matter to you, but to Ice Heart Valley, it was a life-saving grace. You can't mix it up." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "But since the dust has settled here, the three of you should return to the ancient wildlands first." Ing Fei was disappointed when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai and stammered, "Young Master Yang, you're letting us go back just like that? We've only been out for a few days." That's right. Xie Wu Wei also nodded vigorously. "Young Master Yang, if there's anything else you want us to do, the three of us will do our best to help." Shi Lei was eager to move. "Young Master Yang, why don't you take us to the Northern Territory and unify the Northern Territory?" This proposal made Ing Fei and Xie Wu Wei applaud loudly. The monster qi in their bodies surged, as if they would go and harm the other sects in the Northern Territory as soon as Yang Kai gave the order. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Although the three of you are masters, there is still a difference between humans and monsters. If you really cause a stir in the Northern Territory, I'm afraid it will attract trouble. I know what you're thinking, but this matter can't be rushed. It's still unknown when that girl will come out of seclusion. Just wait for the news in the ancient wildlands." The three monster kings were a little embarrassed when Yang Kai saw through their thoughts. In the end, it was because of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's relationship that they submitted to him. Without Zhang Ruoxi, how could Yang Kai have such weight? The three also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Although they wanted to follow Yang Kai and be close to him, the key was that the blood door had been hidden since it disappeared. No one knew when Zhang Ruoxi would come out of seclusion, so it was useless to follow Yang Kai even if they followed him. But they were quite unwilling to go back just like that. God knows when Yang Kai would think of them again. Xie Wu Wei rolled his eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, let the two of them go back. This Xie will follow you and make it convenient to protect your safety. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Walking in the star boundary, it's natural to be careful. Why should we go and you stay?" Ing Fei and Shi Lei asked in unison, their faces full of resentment. "This guy wants to eat alone, how hateful." Xie Wu Wei snorted, "No reason." Shi Lei shouted, "Come on, let's fight first. Whoever is stronger will stay. Let's talk with our fists, not with our mouths. Since we want to protect young Master Yang, of course we have to leave the strongest behind." Among the 32 Monster King and the 8 Great Saint Emissaries, his strength was enough to rank in the top 3. In a one-on-one fight, Ing Fei and Xie Wu Wei were definitely not his opponents. Xie Wu Wei sneered, "This king disdains." Ing Fei said, "Brother Xie, that's not right. Even if someone had to stay behind to protect young Master Yang, it wouldn't be you. In terms of strength, Brother Shi Lei is better than you, and in terms of agility, no one would dare to claim to be first. This is the responsibility of a bodyguard, and it's my duty to do so." The corner of Xie Wu Wei's mouth twitched and he coldly snorted, "So what if this Xie is young Master Yang's soul slave?" As he spoke, he suddenly urged his soul power and a faint golden light emerged in his mind. The golden light was obviously a layer of soul seal branded in Xie Wu Wei's knowledge sea. From the soul seal, Yang Kai's aura was clearly transmitted. Chapter 2663. Ing Fei and Shi Lei's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. How could they not know what was going on when they saw this scene? Xie Wei was really Yang Kai's soul slave and had been branded with the divine soul brand. But when did this happen? The 3 Monster Kings had been together all this time, but they didn't find any clues. Xie Wei put away the golden light and chuckled. "When young Master Yang entered the ancient land last time, I had already submitted to him. My life and death are all in young Master Yang's hands. If anything happens to young Master Yang, I will definitely die. So, I am loyal to young Master Yang. How can the two of you compare to me?" As a demon king of a generation, Xie Wei had become the sole slave of another, yet he seemed to be proud of it instead of ashamed. If other people that didn't know the truth were to see this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. But when this fell into the eyes of Ying Fei and Shi Lei, they could only curse in their hearts. Xie Wei and Yang Kai had such a relationship. If he really had to leave someone to protect him, there was no doubt who that person would be. For a moment, Shi Lei and Ying Fei were full of unwillingness as they looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Last time in the ancient land's all-spirit tomb, he had no choice but to take Xie Wei as a soul slave. He only wanted to borrow his strength. At that time, Xie Wei was very unwilling. Later on, after leaving the all-spirit tomb, he was even more distant from Yang Kai. He looked as if he was afraid that others would look down on him if they knew about his relationship with Yang Kai. But now, he actually took the initiative to reveal such information. He only wanted to take the initiative. It had to be said. This change in mentality was quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't be said to be eager for quick success. After all, these monster kings had no way to improve their cultivation. Their only hope in this life was the secret of the blood door. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Just as Xie Wei was feeling smug, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. A golden light shot out from Xie Wei's forehead and returned to Yang Kai's body. Xie Wei's complacent expression suddenly froze. Out of nowhere, he felt as if his shackles had been removed. However, what followed was not joy, but rather a crying face. Young Master Jianghu. Now that the soul brand had been taken back, it meant that the connection between him and Yang Kai had been severed. He was no longer Yang Kai's soul slave and had regained his freedom. Xie Wei had never thought that Yang Kai would actually make such a move, and in such a decisive manner. If it was an ordinary person, how could he be willing to let such a powerful soul slave go? Most likely, he was supposed to keep him by his side and wait for orders. But when he came to Yang Kai, he casually abandoned him. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of magnanimity and attitude? Ha! Ying Fei and Shi Lei laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. Their eyes were shining brightly. How could they not know what had happened? They were secretly cheering in their hearts. Xie Wei, who asked you to show off? Sure enough, karma came quickly. You deserved it. Young Master Yang, you can't do this. Xie Wei felt wronged and looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned him. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, Go, go, all of you go. You really have to go? Shi Lei's face was bitter, somewhat unwilling. Yang Kai said, Don't blame me for driving you away after I've used you. It's just that you are the monster king of the ancient lands after all, and there are 3 saint venerables above you. If I take you away without telling them, I won't be able to explain it to them. How about this? It's very convenient for me to enter and leave the ancient lands now. If there's anything good next time, I'll call you over at any time. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the 3 monster kings' expressions became much better. They nodded and said, Young Master Yang, you have to keep your word. When the time comes, just call the 3 of us. Don't call the others. In the ancient lands, there were 32 monster kings and 8 saint emissaries. All of them were first-class powerhouses, so the competition was a bit too much. They didn't want the other monster kings and saint emissaries to have too good of a relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't want to leave. Got it. Yang Kai agreed and kept waving his hand to urge them, as if he was shooing away flies. Only then did the 3 demon kings slowly walk onto the spatial array. Yang Kai casually inlaid source crystals on the side. After a while, he glanced at the 3 and said, Are you ready? They nodded and cupped their fists together. Young Master Yang, take care. Their words were full of reluctance, as if they wanted to part with Yang Kai forever. Yang Kai responded and said in a low voice, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured his emperor's qi into the space array. Strangely, the space array didn't move. Yang Kai and the 3 monster kings stared at each other for a long time with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai was stunned. He scratched his head and tried again, but he still couldn't activate the space array. The 3 monster kings looked at each other, and their minds became active again. Ying Fei smiled and said, It seems that even God doesn't want us to leave. Xie Wei immediately agreed. Yes, young Master Yang. Since God wants us to leave, don't force us. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused. He walked around the space array and observed it. Although he had just set it up, there shouldn't be any problems. After some inspection, he confirmed that the space array was in good condition. Shi Lei reminded him from the side, Young Master Yang, last time we were directly teleported from the ancient lands to Ice Heart Valley. Is this space array unable to connect to the ancient lands? Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head. The space array he set up could connect to each other. In other words, the space array in the High Heaven Palace could not only connect to Ice Heart Valley, but also to the ancient wildlands. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the space array. Then, two figures suddenly appeared from the space array. They took a closer look and saw that it was Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army. The two of them seemed to be a little dizzy after being teleported, but Ji Yao immediately came back to her senses. The Southern Gate Army, on the other hand, was a little slower. After all, his cultivation was weaker than Ji Yao's. Brother Yang, I've brought him over. Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded and looked at the Southern Gate Army. The latter also happened to look at him. When he saw Yang Kai, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Grandmaster Yang, I heard that you were looking for me? Ever since he saw the space array arranged by Yang Kai had risen to the level of a generation's array grandmaster in his heart. Yang Kai was even more powerful than him. There is something. Yang Kai nodded and asked suspiciously, but didn't I tell you to repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array before coming over? Why are you here so soon? The Southern Gate Army said, It's already been repaired. When I heard that Grandmaster Yang wanted to see me, I worked day and night. I finally finished my work just now and rushed over without stopping. When he spoke, he had a flattering expression on his face. You didn't just deal with it casually, did you? Yang Kai looked at him in disbelief. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was a huge project, so how could it be repaired in just a few days? The Southern Gate Army said in horror, How could I dare? Grandmaster Yang's attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are also very profound. How could this one show off his slight skill in front of an expert? The reason why I was able to repair it so quickly was mainly because this one had carefully studied Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array a few months ago. Moreover, this one was also the one who provided the method to break the array this time, so naturally, it was repaired quickly. So that's how it is. Yang Kai did not doubt him, but he still said seriously, I will go to Ice Heart Valley to check it later. If you dare to replace it with a shoddy one, be careful of your head. The Southern Gate Army said confidently, Grandmaster Yang, you can rest assured. After a pause, he said, By the way, Grandmaster Yang, why did you call this one here in such a hurry? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Look here. The Southern Gate Army turned his head to look and let out a soft cry of surprise. He immediately flew into the air to investigate for a moment before landing and asking, Isn't this the Seeking Passion sect? The last time he came to the Seeking Passion sect, he had been a guest for a period of time, so he naturally recognized this place. However, the last time he came here, this place was full of outstanding people. Although the scenery was still there, the people were nowhere to be seen. The inheritance of the great emperors that had been left behind for tens of thousands of years made him sigh. This used to be the Seeking Passion sect, but now it is the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly. High Heaven Palace? The Southern Gate Army frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. On the other hand, Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face as she vaguely guessed. Yang Kai continued, I want you to reactivate the sect defending array here and repair it. Use all your skills on this piece of land and arrange a spirit array that is not inferior to any sect in the world. Hearing this, the Southern Gate Army's spirit immediately rose, as if he had heard a challenge that made him excited. Yang Kai observed the Southern Gate Army's expression and secretly nodded, very satisfied with his reaction. Grandmaster Yang, do you mean to occupy this piece of land? The Southern Gate Army's reaction was also very fast, naturally guessing Yang Kai's intentions. Yes, Yang Kai nodded and admitted, how long will such a huge project take? The Southern Gate Army didn't answer immediately and instead pondered seriously for a moment before replying. The Seeking Passion sect defending array hasn't been destroyed, it has just been artificially closed. I need to carefully study the layout of this spirit array and then come up with a way to improve it. I will definitely give Grandmaster Yang a satisfactory result in 2 months and 3 months at the latest. Good, I'll give you 3 months, Yang Kai nodded readily. The Southern Gate Army said, but the materials needed to arrange and improve such a spirit array. What materials do you need? Just make a list and I can provide them to you, Yang Kai said without hesitation. Now that he had plundered so much wealth, even emptying the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, he naturally had the materials needed to arrange a sect-defending array. The Southern Gate Army's face immediately lit up with a smile. It'll be easy if you have the materials. By the way, Grandmaster Yang, would you like to work with me? Yang Kai quickly said, this young master is busy and I'm afraid I can't share your burden. You can deal with the spirit array on your own. If you need help. He turned his head and looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao understood and immediately said, don't hesitate to look for me. I'll go back to the sect and call some sisters over. Chapter 2664. Then, all right, I'll have to trouble Elder Ji Yao then. The Southern Gate Army commander was quite disappointed. He wanted to take this opportunity to exchange insights and experiences with Yang Kai on the Tao of spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't give him the opportunity at all, which made him feel a little disappointed. However, it was his long-cherished wish as a spirit array grandmaster to be able to rearrange and perfect the sect-defending array in such a large area. He quickly sorted out his thoughts, excused himself, and ran out to check the sect-defending array that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect. After he left, Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the space array next to him. It's really not broken. If there was a problem with the array, Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army wouldn't have been able to teleport over from Ice Heart Valley. What's not broken? Ji Yao asked curiously. Shi Lei immediately told her what had just happened with a grin on his face, unable to contain his joy. After hearing this, Ji Yao thoughtfully said, the space array is connected to both ends. Since it's not broken, and neither is Ice Heart Valley, perhaps there's a problem with the array in the ancient lands. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. That must be it. After saying so, he suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth. Madame Feng, you really took drastic measures to deal with the situation. The space array in the ancient lands couldn't be broken for no reason. The only explanation was that the Luan Feng destroyed it after he left. The Luan Feng did this because she was afraid that he would harass her from time to time in the future. This was understandable, but it made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger. Although it wasn't difficult to arrange a space array, the key was that the ancient lands were far away. However, it would take some time for them to travel. In his opinion, he would have to deal with the ancient lands in the future, so leaving a space array there would make it easier for him to travel. Who would have thought that the Luan Feng would destroy the space array right after he left? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. She was a woman with a vicious heart. It seemed that the next time he went to the ancient lands, he would have to go to the Rock Spirit Clan's territory to set up a formation to prevent the Luan Feng from destroying it again. After making up his mind, Yang Kai turned to look at Shi Lei and the others and said, it seems that you have been abandoned by the ancient land. At this moment, Shi Lei and the others also understood why they hadn't been teleported away. Although they were disappointed, they were more than happy. They all smiled and said, it's fine, it's fine. The Luan Feng master must feel that young Master Yang is very important and wants us to be responsible for protecting him. Since the master has such intentions, young Master Yang can't refuse. Yang Kai said, it's already like this. How can I drive you away? Previously, he was reluctant to leave the Three Monster King behind. The main reason was because he was worried about the reputation of the three holy venerables of the ancient lands. After all, these Three Monster King were the subordinates of the three Saint Venerables. It would be unkind of him to kidnap them. However, now that the Luan Feng had done this, he could only force him to do the same. In terms of sentiment and reason, the ancient land couldn't find any fault. Losing a space array and gaining the 3-monster king, Yang Kai had made a big profit and had a clear conscience. Xie Wei was grinning from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, since it's like this, can we also join the High Heaven Palace? I don't ask for anything else. I just want to be a protector." Ying Fei and Shi Lei were both moved. Yang Kai said with a smile, "With your abilities, being a protector is a bit of a waste. The High Heaven Palace has only just opened its doors. It will take some time before it opens again and accepts disciples. However, if that day really comes, the 3 of you can stay in the High Heaven Palace and be a consecrator." Shi Lei and the others looked at each other and were overjoyed. With Yang Kai's words, it meant that everyone would be on the same side in the future. If there were any benefits, Yang Kai wouldn't forget about them. Compared to the other monster kings and saint envoys in the ancient land, they were already ahead of them. A sect that hadn't been officially established yet already had 3 third-order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people in the world would be envious of them? Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Yang. When the High Heaven Palace opens its sect in the future, you must inform my Ice Heart Valley. Jiao will also come and drink a toast." She was happy that Yang Kai could take root here and establish a sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley and Yang Kai had a good relationship. In the future, if the 2 sects supported each other, who in the entire Northern Territory could shake the status of these 2 behemoths? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Ice Heart Valley's junior sisters." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "By the way, what about the tens of thousands of captives from Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Honored Master is also having a headache over this matter. Although they acted as the villain this time and made things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley, in the end, they have no enmity with us. If we kill them all now, it will only ruin my Ice Heart Valley's reputation. If we let them go, it will only make Ice Heart Valley look weak and easy to bully." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If that's the case, you might as well let them come over and help me. The Southern Gate Army will have to rearrange the Seeking Passion sect defending array, so they will need a lot of manpower. Of course, we can't tolerate those whose hands are stained with the lives of Ice Heart Valley's disciples." Ji Yao nodded and said, "Those people have already been killed. Those who are still alive are just cheers. However, Brother Yang's proposal is not bad. When Grandmaster Nan Men returns, let's see how many people he needs." After the discussion, everyone began to wait. Fortunately, the earth vein here was excellent and the world energy was rich. While waiting, they could sit in meditation and cultivate. There was also a good palace nearby that could provide a place to cultivate. 2 days later, the Southern Gate Army rushed back and gave a long list to Yang Kai, asking for all kinds of precious materials. Yang Kai glanced at it and was not stingy, filling his space ring with a few things. Not only that, Ji Yao also returned to Ice Heart Valley and continued to bring back the captives from there, ordering them to work for the Southern Gate Army. For a period of time, Towering Palace instantly became lively. Voices could be heard everywhere, and the crowd bustled about. As time passed, everyone came to know that this guy named Yang Kai had occupied the territory that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect and established a sect called High Heaven Palace. Many people from Ice Heart Valley also came to help, all of them beautiful women. Lu Qianyun, Ziyu, and the others who were familiar with Yang Kai were also among them. With them overseeing the situation, the tens of thousands of captives did not dare to act sneakily. After all, Ice Heart Valley had previously stated that as long as they could redeem themselves by helping the High Heaven Palace arrange the spirit array, Ice Heart Valley would let bygones be bygones and let them go. With this promise, who would dare to not work hard? On the other hand, there were many scattered cultivators who were interested in joining High Firmament Palace. Some of them even asked the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley about how they could join and become a member. After all, this was Seeking Passion sect's territory, so how could they dare to occupy it if they did not have some ability? Moreover, these people had recently heard that there were 3 third-order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders in the High Heaven Palace. Such a lineup was enough to show that the High Heaven Palace had a bright future. Once it opened, it would definitely become a top sect. If they could become a member, they would benefit endlessly for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, even the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley did not know how to join the High Heaven Palace, so naturally, they could not provide any answers, leaving the captives disappointed. On the best mountain peak of the High Heaven Palace, inside the palace. This should have been Feng Xian's cultivation place. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, surrounded by high-rank source crystals. As he circulated his secret art, these high-rank source crystals turned into powder and converged into a stream of energy that flowed into his body, into his limbs, and into his dantian. Ever since his battle with Shihua in the ancient lands, Yang Kai felt an urgent need to improve his strength. Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he had not yet reached the realm of being invincible. Moreover, as his strength increased, the enemies he would encounter would also become stronger. If he did not want to feel powerless in the future, he naturally had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. However, after the ancient lands and encountering Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai could not find much time to cultivate. He had refined a lot of pills, but he did not have the time to take them. Now that he had some free time, he naturally went into retreat eagerly. Taking one spirit pill after another to assist in his cultivation and using up piles of source crystals, Yang Kai's strength slowly and gradually increased. Shi Lei and the others also knew that Yang Kai was cultivating, so no one dared to disturb him. 2 months later, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was completed, and all the captives who came to help were dismissed. The female disciples of Ice Heart Valley also returned to the valley through the space array. The huge foundation of the High Heaven Palace returned to silence. The Southern Gate Army came to see Yang Kai in high spirits, wanting to report the results of their hard work during this period of time, but they were stopped by Ying Fei, who was guarding outside. After some unpleasant exchanges, the Southern Gate Army was unable to persuade Ying Fei to call Yang Kai out of retreat, so they could only sullenly study the territory-crossing space array. During this period, Jiao also came to visit several times, but she never saw Yang Kai's face. Since his retreat, Yang Kai seemed to have been cut off from the outside world. Even the 3 Monster Kings did not know when he would come out. However, the 3 Monster Kings also knew that with the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, it was common for them to go into retreat for 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 20 years, so they were not afraid of Yang Kai at all. Every day, one of them stayed outside the palace, while the other 2 went out to play. Time flew by. A full year later, a series of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from the palace that had been silent all this time. It seemed like someone was stretching their muscles and bones. Ying Fei, who was guarding outside, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the palace. His eagle-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of barriers and see the situation inside. Not long after, a look of joy appeared on his face as he stood up and let out a long whistle. After a while, 2 figures quickly flew over from afar. After landing on the ground, the figures of Xie Wei and Shi Lei were revealed. Chapter 2665. The door to the palace opened and Yang Kai stepped out. Shi Lei and the others' eyes lit up at the sight of him, and they all went up to greet him with joy. Seeing Yang Kai in high spirits, Xie Wei smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, it seems that your cultivation has improved a lot during your seclusion." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's just some gains, but I don't know when I'll be able to break through." After breaking through to the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai increasingly felt that the road to breaking through was still far away. He had been in seclusion for nearly a year and his strength had indeed improved a little, but he still couldn't feel the shackles of the second-order realm. Ying Fei smiled and said, "The road of cultivation is long and full of obstacles. This matter can't be rushed." Shi Lei also nodded and said, "Look at the world. Which one of the Emperor Realm's cultivators isn't an old monster who has cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years? Young Master Yang, you have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through in the future." Yang Kai naturally understood this and also understood that cultivation was not a matter of haste, so he didn't say much and just asked, "How's the arrangement of the spirit array here?" Shilei hurriedly handed a simple and unadorned token to Yang Kai and replied, "The Southern Gate Army is really good. It took them 2 months to completely improve the sect defending array. This is the restriction token used to control the spirit array." Yang Kai took it and probed it with his divine sense. After a little inspection, he immediately felt that he was connected to some existence in this world. With a single thought, the sect defending array that enveloped the entire High Heaven Palace hummed and the surrounding world energy fluctuated. Shilei said from the side, "The Southern Gate Army said that the spirit array he improved is much stronger. It's better than the original Seeking Passion sect's spirit array. So, please rest assured, young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded casually and didn't doubt this. He just looked outside the mountain gate curiously and asked, "Why are there so many people gathered outside?" When he was inspecting the sect defending array just now, he found that there were actually a lot of cultivators outside the mountain gate. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels. However, most of them were young people. Some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were alone. All of them were full of heroic spirit. Many of them stared at the 10,000-year cold hard iron outside the mountain gate and stared at the 3 words Towering Palace with fascination in their eyes. Ing Fei explained, "They all want to enter the mountain gate and enter the High Heaven Palace, young master." Towering Palace's name had now spread throughout the entire northern region, so in the past half a year, many young people had come here to see if they had a chance to join. However, the mountain gate was now tightly shut, and they could not enter, so they could only stay outside. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He wasn't too surprised. After using his divine sense to scan the outside, he didn't pay much attention to it. Towering Palace's reputation had been completely established. Moreover, there were 3 demon kings guarding this place. Naturally, it was a reflection of their strength. As a newly established sect, it was time for them to absorb new blood. How could those scattered cultivators who had no background and no backing not be tempted by this opportunity? Lu Xianyun was an example. She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but after coming to the star boundary, she couldn't even hunt for cultivation resources. This was the disadvantage of not having a sect background. If she hadn't met Yang Kai again and been introduced to Ice Heart Valley, she would probably still be worrying about cultivation resources. How could she cultivate in peace? Qi Yu, Gui Zhu, and the others were the same. In the entire star boundary, there were many cultivators like this, but not everyone was as lucky as Yang Kai. For them, as long as they could enter High Firmament Palace, they would at least have someone to rely on in the future, even if they didn't expect to soar in the future. The High Heaven Palace's mountain gate had such an effect even before it was opened. If it was really opened, the entire northern territory would be in an uproar. At that time, the number of people coming would be like carps crossing the river. Shilei asked, "Young Master Yang, are you going to open the mountain gate and accept disciples?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There's no hurry." He occupied this place mainly for his family and friends on Shadowed Star. Now, he didn't even know how to return to Hung Luo Star Field, so how could he open the mountain gate so easily? However, since Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor could go to Hung Luo Star Field back then, he could too. He just didn't know how. Perhaps, I should find a way to inquire about Yang Inflammation and ask her about the situation. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai turned around and said, "I'm going back to the Southern Territory. Which one of the 3 Monster Kings will come with me?" Me. Sure enough, the 3 Monster Kings replied in unison, then glared at each other. Ing Fei came back to his senses and said, "Young Master Yang, we'll all go with you. Why only one?" Shi Lei and Xie Wei also nodded, not understanding why Yang Kai made such an arrangement. Yang Kai said, "You're all Monster Kings. If the 3 of you travel together, you'll attract too much attention. It's hard to say what kind of twists and turns will occur. In addition, I also need to leave some people here to guard this place. Although High Heaven Palace has a sect defending array and the mountain gate is tightly shut, who knows if there won't be some idiot who will cause trouble. If everyone leaves, this place won't be safe. Since I built the High Heaven Palace here, I will definitely settle down here in the future. There's still a long way to go, so what are you afraid of?" When the three heard this, they all felt that it was quite reasonable. Anyway, they had already boarded Yang Kai's ship, and they had also become the High Heaven Palace's consecrators. If they pushed too much, it would seem that they were too eager for quick success and they were afraid that Yang Kai would be disgusted. Looking at each other, Xie Wei smiled and said, "Then young Master Yang should choose one. No matter who you choose, we won't have any objections." Ying Fei and Shi Lei nodded at the side. If they were asked to make their own decisions, they would definitely not give in to each other. It was better to give the choice to Yang Kai. No one could say anything. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go with Ying Fei. Ying Fei is faster than the Monster King. This trip back to the Southern Territory might need your help." Ying Fei heard this and was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang is wise." Shi Lei said gloomily, "Then Brother Xie and I will stay behind to look after the sect. Then I'll have to trouble you too." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai took Ying Fei to Ice Heart Valley through the space array to bid farewell to Bing Yun. After returning to Ice Heart Valley after a year, the valley had already changed. After the previous ordeal, the entire Ice Heart Valley had become more united. Most of the disciples were in secluded cultivation, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They didn't stay long in Ice Heart Valley. After half a day, Yang Kai and Ying Fei left through the space array. The Northern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. It was a long journey with many dangerous mountains and rivers. Even an ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to cross it easily. Space arrays couldn't be connected, so many places could only be crossed by flying. Above the clear sky, atop the white clouds, a giant eagle spread its wings and soared high, its speed as fast as lightning, leaving only faint traces in the air as it turned into a series of afterimages. This giant eagle was naturally the main body of the flying eagle Monster King. As the overlord of the sky, speed was his forte. Among the 32 Monster King's 8 saint emissaries in the ancient lands, if he said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. This was also the reason why Yang Kai brought him along. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the back of the flying eagle. Its back was wide and flat enough to accommodate a house. Its flight was fast and stable, not even the slightest wind could be felt. In this world, there were probably only a few people who could make a Monster King willing to be a mount. But now, the flying eagle Monster King was willing to do all this without any complaints. The journey was dull and lonely, so Yang Kai naturally didn't waste any time. Instead, he meditated and cultivated. The entire journey was safe and sound. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to detect any traces of the flying eagle, and those who could detect the flying eagle didn't dare to provoke him, retreating long ago. After a full 2 months, the flying eagle suddenly sent a sound transmission, "Young Master Yang, we should be in the Southern Territory. Where are we going now?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his mysterious art. He stood up and looked around. "Let's find a city and scout for directions." The flying eagle received the order and began searching below. Half a day later, a relatively bustling city appeared in his field of vision. The flying eagle immediately flapped his wings and flew down. After a short while, he returned to his human form and withdrew his demonic chi, landing in front of the city gates with Yang Kai. The two of them had no intention of entering the city. Yang Kai just casually stopped a passing cultivator and asked, "Excuse me, which direction is the Thousand Leaves sect?" His main purpose for returning to the Southern Territory this time was to visit the Thousand Leaves sect. Ghost Ancestor Chi Yu and the others were still in the Thousand Leaves sect. Now that he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally wanted to send them to the Northern Territory. Compared to the Thousand Leaves sect, the current High Heaven Palace had a much better cultivation environment and was much safer. However, the Southern Territory was vast. Although he had returned here, he didn't know the exact direction of the Thousand Leaves sect, so he could only ask around. The cultivator was in a hurry to enter the city and was inexplicably stopped by someone. He flew into a rage and was about to explode with rage because of his Tao Source Realm cultivation when he saw the shining high-rank source crystal in Yang Kai's hand. His eyes immediately lit up and he snatched it away. carefully examining it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away and looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Are you a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No, why do you ask?" The cultivator looked around, appearing extremely cautious, before whispering, "Since you're not a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect, don't ask too much. The Thousand Leaves sect is currently in trouble." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, not to the extent that everyone knew about it. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would be able to understand the situation immediately after coming here to inquire, but he never expected that the first person he asked would seem to know a lot about the Thousand Leaves sect. Furthermore, this person even said that the Thousand Leaves sect was in trouble. The cultivator asked curiously, "Friend, did you just come out of seclusion? Why haven't you heard about this?" Yang Kai quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" The cultivator whispered, "The Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed." What? Yang Kai turned pale with fright, unable to believe his ears. The cultivator shook his head. The Thousand Leaves sect overestimated themselves and was like an ant trying to shake a tree. They were destroyed a year ago, and now the Thousand Leaves sect is also in a state of disarray. If friend has anything to do with the Thousand Leaves sect, it would be best for you to withdraw as soon as possible, lest you get into trouble. Chapter 2666. This person seemed to be advising Yang Kai out of goodwill because of the high-rank source crystal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. A year ago, he led the Three Monster King to destroy Seeking Passion sect, but he never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would also be destroyed at the same time. Back when he was in Maplewood City, Yi Jing Han, the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master, had invited him to go to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array and reopen that small world for Thousand Leaves sect to retrieve the legacy of their ancestors. However, he had coincidentally bumped into Chi Yu, Aio, and the others who had been separated from him for a long time. Thousand Leaves sect was nothing to him, and he only had some friendly relations with them. However, Chi Yu and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, what happened to Chi Yu and the others? Those who came to the star boundary from Hung Luo Star Field with him were all very close. Chi Yu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother and could be considered his mother-in-law. Aio was Shui Yu's father and could be considered his father-in-law. Gui Zhu was his High Heaven sect's supreme elder and had gone through life and death situations with him. The only person he was not familiar with was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Tsong Yun. Upon hearing such bad news, Yang Kai's face twisted and murderous intent instantly filled the air as he glared at the person. "You lied to me?" The person did not pay much attention to Yang Kai at first, but now that he sensed Yang Kai's aura, his expression changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock, "The Emperor Realm." He did not expect that the young man who had casually stopped him to ask questions was actually a genuine member of the Emperor Realm. If he had known, he would not have dared to act so casually. The cold, murderous intent lingered around him, making him feel like he was about to die in the next moment. He could not help sweating profusely. "This little one did not lie to you. Thousand Leaves sect has really been destroyed. Everyone in the Southern Territory knows about this." "Bullshit." Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Within the Star Territory, there were as many sects as there were hairs on an ox, so how could the destruction of a small sect like the Thousand Leaves sect be known to the world? Only the destruction of a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect would cause such an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. To put it bluntly, even if Thousand Leaves sect was truly destroyed, it would only be a pebble thrown into the vast ocean that was the Southern Territory. At most, it would cause some ripples that would quickly dissipate. Therefore, Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was lying. Being choked by Yang Kai, the man found it difficult to breathe. He kept struggling, but to no avail. "Young Master Yang," Ing Fei called out in a low voice. He could tell that Yang Kai's mood wasn't quite right, and realized that this Thousand Leaves sect held an extremely important position in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai frowned. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he loosened his grip and put the man down. he said in a deep voice. Tell me what you know. If it's true, I won't make things difficult for you. The man coughed for a long time. He even coughed out tears. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and only spoke after he had recovered. Master, what do you want to know? This person from the Emperor realm in front of him was quite temperamental, so he didn't dare to casually guess his thoughts. He could only carefully inquire. Who destroyed the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. It said that they provoked the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard of this sect. Thinking about it carefully, he had indeed heard of it. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had dealt with the disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. In his impression, this sect shouldn't be considered a top sect. However, their strength should be quite good. Why did the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai continued to ask, is there any deep enmity between the two sects? The man hurriedly replied, there isn't any deep enmity, but the Thousand Leaves sect's wealth is its own ruin. A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he subconsciously asked, heavenly puppets? The so-called heavenly puppets were heaven-grade puppets. The Thousand Leaves sect had started off with the art of puppetry, and the Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder had extremely high attainments in the art of puppetry. He had left behind 10 heavenly puppets for the sect, each of which was comparable to the Emperor realm. At its peak, the Thousand Leaves sect was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory and was famous in the Star Boundary. However, the later generations were mediocre and were unable to carry forward the art of puppetry. As the art of puppetry declined from generation to generation, the Thousand Leaves sect eventually became a mediocre sect, and even the art of puppetry was lost. Fortunately, Yang Kai had helped them repair the space array and reopened the small sealed world, retrieving the secret techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for a long time and reactivating the heavenly puppets. Lu Yan's soul puppet body was also obtained from that small world. If not for that, Lu Yan might not have a physical body even now. Hearing Yang Kai mention the heavenly puppets, the man nodded repeatedly, that's right, that's right. It turns out that Master also knows about the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. A few years ago, the Thousand Leaves sect used some unknown method to obtain the ancestral founder's legacy and regain control of the heavenly puppets that had been sealed for many years. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed to be interested in this, so they found a reason to destroy the Thousand Leaves sect. So simple? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. The man smiled bitterly. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. The sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect is only at the third order Dao Source realm, but he has a heavenly puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the Emperor realm. It's hard not to be coveted. What he said wasn't wrong. If the Thousand Leaves sect really had a master from the Emperor realm, having a heavenly puppet whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that even the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was only at the third order Dao Source realm. Having a heavenly puppet in his hands would naturally attract covetous eyes. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said coldly, each of the 10 heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect has strength comparable to that of the Emperor realm. How could the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy them so easily? He was well aware of the strength of the heavenly puppets because Lu Yan had a white tiger heavenly puppet, which could display strength comparable to a first-order Emperor realm master. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect wasn't an ordinary sect, it wasn't a top sect either. How could they eat such a juicy piece of meat? The man smiled bitterly, this lowly one isn't sure either. Everyone is curious, but I'm afraid that the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect don't live up to their name. What he said wasn't wrong. Although the heavenly puppets were powerful, they still needed someone to control them. Without the Emperor realm, the Thousand Leaves sect couldn't display the full strength of the heavenly puppets. However, Yang Kai felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Since the Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, what happened to their disciples? Yang Kai asked nervously. The man replied, they either died or fled. I'm afraid that not many of them survived. However, I heard that some of them were captured, and among them, there seems to be a star master from a lower territory. Is that true? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The man smiled bitterly. How could I dare lie to master? Many people in the star boundary came from the territory of the lower stars, but there aren't many who are star masters. It is said that in order to become a star master, one must refine a star's source. I don't know how that guy managed to obtain a complete star source. Although his cultivation isn't high, his future is bright. This news was released by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, how could it have spread to the entire southern territory? Why did they release this news? Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, his anxious mood calming down. The celestial lord that this person was talking about should be AIO if he wasn't mistaken. Since AIO was fine, Chiyu and the others should also be fine. Of course, this was only the most ideal guess. It was also possible that the others had encountered some kind of accident. What else could they do? Naturally, they spread the news so that they could hold an auction and let Master know that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect is preparing to hold an auction in Flowing Shadow City a month from now. The items to be auctioned are the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect and their Star Master. Can a Star Master be auctioned? Yang Kai was stunned. The man smiled bitterly. Master must be joking. That Star Master contains a complete star source. If it can be extracted and transferred to a disciple with good aptitude, that disciple's future will be limitless, so it's only natural that people would flock to obtain it. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he first entered the Starlight Corridor and met Yin Lusheng seemed to be very interested in the star's source in his body and even said that there was a secret method to extract it and transfer it. Now, it seemed that Yin Lusheng was not just spouting nonsense. A complete star source was extremely important to a cultivator's cultivation, so AIO's life was definitely not in danger. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was worried about Chiyu and the others. A month from now, Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, and it had been a year since then, it was useless for him to be anxious. Now that things had come to this point, he could only act according to circumstances. One last question, where is Thousand Leaves sect and Flowing Shadow City? Yang Kai looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. How could the man dare not answer? He obediently pointed in two directions. After a long time of not receiving a response, the man raised his head only to find that the young man had already disappeared. A feeling of escaping death welled up in the man's heart, and it was only at this moment that the man discovered that his clothes were soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. High up in the sky, Yang Kai and Ying Fei flew side by side, their speed as fast as lightning. Seemingly sensing that Yang Kai's mood was not good, Ying Fei did not dare to disturb him casually, but he secretly felt that someone was about to get into trouble. Yang Kai dared to destroy a behemoth like Seeking Passion sect in the Northern Territory, so now that this Flowing Shadow Sword sect had provoked him, it was likely that they would not have a good ending. After a long silence, Ying Fei said, Young Master Yang, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that something is not quite right. Yang Kai nodded lightly, I feel it too. Monster King, what do you think is wrong? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker. Previously, Yang Kai was focused on inquiring about Thousand Leaves sect, Chiyu, and the others, so he did not think too much about it. Now that he was flying through the air and the cold wind blowing, his mind calmed down and he noticed many flaws. Now that Ying Fei mentioned it, he immediately understood that he was not being paranoid, but that something was really wrong. Hearing this, Ying Fei asked, since Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed a year ago, why was the auction only held today? If they really had such intentions, they would have started the auction long ago. Not only that, this matter seems to have been deliberately spread around, as if they were trying to spread the news to someone. This year was the time for the news to ferment, and some people were afraid that this news would not reach them. Chapter 2667. Thousand Leaves Sect. The last time Yang Kai had been here, this place was still considered a majestic mountain with beautiful scenery. But when he came here again today, everything he saw was dilapidated, and the scenery was bleak. Between the mountains and plains were broken walls, and the pavilions that originally stood there had basically collapsed. Traces of a great battle could be seen everywhere, and the blood on the ground had long since dried up. Birds were flying in the sky, and the earth was in ruins. Yang Kai slowly flew through the air with a gloomy expression. Sweeping the entire Thousand Leaves sect with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that not a single living person could be found. He could only occasionally find a few beasts and birds in the mountains, and there seemed to be a rotting smell lingering in the air. Thousand Leaves sect had really been destroyed. Although Thousand Leaves sect was not a great sect, it was still a sect that had existed for several tens of thousands of years. At its peak, it was the overlord of the Southern Territory, with countless disciples and masters as common as clouds. However, today, Thousand Leaves sect no longer existed in this world. An inexplicable anger surged in Yang Kai's chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although it was just his intuition, Yang Kai felt that this matter was somehow related to him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how he was related to Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Perhaps, only by finding the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and asking them would he be able to understand the reason behind all this. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of Thousand Leaves sect's main hall, where he could sense the auras of several living people. His eyes darkened as his figure flickered and he flew in that direction. After a short while, he landed in front of the main hall. A statue had originally been erected in front of the main hall, a portrait of Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder. It was there for future generations to worship. However, this statue had long since collapsed, as if someone had cut it down with a single stroke of a sword. The cut was neat and tidy, indicating that the person who had done this had extraordinary strength. Yang Kai reached out and touched the cut, feeling the aura of the wind from it. The fragrance of meat wafted out from the main hall. He could also vaguely hear the voices of several people inside. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, bringing with him a burst of cold wind. Inside the main hall, several people were sitting on the ground, cooking some unknown meat soup. They drank large bowls of wine and ate large chunks of meat, looking very happy. Hearing the sound of movement, several people turned around at the same time. An older man stood up and glared at Yang Kai. "Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at them and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he discovered that they weren't disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Thinking about it, if they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect's surviving disciples, they would have long since concealed their names and escaped. Why would they do such a thing in their own sect's main hall? The strongest of these people who were kings, and Saint King realm cultivators from the Dao source realm. So, Yang, sects, and the sect's sect, a cultivator, cultivators lived. To these cultivators, cultivator was a cultivator and a cultivator had sect been a sect. Yang Kai had no interest in being entangled with them and simply asked, "Is there no one left alive in Thousand Leaves sect?" In case they didn't have good eyesight, he would release a little pressure when he spoke. The few of them immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and the face of the man who was pretending to be imposing changed. His body instantly shrank as he looked at Yang Kai with fear and trepidation. "I've never seen him." This was expected. Yang Kai nodded, looked around, and didn't say anything else. The man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he stood in place, not daring to move. After a long while, Yang Kai turned around and left. Only then did the cultivators in the main hall feel as if they had been granted amnesty and their bodies went limp. To them, a master like Yang Kai could easily take their lives if he wanted to. Moreover, these so-called masters were temperamental, so no one knew when they would kill. Therefore, when they went out to train, it was best to avoid masters who were more powerful than them and avoid them at all costs. After escaping death, these people hurriedly glanced at each other. How could they still care about the meat soup that was about to be cooked? They all fled out of the main hall at such a fast speed that they wished they had been born with an extra pair of legs. In the nameless valley, Yang Kai looked around for a while before standing at a certain spot with bright eyes. Yang Kai was very familiar with this valley as he had come here the last time he came to Thousand Leaves sect. This was because this was a forbidden area of Thousand Leaves sect. For generations, besides the sect master, no one else had been able to enter this place. On the surface, this was just an ordinary valley, but in reality, there was a large illusory array covering this place, concealing the space array that led to Thousand Leaves Sect's independent small world. Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai finally remembered the name of Thousand Leaves Sect's independent small world. It was in that Emperor Heaven Valley that Yang Kai had encountered a powerful corpse puppet and Lu Yen had obtained his soul puppet body. A great battle had probably taken place in this valley on that day, as the surroundings were filled with traces of battle. Dried blood and white bones could be seen everywhere. From the looks of it, quite a few people had died here when Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed. At the center of the valley, where the space array was located, Yang Kai carefully inspected the damaged array. Not long after, his eyes lit up. He could tell that this space array had been destroyed by brute force. Furthermore, the person who had done it was in a hurry, as if they had something urgent to attend to at that time. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if the person who had destroyed this array was Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master, Yi Hen. If it was him, then this news was not too bad, because it was very likely that there were still Thousand Leaves Sect disciples alive in Emperor Heaven Valley on the other side of the space array. If he was Yi Hen, knowing that his sect was about to be destroyed, he would definitely move his sect's disciples and people close to him into Emperor Heaven Valley before destroying the space array to save their lives. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world. Although it was not very big, as long as the space array was destroyed, it would be very difficult for anyone in this world to enter it. The traces of the array being destroyed in a hurry proved this point. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai stood up and said, "Monster King, protect me." He wanted to reopen this space array and enter Emperor Heaven Valley to take a look. At that time, everything would be clear to him. Ing Fei nodded and with a leap, he disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he had hidden himself. Yang Kai swept his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow away the debris on the damaged space array. He then extended his hand to touch the array in front of him. This space array of Thousand Leaves Sect was repaired with the help of Yang Kai last time. Although it was destroyed this time, it was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai to repair it again. It could even be said that he was very familiar with it. The power of the space principles fluctuated, causing the space to vibrate and hum. The place where Yang Kai was at quickly became illusory, as if the space there had collapsed. There seemed to be a mysterious power resonating with Yang Kai, and the broken other side was reconnected with this power. Qua. A pitch-black hole suddenly opened, and the interior of the hole was filled with nothingness. It gave off a feeling of devouring everything, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. A void corridor. Yang Kai urged his strength to maintain the stability of the void corridor as he stood up and called out, "Monster King." Ing Fei reappeared beside him, staring at the void corridor with a stern gaze. Even someone as strong as him did not dare to underestimate this strange existence, because once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would be lost in the void forever, unable to find his way out. Yang Kai waved his hand casually, and with his Emperor Qi wrapped around him, he rushed directly into the void corridor. Soon, the two figures disappeared, along with the void corridor that had taken shape. Above the space array of Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai and Ing Fei appeared at the same time. There was not a single person in sight, but Yang Kai's sharp eyes scanned the ground, and soon his eyes lit up. He saw some bloodstains on the ground as well as many footprints. Ing Fei sniffed and said, "There are quite a few people here." As a monster king, his sense of smell was naturally top-notch. Yang Kai nodded and locked his gaze in a certain direction, over there. He remembered that there was a valley with many caves in that direction. The corpse puppets they encountered back then were also there. If there were any disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect who had survived and escaped here, they should have landed in that valley. The two flew towards the valley one after the other. The Emperor Heaven Valley was not big, but it was a small world of its own. Moreover, the world energy here was quite abundant, which was why it became the foundation of Thousand Leaves Sect. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the two arrived above the valley. Yang Kai did not hide his figure and instead deliberately released his aura to descend. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out all around the valley, followed by a crowd of people. One cultivator after another with varying strength emerged from the forest, all of them looking at Yang Kai with pale faces. They had been hiding here for more than a year and had not seen any outsiders come here. They also felt that this was the safest place in the world, as the array outside had been destroyed, making it impossible for anyone to enter this place. But today, 2 outsiders had actually barged in. This caused the surviving disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to feel uneasy, as they did not know what kind of fate awaited them. The scene of their sect being destroyed a year ago was still vivid in their minds, and the sorrow of that day was still fermenting in their hearts. Could it be that even they, who had been dragging out an ignoble existence, were about to reach the end of their road? 2 figures flashed out from the largest cave, one tall and straight, while the other had a graceful figure. Senior Sister Yi, Brother Du. The numerous Thousand Leaves sect disciples greeted them. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had arrived together. Unlike the panic present on the faces of the other disciples, their eyes were sparkling with joy. That was because Yi Hen had told them when he sent them into the Emperor Heaven Valley that if there was anyone who could reopen the Emperor Heaven Valley, that person would definitely be Yang Kai. Therefore, when they sensed that outsiders had barged into the Emperor Heaven Valley, the first thought that came to their minds was that Yang Kai had come. Now that they had taken a closer look, that was indeed the case. The familiar figure that entered their eyes was simply the best news they had received in the past year. Young Master Yang. Just as Yi Jinghan's words left her mouth, tears streamed down her face. The last time she saw Yang Kai, Thousand Leaves sect was in high spirits, having regained the legacy of their ancestors and retrieving the secret techniques that had been lost for many years. But now, in just a few years, the world had changed. Yi Jinghan thought of her father, whose fate she did not know, and could not help but feel nostalgic, causing her to be unable to restrain her emotions. Chapter 2668. Brother Yang. Although Du Xian wasn't as emotional as Yi Jinghan, he still cupped his fists in excitement. As long as Yang Kai was here, they would have a chance to leave this place and not be trapped in this Emperor Heaven Valley for the rest of their lives. Although Thousand Leaves sect had been annihilated for no reason and their enemy was powerful, as the eldest brother of Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation, he had the responsibility and obligation to avenge his sect. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first need to increase his strength and then leave this place. Increasing his strength was his own matter, but if he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. Miss Yi, Brother Du. Yang Kai nodded lightly and sighed, "My condolences." He didn't know what to say. Anyone who had suffered the destruction of their sect would definitely be in a bad mood, so he could understand why Yi Jinghan had lost her composure. The three's short exchange allowed the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who didn't know the truth to see some clues. Soon, discussions broke out as everyone guessed Yang Kai's identity. After hiding here, Du Xian had told them not to be disheartened and not to give up so easily. They still had a chance to leave this place and take revenge for their sect. All they had to do was wait for a person called Yang Kai to arrive. Now that this person called Yang Kai had arrived, many Thousand Leaves sect disciples became excited and looked at Yang Kai with fiery gazes. "Is everyone here?" Yang Kai swept his gaze around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There weren't many people from Thousand Leaves sect who had managed to escape this time, numbering no more than 500. Now, all of them were gathered in this mountain valley. Furthermore, their cultivations were all different. There were also less than 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators. "Young Master Yang, let's talk inside." Yi Jinghan recovered a little and wiped the corners of her eyes as she gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the cave, with Ying Fei following closely behind, concealing his aura. However, no one could see through his strength. Over the past year or so, Yi Jinghan, Du Xian and the others had been residing in the cave, harboring the desire for vengeance in their hearts as they worked hard in their cultivation, hoping that there would come a day when they would be able to personally slay their enemies. There wasn't much furniture in the cave, so all of them were seated on the ground. Aside from Yang Kai and Ying Fei, there were only Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who seemed to be among the surviving Thousand Leaves sect disciples. Only the two of them had the highest cultivation and status. What exactly happened? I only heard that the Thousand Leaves sect was annihilated by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Is this true? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances, the former nodding her head lightly before the latter spoke up. Brother Yang was right. The one who destroyed my Thousand Leaves sect was indeed the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Rumor has it that the existence of Tian Ho made the Flowing Shadow Sword sect more profitable. Is that true? Du Xian said angrily. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect mainly cultivates the way of the sword. Even if our Thousand Leaves sect has a heavenly Ho, how could we possibly tempt them? There's still a mastermind behind this matter. Yang Kai raised his brow. What do you mean? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances again, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Yang Kai replied, There's nothing to hide. Since I'm here, I naturally have to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also have friends in Thousand Leaves sect. Du Xian heard this. Only then did he speak up. Brother Yang, do you still remember Hua Qingxi? Yang Kai frowned. Sister Hua? How could he not remember Hua Qingxi? However, from Du Xian's words, the annihilation of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to be related to Hua Qingxi, which inevitably made him suspicious. Furthermore, after separating from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, they had never seen each other again. Yang Kai also didn't know where Hua Qingxi had gone. Sister Hua knew a lot of his secrets, especially regarding the sealed world bead. However, he felt that Hua Qingxi was trustworthy, so he gave her freedom and even gave her a precious extraordinary treasure pill. Du Xian said, after the Shattered Star Sea incident, Hua Qingxi suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect. It said that she had an agreement with Brother Yang to wait for Brother Yang in Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai nodded. That's right, it's true. When he separated from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had said that if she couldn't find him in the future, she could wait for him in Thousand Leaves sect. Because Qi Yu and the others were still in Thousand Leaves sect, he would definitely return to Thousand Leaves sect. Now, it seemed that Sister Hua had kept her promise and came to Thousand Leaves sect after leaving the Shattered Star Sea. Du Xian asked with a strange expression, Then, does Brother Yang know the true background of this Master Hua? Yang Kai replied, A disciple of Star Soul Palace. This wasn't a secret, and he had known about it for a long time. Hua Qingxi had been ordered by her master to go to Maplewood City to investigate the death of Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, when she encountered Yang Kai. As a result, she was captured by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead as a soul slave. Du Xian was surprised. Brother Yang actually knows? He thought that Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was as clear as a mirror? Du Xian originally thought that Hua Qingxi had used Yang Kai, which was why he hesitated to speak, but now it seemed that things weren't as he thought. Du Xian didn't know what was going on. Yang Kai frowned. Brother Du, speak frankly. I trust Sister Hua, so the matter of Thousand Leaves sect shouldn't have anything to do with her. If he didn't trust her, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her go free. With the soul seal in his hand, he could control her life and death at any time. Du Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Yang, when Master Hua returned to Thousand Leaves sect again, she was already an Emperor Realm Master. However, she said that she had an agreement with you and would wait for you in Thousand Leaves sect, so Honored Master invited her to stay in the sect. During this time, she became very close to Qi Yu and the other honored guests. Hua Qingxi naturally knew about the relationship between Qi Yu and the others and Yang Kai, so there was naturally no problem for them to become close to each other. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had also broken through to the Emperor Realm during her trip to the Shattered Star Sea, so the extraordinary treasure pill Yang Kai had given her had not gone to waste. Originally, everything was peaceful. Our Thousand Leaves sect had regained many of our secrets, and with Master Hua from the Emperor Realm as a guest, the sect was naturally thriving. A nostalgic look appeared on Du Xian's face, as if he was reminiscing about that period of time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as we wished. One day, a very powerful master suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect to look for Master Hua. Although we couldn't see through that person's cultivation, there was no doubt that he was from the Emperor realm. No one knew what that person said to Master Hua, but it was at that time that we learned that Master Hua was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and a disciple of a Star Soul Palace elder at that. After that person left, the sect master went to visit Master Hua, but no one knew where she had gone. However, everyone thought that since Master Hua was a member of Star Soul Palace and her cultivation was from the Emperor realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for her, so they naturally didn't take this matter to heart. However, 1 month after that incident, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect suddenly attacked our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason and exterminated us. Yang Kai listened for a long time before his face sank. So, you're guessing that this matter is related to Sister Hua? How could this be related? Du Xian replied, it's not a guess, because when the sect was in trouble, the master who came to look for Master Hua also took action. I also saw that person from afar. Although I couldn't see him clearly, there was no mistaking his figure. That person was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If not for that, how could our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets be destroyed? Yi Jinghan nodded. That's right, I also saw that person. Most of our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets were subdued by that person, which is why we were unable to resist the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned ugly. No wonder Thousand Leaves sect wasn't their opponent even with heaven puppets. It turns out that a second-order Emperor Realm Master intervened. But what exactly is going on here? If that second-order Emperor Realm Master was a member of Star Soul Palace, then he could just look for Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi was also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and had not betrayed her sect. She had just failed to complete the task given to her by her honored master, so there was no reason for her to use someone else to exterminate Thousand Leaves sect in a fit of anger. Somehow, Yang Kai always felt that there was a conspiracy going on. Raising his head to look at Du Xian, Yang Kai said, the mastermind behind the scenes that Brother Du mentioned, could it be? He pointed his finger towards the sky. Du Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know, but there is no reason for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect to cause trouble for our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason. They must have been instructed by someone. Previously, he had suspected Hua Qingxi and Star Soul Palace, but now that he thought about it carefully, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to harm Thousand Leaves sect, there would be no need for them to go through so much trouble. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors. They could easily crush Thousand Leaves sect. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Young Master Yang, you came in from the outside, but did you hear any news about my father? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Yang Kai shook his head. I just returned to the Southern Territory not long ago, so I only have a rough idea of the situation. Is Sect Master Yi still alive? Yi Jinghan was on the verge of tears. I don't know. When Father sent us into the Emperor Heaven Valley, he destroyed the space array outside, so we don't know what happened outside. Du Xian said, Honored Master wanted to send Qi Yu and the other honored guests in as well, but they didn't agree and instead fought with the other disciples to protect the sect. Now, we don't know if they are still alive. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Qi Yu and the others were all overlords of the Heng Luo star field. Although they couldn't fully display their strength after coming to the star boundary, they were greatly taken care of after entering Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect was in danger, with their nature, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. You don't need to care about their matters. Since they did this, it's their choice whether they live or die. Yang Kai sighed. Now, he could only confirm that AIO was still alive, and he didn't know whether ghost ancestor Qi Yu and Gu Tsang Yun were still alive, which worried him greatly. Standing up, he said, in a month's time, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be holding an auction in Flowing Shadow City. The item being auctioned is none other than your Thousand Leaves sect's Heavenly Ho. Do you want to go and take a look? What? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. Yang Kai sneered, this auction is the key. As long as we go there, the truth will be revealed. Chapter 2669. Hearing that Flowing Shadow Sword sect was going to publicly auction off Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly puppets, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were furious. Their sect had been destroyed due to their lack of strength, so they couldn't blame the heavens or anyone else. However, their sect's most precious treasure was actually going to be auctioned off. This was simply a humiliation. It was equivalent to digging out their corpses and whipping them after they died. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian wished they could fly to Flowing Shadow City and destroy the auction to snatch back those heavenly puppets. However, after their anger, their faces were filled with disappointment. Their ambitions were high, but their strength was insufficient. Even if they really went to Flowing Shadow City, it would be a one-way trip. Weren't they hiding here to accumulate strength and wait for the day when they could take revenge? Seeing their concerns, Yang Kai said, "No matter what you choose, I'll still have to make a trip to Flowing Shadow City." Du Xian was shocked and said worriedly, "But Brother Yang, Flowing Shadow City is the foundation of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Since they dare to hold an auction, they will definitely be fully prepared. If you go, won't you be walking right into their trap?" Yang Kai grinned, "Then we'll have to see if their net is bigger or if my head is harder." "Brother Yang." Du Xian was absent-minded, admiring Yang Kai's heroic spirit. His eyes lit up. "Could it be that you're already an emperor?" Hearing this, Yi Jinghan's expression also brightened. The two of them hadn't paid attention to Yang Kai's cultivation. After all, when they met Yang Kai that day, his cultivation was about the same as theirs. However, seeing Yang Kai's confidence, they couldn't help but release their divine sense to investigate. Their divine sense was like a stone sinking into the ocean, without the slightest ripple. However, there was a faint trace of emperor intent lingering around Yang Kai's body. Sure enough, he was already an emperor. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. They were shocked by the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation and growth. However, when they thought about it, weren't there many geniuses in this world who could climb up the martial Dao at an extremely fast pace? It was precisely because there were so many geniuses in this world that it became so brilliant and varied. Du Xian said solemnly, "But Brother Yang, even if you are an emperor, Flowing Shadow City is still a tiger's den." In other words, it was impossible to break through. Not to mention that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had a sect master from the Emperor realm. Just the mastermind behind the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect was not someone an ordinary emperor could afford to provoke. If this matter really involved Star Soul Palace, then Thousand Leaves sect would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "If it wasn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, wouldn't it be boring?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian stared blankly at Yang Kai, not knowing where he got his confidence from. However, when they thought about the destruction of their sect and the tragic deaths of countless of their disciples, the two of them felt their blood boil. Nodding their heads, they replied, "Let's go too. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must snatch Tianho back." Although the aura was not bad, both of them knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to achieve such a feat if they really went to Flowing Shadow City. Once their identities were exposed, they would probably be besieged from all sides. The enmity between Flowing Shadow Sword sect and Thousand Leaves sect had already been formed. They would definitely have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Yang Kai smiled, "That's how it should be." Bringing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along wasn't because he expected them to be of any help. Two Dao Source Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to accomplish much in such a chaotic battle. However, they were still members of Thousand Leaves sect. One was the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master, while the other was the eldest disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation. Yang Kai bringing them along to Flowing Shadow City to cause trouble could be considered justifiable. Otherwise, as an outsider, if he were to intervene in the matters of Thousand Leaves sect, it would be akin to him drawing his sword to help when he saw injustice. To put it bluntly, it would be seen as him meddling in other people's business. For the time being, he did not want to expose his relationship with AIO and the others. Since they had already made their decision, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian no longer hesitated. They summoned a few of their trusted disciples and carefully instructed them to stay in Emperor Heaven Valley and cultivate properly. If they did not return, the task of reviving Thousand Leaves sect would fall on their shoulders. Naturally, these Thousand Leaves sect disciples tried their best to persuade them. However, since the two had already made up their minds, how could they change their minds with just a few words? Half a day later, Yang Kai brought the two of them out of Emperor Heaven Valley and returned to the nameless Valley of Thousand Leaves sect through the space array. Yi Jing Han and Du Xian were both born and bred in the Southern Territory, so they were naturally familiar with Flowing Shadow Sword sect and Flowing Shadow City. They had also been to Flowing Shadow City a few times, so they immediately gave Yang Kai directions as they traveled at lightning speed. In a short 3 days, the group of 4 arrived at Flowing Shadow City. Looking at it from afar, Flowing Shadow City could be considered to be vast and majestic. The city walls were several dozen meters tall, and a giant sword was suspended above the city gates. The giant sword seemed to be forged from copper and was extremely thick and imposing. Hanging above the city gates, it looked as if it would descend and slice the earth in two at any moment. However, the cultivators entering and exiting the city were used to such a sight. Yi Jing Han and Du Xian followed behind Yang Kai with uneasy expressions as they landed outside the city gates. According to the two's plan, since they were going to invade the enemy's lair, they naturally had to change their appearances. At the very least, they had to put on some disguises to avoid attracting too much attention and causing unnecessary trouble. After that, they would wait for an opportunity to act in secret. However, Yang Kai did not allow them to change their appearances. Instead, he allowed them to show their true faces to others. The two of them were on tenterhooks throughout the journey. When they arrived outside Flowing Shadow City, their bodies stiffened and their hearts were filled with unease. Although they were already mentally prepared to die, their deaths had to be of value. If they were to die for no reason, then they might as well stay in the Emperor Heaven Valley and endure hardships, spending several hundred years of bitter cultivation. However, Yang Kai's confident appearance made it difficult for the two of them to ask him about it. At the city gates, there were many cultivator queues waiting to enter the city. Every slightly prosperous city was like this. Flowing Shadow City was already a good place to begin with, and with the upcoming auction, who knew how many people in the Northern Territory were interested in the Thousand Leaves sect's puppets? There was even a Star Master who possessed a complete star's source, so naturally, it attracted an endless stream of cultivators from all over. The current Flowing Shadow City could be said to be filled with Dao sources, Emperor Realm Masters, and Masters. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect's sect master, Li Qingyun, personally oversaw it. As a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, Li Qingyun could be considered an extremely powerful master in the Northern Territory. With his status, there was no need for him to be here. However, as the auction was being held, more and more cultivators from the Emperor Realm arrived in Flowing Shadow City. Many top sects had sent their masters to participate, and the other members of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect were unable to handle the situation. As the sect master, he could only do it himself. During this period of time, Li Qingyun had lost count of how many masters he had visited, and none of them were people his Flowing Shadow Sword sect could afford to provoke. Now that they were in Flowing Shadow City, his territory, as the city lord, he had to pay them a visit. Normally, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would not have the opportunity to befriend so many masters. However, after a few visits, Li Qingyun was tired of dealing with them and did not even have time to cultivate. Furthermore, as the date of the auction approached, he could vaguely feel his heart palpitating. Although his cultivation was not very high, because he majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, he was extremely sensitive to danger. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen at this auction. If something went wrong, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect could be destroyed. However, he had no choice but to hold the auction. Faced with the orders of the master, Li Qingyun could not muster up any thoughts of resisting. Letting out a long sigh, the Emperor Artifact Illusory Jade Sword in front of him hummed slightly, as if it had sensed the change in its master's mood. "Sect Master!" A voice came from outside the door. "What is it?" Li Qingyun raised his eyes, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. If he had a choice, he would rather cultivate in seclusion in the sect. The Sword Dao had a long history, and with his ability, he would not be able to comprehend it even if he devoted his entire life to it. How could he be in the mood to stir up trouble? However, In the eyes of the master, he and the entire Flowing Shadow Sword sect were nothing more than a chess piece. They had no choice but to place themselves on the chessboard. A disciple has reported that 2,000 Leaves sect remnants have been discovered, the voice replied. Moreover, they seem to be the daughter of the 1,000 Leaves sect's sect master and the eldest disciple of this generation. But Li Qingyun lowered his eyes. At the city gates. They are about to enter the city. Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as the feeling of unease grew even stronger. It was as if an invisible mouth was about to bite him, and the intense sense of danger caused his skin to turn cold. How many years had it been since he last had such a feeling? The illusory jade sword hummed incessantly, making him even more certain of his senses. The person outside the door waited quietly for a long time, but did not receive any response from the sect master, so he could only wait bitterly. At the same time, outside the city gates, the crowd was panicking and running in all directions. A group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples surrounded Yang Kai's group of 4 from the sky and on the ground. Those who had nothing to do with them retreated and watched from afar. Although the destruction of 1,000 Leaves sect by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was very sudden, since they had formed a blood feud, they naturally had to investigate the other party's background, especially those who had escaped. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's status in 1,000 Leaves sect was not low, and their portraits had long been circulated outside. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led them on a rampage, with no intention of queuing up to enter the city. He acted as if he was the boss and did not place the cultivator guarding the city gates in his eyes at all. Therefore, the moment they entered the city, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were immediately recognized by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples guarding the city gates. Their enemies had come to kill them, yet they still dared to provoke them in such an arrogant manner. There was no need for any instructions as the dozens of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately set up an inescapable net, eyeing them covetously. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They never thought that Yang Kai would actually be so bold. Not only did he not allow them to hide their identities, he even took the initiative to provoke them. What exactly was Yang Kai planning? Was he so confident that he could come and go as he pleased in Flowing Shadow City? But now that things had come to this point, there was no point in regretting it. Recalling the actions of these Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in 1,000 Leaves sect a year ago, the eyes of the two gradually turned red as killing intent slowly filled the air. Even if they were to die, they would drag a few people down with them. Only then would they live up to the name of 1,000 Leaves sect disciples. The two of you have guts to actually dare to barge into my Flowing Shadow City. It looks like the people from 1,000 Leaves sect really don't know how to write the word death. The Dao Source Realm leader looked at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian with a sneer. However, when his gaze swept past Yang Kai and Ying Fei, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. He did not know where these two came from to actually be together with the people from 1,000 Leaves sect. Chapter 2670. Although the existence of Yang Kai and Ying Fei had raised this person's suspicions, he did not take it to heart. 1,000 Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, far inferior to their Flowing Shadow Sword sect. So what if they had some connections? This was Flowing Shadow City, the base of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so who could act presumptuously here? His gaze lingered on Yang Kai for a moment before he coldly snorted, "Who are you? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Don't make a mistake." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and simply looked at Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. "Do you want to collect some interest first?" Yang Kai did not even have the mood to take action against a bunch of small fries, but to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who had a deep hatred for them, they were the best targets to vent their anger on. Hearing this, Du Xian's expression shook and he shouted, "Good, then we'll have to trouble Brother Yang to protect us." Yang Kai simply nodded and stood quietly in the same place. Impudent. Seeing Du Xian act so arrogantly, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple was enraged and he waved his hand. "Take him down." Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk sword cries rang out and sword lights danced as the figures of the dozen Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples intertwined, covering each other as they charged forward. Sword chi filled the air as sword intent filled the air. "Brother!" Yi Jinghan shouted. Du Xian understood and immediately turned around to stand back to back with Yi Jinghan. The two's hands danced in the air as round ball-like objects shot out one after another. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds, the round ball-like objects actually started to change under everyone's gazes. In the blink of an eye, they turned into lifelike monster beast. The world energy fluctuated as 4 puppet beasts suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A python, a lizard, a wolf, a bird. Every single one of them was like a living creature. If not for the fact that there was no sign of life coming from them, anyone would have thought that they were real monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of this. Although he had gone to the Thousand Leaves sect before and had interacted with them before, many of the Thousand Leaves sect's secret techniques had been lost at that time, and it was all thanks to him opening the Emperor Heaven Valley. Only then did he manage to find the secret manual that had been lost for many years. At that time, he hadn't seen the true strength of Thousand Leaves sect. Now that these 4 puppet beasts had appeared, Yang Kai knew that the Thousand Leaves sect had developed quite a bit over the past few years. Each of these 4 puppet beasts possessed strength comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm Master, so they should be the Earth-grade puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. With the secret arts and secret tomes that Yang Kai had obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were far superior to those of the past, whether it was in terms of refining puppets or controlling them. He had originally thought that it would be difficult for Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to face so many opponents with just 2 fists, but from the looks of it now, he had underestimated them. Chi 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 chi, sword light flashed as they slashed towards Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Each and every one of them was so condensed that if they were to be struck, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian would definitely suffer. However, the two of them didn't even show any signs of activating their protective source Qi, instead focusing solely on controlling the 4 puppet beasts. The scales on the giant python-like puppet beast were bright and distinct. Its body suddenly curled up. Wrapping around Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, it blocked all of the incoming sword Qi, causing dazzling sparks to fly out. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk at the same time, the lizard-like puppet beast's body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, before the ground beneath it loosened up. It leapt into the air and drilled into the ground, disappearing from sight. No one knew where it had gone. A wolf's howl rang out as a green light radiated from the body of the wolf puppet. Pouncing towards the 2 flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples closest to it, it bared its fangs, scaring them so much that they hurriedly raised their swords to defend themselves. However, right at this moment, the most delicate and nimble puppet bird drew a beautiful arc in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced right through the chest of the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple. His protective source Qi was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Asterisk Pooh. Asterisk the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple coughed out a mouthful of blood as he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. Lowering his head, he saw a bloody hole in his chest, through which his internal organs could be faintly seen. Despite being besieged by more than a dozen people, the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were the first to die. The spectators in the distance turned pale with fright, shocked by the strength of the Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this wasn't a mistake, but a suppression of strength. Although the flowing Shadow Sword sect had the advantage in numbers, each of the 4 puppet beasts was comparable to the 3rd order Dao Source realm. The strength of the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples varied greatly, making it impossible for them to resist. Retreat. The leading disciple turned pale with fright at the sight of this, a look of disbelief on his face. With the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect, the flowing Shadow Sword sect had naturally obtained a lot of spoils of war, with the puppet beasts being the most abundant. Currently, there were quite a few flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who possessed Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts, but none of them could compare to the 4 puppet beasts before them. The Tao of puppetry not only required the strength of the puppet beasts themselves, but also the corresponding secret arts and secret techniques to control them. In other words, the same puppet beasts in the hands of others and Thousand Leaves sect disciples would display completely different levels of strength. Even though the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had obtained quite a few puppet beasts as spoils of war and had studied them for a period of time, they were unable to display the full strength of the puppet beasts, leading them to believe that these puppet beasts were nothing special. Only after seeing them now did they realize how wrong they were. The disciples were already trembling with fear, so when they heard the order, they naturally displayed their sword arts to protect themselves as they retreated quickly. But right at this moment, the puppet python protecting Yi Jinghan and Du Xian suddenly swung its whip-like tail, causing a series of killing sounds to ring out. Its tail was as thick as a water bucket, and no one knew what material it was made of. The strength of its tail was akin to the collapse of a mountain, and a few of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were unable to dodge in time were struck by its tail. Their abdomens instantly caved in as blood and internal organs spurted out from their mouths. Some of them were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but before they could even catch their breaths, a large hole suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The puppet lizard that had disappeared earlier actually broke through the ground and opened its mouth, biting down on one of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples before dragging him into the hole. Extremely mournful screams rang out from the ground, causing everyone who heard them to feel their hair stand on end and their hearts turn cold. With this as an example, the disciples immediately flew into the air. How could they dare to remain on the ground? However, the air wasn't safe either. The puppet wolf was constantly on the move, while the puppet bird was as fast as lightning. Every time it swooped down, blood would be spilled. Sword array. The leading Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared with a pale face. Originally, he had thought that these two trivial Thousand Leaves sect disciples would be easy to deal with, so he didn't place them in his eyes. However, after exchanging blows with them, he finally understood who was the wolf and who was the sheep. In just a short period of time, 6 or 7 of his own side had already died. If this continued, wouldn't they all die? With this order, the remaining Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately split into several groups and set up sword arrays, working together to resist the terrifying puppet beasts. With the protection of the puppet python, Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were able to kill 6 or 7 people without suffering any injuries, causing them to feel extremely satisfied. The anger and frustration they had accumulated over the past year seemed to have been released at this moment, allowing them to control the puppet beasts with greater ease. Du Xian laughed heartily. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is only so. Although his tone was arrogant, he was actually controlling the puppet beasts to engage the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in close combat. Sect exterminators, don't be impudent. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared in anger. 6 or 7 of their own had been killed in front of their city gates, and they were even provoked in such a manner. If they didn't regain their face, their Flowing Shadow Sword sect would no longer be able to establish itself in the northern territory. After experiencing the initial panic, they gradually regained their footing. Their hearts were filled with hatred, and they only wanted to tear Du Xian and Yi Jinghan into 1,000 pieces to wash away their previous humiliation. Sect extermination? Du Xian's expression turned ruthless as he clenched his teeth. If not for the help of others, how could your Flowing Shadow Sword sect possibly have the ability to exterminate my Thousand Leaves sect? I, Du Xian, have come here today to seek justice for the many disciples of my Thousand Leaves sect that have died. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Kill! The numerous Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples roared in unison as their sword intent broke through the clouds. Under the sword array, sword chi shot out like a waterfall, seemingly wanting to shatter space itself. Brother! Yi Jinghan's face turned solemn as she formed a seal with one hand. The puppet python abruptly shrunk its body, wrapping around her and Du Xian tightly. As the sword chi slashed down, sparks flew from the puppet python's body, causing it to tremble violently. However, it did not harm Yi Jinghan or Du Xian in the slightest. Since you want to be a coward, why come to my Flowing Shadow City and make a fool of yourself? The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple sneered as he waved his hand and shouted, "Slash again!" Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk sword chi after sword chi slashed down continuously, causing the puppet python to be unable to move at all. Even the sturdiest puppet python could not withstand such an attack, and countless cracks quickly appeared on its body. Discussions broke out amongst the surrounding onlookers, all of them feeling that these two from Thousand Leaves sect had been a little too careless. Since they had managed to escape this calamity, why did they have to come here and throw themselves into a trap? Now, it was likely that their futures would be bleak. If they were really smart people, they would find a place to hide and increase their cultivation, so that they could make a comeback in the future and take revenge. Haha. Seeing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian being beaten to the point where they were unable to retaliate, the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple immediately burst into laughter. Let's see how long you can last. Hong Long. The ground suddenly split open as the puppet lizard that had disappeared all this time suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it charged towards the sword array. On top of the puppet lizard's head was a person standing with his head held high. Who else could it be but Du Xian? What? Many of the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were shocked. Although they did not know why Du Xian had charged over with such a disregard for his life, it was clear that he was up to no good. Immediately, they sent out their attacks towards Du Xian. However, Du Xian did not bother to dodge and simply sneered. Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques are actually so exquisite. Suddenly, someone in the air exclaimed in admiration, seemingly having discovered some clues. It was not just one person who had discovered the clues. At this moment, pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were focused on Du Xian, who was standing on the puppet lizard's head, with looks of disbelief and shock filling their hearts. Chapter 2671. Sword light flashed and sword chi filled the air as the power of the sword array erupted. The dazzling light seemed to be able to illuminate the past and present, completely covering a large area around the city gate. Du Xian, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not avoid it. Countless raging energy turned into a strangling force, wrapping around him. In an instant, Du Xian's body was torn apart. Ha! You overestimate yourself. The leading flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple had thought that Du Xian had some kind of trump card when he saw him coming over so aggressively, but who would have thought that after a round of sword array attacks, Du Xian's head was already separated from his body, causing him to burst into laughter. As soon as his laughable voice sounded out, he instinctively noticed that something was wrong, and his face went grim as he stared his eyes wide open at Du Xian that was split into pieces. He seemed as if he'd seen an unbelievable scene, and he said with astonishment, "A puppet." This Du Xian, who had charged at them without hesitation and had faced death with equanimity, was actually not a living person, but a puppet. However, this puppet was refined so exquisitely that it was no different from a real person. During the battle, he did not have time to carefully distinguish it, and only after dissecting Du Xian's body did he notice it. Explode! A low roar, like the sound of the yellow springs, sounded in everyone's ears. The pieces of Du Xian's corpse that had been chopped into pieces suddenly flickered with a scorching light and instantly became extremely bright. An extremely dangerous aura spread out like a tsunami. The flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple's expression changed greatly as he roared with all his might, "Run!" While speaking, the sword in his hand rotated, releasing layers of impenetrable sword chi to protect his body as he tapped his foot. He quickly retreated. Kong. A loud noise sounded. Outside the city gate, a dazzling white ball suddenly burst open, covering an area of 1,000 feet, and a violent energy shock wave swept up a strong gust of wind, sweeping through the void. A series of muffled groans sounded, but then came to an abrupt stop as the vitality was suddenly extinguished, symbolizing the fall of a cultivator one after another. It caused the onlookers to shudder in fear and their faces to turn pale. After a short while, the dust settled. At the city gate of Flowing Shadow City, there was a large pit that was more than 100 feet deep and 1,000 feet wide. Next to the pit was a mess, with a large section of the city wall broken. On the ground, there were charred corpses and severed limbs. Kacha, it continued to hover in place. The puppet python guarding Du Xian and Yi Jinghan coiled its body, raising its head slightly as it flicked its scarlet forked tongue. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were still standing at its curled-up abdomen, completely unscathed. on the messy ground, a figure staggered up. It was the leading disciple of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Among the many disciples, he was the strongest and the quickest to react to the situation. Therefore, although he had suffered some injuries from the explosion of the puppet, he had managed to keep his life. Just as he stood up, the light in front of him dimmed. Someone was blocking his path. Looking up, it was Du Xian. Staring at each other, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared, "You cheated!" He brandished his sword, intending to slash at Du Xian. He felt unbearable pain all over his body, and his energy circulation became sluggish. His face became even paler. The self-destruction of the puppet Du Xian was extremely powerful, almost equivalent to the self-destruction of a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator. Many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were close to it at that time, so almost all of them were wiped out. Even though he had managed to keep his life, he was not in a good state right now. Du Xian's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. Compared to the matter of Flowing Shadow Sword sect being in my Thousand Leaves sect, what does this matter? It's just interest. The enmity of the destruction of his sect was absolutely irreconcilable. Regardless of whether the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were under someone else's orders, they were all murderers. Du Xian naturally would not show any mercy to them. Saying so, he sent a palm strike towards the head of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple, intending to kill him. "Impudent Junior! This is Flowing Shadow City, how dare you commit murder?" At the same time an angry roar rang out, an old figure suddenly appeared in the sky, waving his hand and grabbing towards Du Xian. An emperor intent spread out, causing Du Xian to feel his body turn stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. The Emperor Realm. Du Xian's expression changed, knowing that his actions just now had drawn out a master. However, this person did not seem to be the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so he did not know what the other party's intentions were and what relationship he had with Flowing Shadow Sword sect. "You're already so bloodthirsty at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? This old master will bring you back to cleanse your sins." The old man seemed to be explaining his actions, and by the time he finished speaking, his hand had already grabbed onto Du Xian's head. In the air, a few other figures flashed, charging towards Yi Jinghan, who was still standing on the spot. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect, and if it was in the past, no one would pay them any attention. However, the recent uproar was due to Flowing Shadow Sword sect's unbridled promotion. However, the Tao of puppetry was an unorthodox Tao, so even if it had some uses, it would not attract much attention. However, after witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan today, the hidden forces of the Emperor Realm no longer dared to underestimate them. These two remnants of Thousand Leaves sect were actually able to slaughter so many people in Flowing Shadow City just by relying on a few puppets. If they could obtain such treasures, they would definitely be able to increase the strength of their sect. Therefore, in an instant, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had become highly sought after. Many people had made up their minds to bring the two of them back and uncover the secret behind Thousand Leaves sect's puppetry. Where did this shameless old thing come from? A cold snort rang out as an elite aura suddenly appeared, blasting towards the old man like a dragon emerging from the sea. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively sensed danger. He no longer cared about grabbing Du Xian and hurriedly pushed his strength towards the incoming aura, instantly pushing his strength to 70 to 80%. Kong. A muffled bang rang out as the old man's figure staggered backwards, his face turning pale as the blood and qi in his chest churned, almost causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His heart filled with shock as he stared in the direction of the source of the attack and roared, "Who are you?" Yang Kai sneered and did not reply, instead sending a few palm strikes towards where Yi Jinghan was standing. Pa pa pa. A few figures stealthily moving towards Yi Jinghan suddenly appeared with ugly expressions on their faces. Without the suppression of the old man, Du Xian's source qi began to circulate once more, smashing the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple who was still alive into meat paste with a single palm strike. Feeling extremely satisfied, he roared towards the sky. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the people from the Emperor Realm and asked, Which one of you is the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect? Silence filled the air as no one replied. Yi Jinghan walked over and said in a low voice, "He's not here." Back when Flowing Shadow Sword sect had invaded Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Jinghan had seen Li Qingyun once and recognized his appearance. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Are you a coward now?" He was also curious as to why the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect was still not showing himself after so many of their people had been killed. This situation was a little different from what he had expected, causing him to feel slightly irritated. "Brat, who exactly are you?" The old man had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai and had asked Yang Kai for a reply, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai was in a bad mood as he swept a cold glance at the old man and snorted, "You should go back and enjoy your retirement at such an old age. Be careful not to break your back if you keep jumping around." Impudent! The old man flew into a rage. No matter what, he was the sect master of a sect, yet he was being humiliated in such a manner by a young man. This was simply intolerable. If not for the fact that he was wary of Yang Kai's extraordinary strength, he would have definitely exchanged a few blows with him and taught him what it meant to be strong with age. "Which family's disciple are you? How can you be so arrogant? Didn't your family's elders teach you how to behave?" A middle-aged man frowned. He couldn't stand Kai Yang's arrogant attitude. Yang Kai grinned, "You want to teach me how to behave?" The middle-aged man snorted, "Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. You should know that there is always a mountain taller than the one before it." Yang Kai waved the myriad sword and pointed it at him. "If you're not convinced, then let this young master see how tall your mountain is." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Unreasonable. The other people from the Emperor realm also shook their heads, thinking that this young man was like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai had come here to cause trouble, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, how could he hold back? However, after messing around for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up, causing him to feel a little dispirited. Letting out a long laugh, he put away the myriad sword and said, "It seems that all of you are just talking. If that's the case, then scram to the side and don't waste this young master's time." He called out to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian before sweeping out with his divine sense. Locking his gaze in the direction of the city lord's mansion, he said in a clear voice, "Since sect master Li is avoiding me, then this young master will pay him a visit." Saying so, his figure leapt forward, leading Yi Jinghan and Du Xian towards the city lord's mansion. The people from the Emperor realm exchanged glances, all of them guessing his intentions. However, they were also puzzled in their hearts, wondering where the two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect had found this person from the Emperor realm, who actually dared to charge into the dragon's lair alone. Furthermore, he seemed to possess extraordinary strength. From the looks of it, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was in big trouble this time, and they didn't know if the auction would be held as scheduled. After witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan, these people from the Emperor realm were extremely interested in that heavenly hoe. They all felt that if they could buy one or two back, this trip would not have been in vain. It wasn't easy to raise the level of a puppet from the Emperor realm, but if they could buy one that was comparable to a puppet from the Emperor realm, it would be ready-made and could be used. The only difference was that they would need to spend some source crystals. For a moment, many people were worried that Yang Kai would ruin the auction. But then again, this was an outsider's matter after all. At most, they would just watch the show. They had no intention of interfering in this matter. In front of the city lord's mansion, a group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were on high alert, all of them trembling as their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they hadn't received the news that several dozen of their brothers had died in battle in front of the city gates. Originally, they thought that their sect master would definitely not let this matter rest and would definitely take action to teach those two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect a lesson. However, they never expected that their sect master would show no reaction even now. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards them with his group, the palms of many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to sweat as they vigilantly and fearfully sized him up. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it waves of killing intent, causing everyone's hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2672. Get into formation. With a shout, the figures of the 300 flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to move, forming a shocking sword array in an instant. Their auras were linked together, layer after layer of sword intent stacked on top of each other. Blocking the entrance of the City Lord's mansion did not seem to be 300 cultivators, but a shocking sword. The chilling sword intent radiating from it could be clearly felt by all the cultivators in flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai looked at the sword array in disdain and sneered, "Sect Master Li, is this how you treat your guests?" If the other party said yes, he would not mind killing all 300 of them. Although this sword array was powerful, it could not stop him. A gentle voice rang out from within the City Lord's mansion, "Let them in." With Yang Kai already at the entrance, there was no way Li Qingyun could avoid him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Qingyun did not intend to make things difficult for Yang Kai and instead ordered the disciples to let them in. Sect Master. The Third Order Dao Source Realm disciple in charge of the sword array turned around and looked at the City Lord's mansion in disbelief, thinking that he had heard wrongly. With this sword array and the combined strength of 300 disciples, even those from the Emperor realm would lose a layer of skin. Yang Kai's group had committed murder at the city gates, and their enmity with the flowing Shadow Sword sect was irreconcilable. How could they let them go so easily? Let them in. Li Qingyun's voice rang out once again, but this time, it was much more dignified. The expression of the disciple in charge of the sword array fluctuated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let them in." Walala. The crowd took the initiative to disperse, and the shocking sword intent weakened significantly. The crowd moved. Naturally, the sword array could not be maintained. A wise choice. A strange look flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he secretly felt that this Li Qingyun was quite interesting. Under the hateful gazes of the crowd, Yang Kai led Yi Jinghan and Du Xian inside. In contrast to Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor, both Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were feeling nervous in their hearts, causing them to secretly gulp down their saliva, while circulating their source qi. He was afraid that the flowing Shadow Sword sect would go back on their word and launch a sneak attack. But when they walked into the City Lord's mansion, nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but exhale. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, a figure was sitting cross-legged. That figure was as straight as a sword and had the demeanor of a master. For some reason, a 3-foot-long green peak was constantly emitting clanging sounds. As Yang Kai approached, the sounds became more and more urgent and concentrated. It was as if it was warning him of something. Yang Kai could not help but take a few more glances at the sword. Li Qingyun's eyes were still tightly shut. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and the sword calmed down. He said, "The Jade Void Sword is the treasure of my flowing Shadow Sword sect, and only the sect master can wear it. It has the ability to warn others, and the stronger the enemy, the more urgent its warning sound will be. I have avoided many dangers with it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it this time." Sect Masterly. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him and nodded lightly. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's eyes were bloodshot. They gnashed their teeth and glared at him, looking as if they could not wait to kill him. "Who exactly are you?" Li Qingyun raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. "A nameless junior. Even if I told you, Sect Masterly wouldn't know," Yang Kai replied indifferently. Li Qingyun said, "Fame is something that can only be gained through hard work. After today, your name will definitely spread far and wide." Yang Kai smiled. "False fame is nothing but dust. Life is like a dream, and the martial Tao is eternal." Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Yang Kai. He felt as if every word he said was a gem, like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart. He seemed to have caught onto something, giving him a feeling as if the clouds had cleared up and he could see the moon. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not find anything, causing him to frown. Sighing softly, he said, "Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, with the new replacing the old." A dejected look appeared on his face, as if he had suffered a blow. Pausing for a moment, he said, Is your excellency here to stand up for Thousand Leaves sect? If that's the case, then make your move. Although this Li knows that he's not a match for you, he's not a person who will sit and wait for death. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, asking, "Do you want me to kill him? Nod your heads and I'll take his life." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan clenched their teeth, the red in their eyes turning even more intense as the chilling killing intent within them condensed into a solid state. It was this person who had led a large group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples into Thousand Leaves sect a year ago, wantonly slaughtering countless Thousand Leaves sect disciples who had died at his hands. Over the past year, there hadn't been a moment when the two of them didn't want to kill this person to avenge their dead brothers and sisters. But now, their enemy was right in front of them, and even though they believed that Yang Kai would do as he said and take his life, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. As if their minds were connected, Yi Jinghan closed her eyes and said softly, "Big brother." Du Xian also took a deep breath and said, "The enmity of annihilating my sect must be avenged with my own hands." Yang Kai smiled and looked at them, "Then the two of you will have to work hard in your cultivation. He's from the Emperor realm." Du Xian gritted his teeth and said, "We're younger than him. Youth was the greatest asset one had." Li Qingyun nodded lightly, looking at the two of them with a complicated gaze. "This king awaits your arrival at any time." Du Xian pointed at him and said, "Don't worry, there will be a day when Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be destroyed by my hands, and your head will also be mine." After saying this, Du Xian seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief as a complicated expression appeared on his face. Li Qingyun said slowly, "Sect Master Yi isn't dead." What? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were shocked upon hearing this, the former trembling in excitement. "Is that true?" Li Qingyun nodded. "Sect Master Yi is currently in my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. If you want to see him, you can pick him up at any time." Yi Jinghan was stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. Du Xian pulled her into his arms and asked with a cold expression, "Why is that?" Li Qingyun frowned and said, "There is no deep enmity between our sects, and this sect was forced to deal with Thousand Leaves sect. Someone got what they wanted, so it doesn't matter whether Sect Master Yi lives or dies." "What do you mean?" Du Xian looked at him blankly. Yang Kai's expression changed. "So someone really ordered you to do this? Was it Star Soul Palace?" Li Qingyun's expression changed and he immediately shut his mouth, as if he was afraid of something. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he was afraid and immediately changed the topic. "You just said that someone got what they wanted. What did that person want?" Li Qingyun shook his head and did not answer. Yang Kai snorted. "Does Sect Master Li think that this young master is easy to talk to? A mere Flowing Shadow Sword sect is something that this young master can destroy with a flip of his hand." Li Qingyun said solemnly, "Flowing Shadow Sword sect and this king are just pawns. Why is your excellency making things difficult for me? If your excellency wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword sect, if I satisfy your excellency, anyone else wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Either way, death is the only outcome." Yang Kai sneered. "It seems that the person behind Sect Master Li is quite extraordinary, to be feared to such an extent." Li Qingyun shook his head. "There is no need for your excellency to probe me." Yang Kai snorted. "All right, since Sect Master Li is so straightforward, I won't make things difficult for you. I will ask you some things that you can reveal. Where is the Star Master that you captured in Thousand Leaves sect now?" Li Qingyun said, "Since your excellency has already guessed, why bother asking? My Flowing Shadow Sword sect is just a pawn that has been pushed to the forefront. The person that was captured and the item that was stolen is not in my sect's hands." Yang Kai's expression sank when he heard this. Although he had guessed as much, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he heard Li Qingyun's answer. If AIO had been imprisoned in Flowing Shadow City or the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, he would have been able to save him immediately. However, AIO wasn't here and Li Qingyun probably didn't know where AIO was imprisoned. The so-called auction was nothing more than a ploy by someone using Flowing Shadow Sword sect's territory and identity. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, "Besides the Star Master, who else did you capture that day?" Li Qingyun thought for a moment before replying, There were a few cultivator from the lower realm, but none of them were as important as the Star Master. Are they alive or dead? Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Li Qingyun shook his head. I don't know. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before asking, one last question, what does the person behind the scenes want? Li Qingyun still shook his head. I don't know. In a loft in Flowing Shadow City, a pale-faced old man sat cross-legged. This old man looked like he had one foot in the grave, as if he could die at any moment, but the vitality in his body was extremely vigorous, and the aura he was exuding had reached the terrifying level of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Beside the old man, a beautiful woman in palace robes knelt on the ground. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale, as if she had been tortured. From time to time, a look of extreme pain would flash across the beautiful woman's face. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by a knock on the door. Come in. The old man called out. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man entered. He glanced at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him before quickly looking away and cupping his fists. Honored master. The old man looked up at him and asked, How was it? The middle-aged man replied, The fish took the bait. As soon as he said this, the beautiful woman in palace robes who had been kneeling on the ground trembled. The old man's eyes flashed and he chuckled, Good, good, very good. This old master's year of planning was not in vain. He finally came. The middle-aged man said, Honored master, that little brat is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Since he is here, let this disciple take him down. He won't be able to cause any trouble. The old man smiled and shook his head. Don't underestimate that little brat. He is someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Although he is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, if he is not fully prepared, even this old master may not be able to take him down. The middle-aged man didn't seem to care. He felt that his honored master was overestimating that little brat. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The other party was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. He could easily take him down, so why bother? How could the old man not know what he was thinking? He glanced at the beautiful woman in palace attire kneeling beside him and said, Your junior sister Qingxi has been by his side for quite some time. She knows best how strong that kid is. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Chapter 2673. When the middle-aged man heard this, he turned his head to look at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him and asked, Junior sister Hua, do you think I can take down that boy if I do it myself? This beautiful woman was none other than Hua Qingxi, who had separated from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. When they separated, she was only in the third-order Tao Source realm, but she had obtained some opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and had now advanced to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, she did not have the honor of being in the Emperor realm at all. Instead, she looked like a prisoner. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and did not answer, turning her head to the side. Junior sister Hua, you're not being honest again. When the middle-aged man saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and his hands suddenly formed a strange seal. In the next instant, a miserable shriek rang out from Hua Qingxi's mouth. She felt as if she had been subjected to the most unbearable torture in the world. Her pretty face instantly distorted from the pain, and large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead, drenching her clothes in an instant. Honored master! She forced herself to crawl to the old man's feet, kneeling and shouting. The old man, however, was as motionless as a mountain. He did not even raise his eyebrows, as if he did not hear or see anything. The middle-aged man sneered, As honored master's disciple, you are actually so protective of an outsider. If it weren't for honored master's mercy, I would have already taken your life. Now, I'm letting you live to make up for your mistakes, but you are so stubborn. As your brother, I really can't stand it anymore. Perhaps I will have to give you some punishment. Honored master? Hua Qingxi's voice trembled and her face was extremely pale. She gritted her teeth and said, If you want that thing back, I will go and tell him. Honored master, please stop. Let him live. He is not an unreasonable person. Disciple has some friendship with him, so I can persuade him. Honored master, please give disciple a chance. Presumptuous. The middle-aged man was furious when he saw that she was not begging for mercy despite being tortured, but was instead exonerating someone else. She changed her hand seals again, and Hua Qingxi shrieked as she curled up into a ball. The elder softly sighed and helplessness appeared on his face. Girls truly cannot be kept at home when they are of age. You are siding with outsiders. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand seal. The old man stretched out his hand and lifted Hua Qingxi up, saying, "This old master knows. It was all thanks to him that you were able to break through to the emperor realm, but don't forget who taught and raised you." Just master. Disciple will never forget master's kindness in raising me. Hua Qingxi opened her weak eyelids and said. The old man nodded and said, "It's good that you know. If it was something else, this old man might not necessarily refuse you. After all, you are now in the emperor realm. As this old man's disciple, this old man also has honor on his face, but this matter is of great importance, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. Back then, I sent you to scout for information because I thought highly of you, but you disappointed me." Hearing this, a look of guilt flashed across Hua Qingxi's eyes. Although she had no choice at that time, having been implanted with a soul seal by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead, she had indeed failed to live up to her master's expectations. Later on, although Yang Kai gave her her freedom, she had no intention of reporting this matter because Yang Kai had shown her kindness, so she naturally couldn't repay his kindness with enmity. She only wanted to conceal her identity and never return to Star Soul Palace again. She wanted to pretend that the previous Hua Qingxi was dead, but she never thought that her master would send her brother Wu Ming to Thousand Leaves Sect. Not only did he capture her, he even caused the destruction of Thousand Leaves Sect. She had been implanted with a secret technique, so she couldn't remember revealing anything to her master. However, she knew that she was the cause of Thousand Leaves Sect's destruction, and that it was also her master's method to lure Yang Kai out. Because there were several people in Thousand Leaves Sect that Yang Kai valued highly, as long as they were captured, Yang Kai would definitely not let this matter rest. Facts proved that this move was not a mistake. Now, Yang Kai had indeed been lured to Flowing Shadow City and was caught in a trap. That little brat dared to steal this old master's treasure, so how could this old master tolerate him? Qingxi, don't worry too much. Once this matter is over, follow this old master back to Star Soul Palace and enter secluded cultivation. The old man waved his hand. The old man waved his hand. Although his tone was calm, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. A year ago, when Wu Ming brought Hua Qingxi back to Star Soul Palace, he used a secret technique to force Hua Qingxi to reveal many secrets. Not only did he find out who had the treasure he had lost, he also found out that that person had a space artifact that occupied a vast area. If that was all, it would have been fine. Although the space artifact was precious and rare, it was still just a space artifact. If one did not cultivate the space divine technique, they would not be able to use it at will. More importantly, there were many rare treasures in the space artifact. What he was particularly interested in were the two divine trees, one of which was full of vitality, while the other was gold and silver. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, the old man had lived for most of his life and had seen many things. After carefully examining the characteristics of the two divine trees, he could almost conclude that one of them was the legendary Immortal tree. The Immortal tree. It was rumored that if one could refine it, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. It was a great temptation to any cultivator. He was old and had thought that there was no hope for him to break through in this lifetime, but who would have thought that an opportunity would suddenly fall from the sky? If he could obtain the Immortal tree and refine it, it was very likely that he would become one of the great emperors. At that time, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the great emperors of Bright Moon. As for the gold and silver divine trees, he had some vague guesses, but he did not dare to be too sure. In any case, these two divine trees were supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtained one of them would have a great fortune, but he did not expect that they would be gathered in the hands of a single person. As long as he could kill that person, these supreme treasures would be his. After refining the immortal tree, where in the world could he not go? The old man did not reveal such a secret to anyone, including Wu Ming, who he relied on the most. Wu Ming only thought that his honored master was scheming for a treasure that had been lost many years ago. How could he have known that his honored master was scheming for more? At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that after this, even Hua Qingxi would be silenced. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She knew that it was useless to say anything now. Wu Ming stood aside, glanced at Hua Qingxi, sneered, and ridiculed. "Junior sister Hua, you haven't taken a fancy to that boy, have you?" Hua Qingxi raised her head and glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Bitch, you still dare to talk back?" Wu Ming's face twitched. He straightened his palm and was about to cast a seal to teach Hua Qingxi a lesson. Hua Qingxi had been implanted with a heart-urging insect, so her life and death were all in his hands. How could he allow Hua Qingxi to be so presumptuous in front of him? Enough. The old man raised his hand slightly and stopped Wu Ming's intention. "Go to the auction venue and arrange it carefully. This time, there can be no mistakes." Dealing with a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, even a character like the old man didn't dare to be careless. That day, when Yin Lixing wanted to deal with Yang Kai, he had to first set up a large spirit array to isolate the world, so how could the old man be careless? An accident was enough to make Yang Kai escape. Although he had the person Yang Kai wanted in his hands, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Kai would obediently comply. Wu Ming resentfully retracted his hand and coldly stared at Hua Qingxi, thinking to himself, "I'll let you have some peace for a while. After this matter is over, I'll ask honored master for you and treat you well." After Wu Ming left, the old man said, "Your brother has always been arrogant, so don't blame him." Hua Qingxi said she didn't dare, but her heart was bitter. Now that she was like this, with this treatment, where was the slightest bit of brother and disciple relationship? Honored master guarded against her like a thief, and her brother also didn't like her. The world was so big, so where should she go? Her cultivation had broken through to the emperor realm, but the direction of her life had suddenly become confused. "Boy, what's your name?" Outside the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai's group had just walked out when they were stopped by someone. The person in front of them was a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She had a petite figure and wore a clean light blue dress. Although she wasn't very tall, her figure was extremely good. Her breasts were swollen, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Her waist was slender, and her buttocks were round and full. The young girl's face was elegant, but she had a vigorous, heroic spirit. Standing in front of Yang Kai, she looked up at him with an old and experienced look. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" He was sure that he didn't know this young girl. When he entered the city, he didn't see her, so he didn't know why she suddenly blocked his path. The young girl frowned and said angrily, "Who else could it be? Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked at her with a strange expression. The young girl said impatiently, "Just answer me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "If I answer when you ask me, won't I lose face?" This little girl was also inexplicable. For no reason, she blocked in front of Yang Kai and gave him an arrogant look. This really didn't make Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Flying Eagle on the side grinned, "Yang Xiaofeng is handsome, a dragon among men. I'm afraid that someone fell in love with you at first sight." Before Flying Eagle finished speaking, a fist suddenly brushed past his cheek. If Flying Eagle hadn't seen the opportunity and dodged quickly, this fist would have hit him in the face. The one who punched was naturally the young girl. When this attack came out, whether it was Yang Kai or Flying Eagle, they couldn't help but change their expressions. This was because the power of this punch was so terrifying that it seemed like the void was going to explode. On the other hand, the young girl seemed to have just casually punched and didn't use any strength at all. Flying Eagle's face darkened, and he was a little frightened. Although he was a monster king and had great strength, if he really took a punch like that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The young girl was petite and dainty, but he didn't expect her to have such great strength. A trivial monster king. If you dare to mention that word again, I'll immediately take your dog life. The young girl warned Flying Eagle and slowly withdrew her fist. Flying Eagle was really frightened this time. His eagle-like eyes bloomed with a terrifying light that enveloped the young girl, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He had been hiding his aura and following Yang Kai without revealing any flaws. Even an ordinary Third-Order Emperor Realm Master might not be able to see through his depths, but this young girl not only saw through him at a glance, but also knew that he was a monster king. This eyesight was terrifying. Chapter 2674. Hesitating for a moment, Ying Fei asked, "Which word?" The girl's words puzzled him. He didn't know what he had just said to anger her. But Ying Fei wasn't scared. He was one of the 32 monster king of the ancient land. Even if the girl's cultivation was good, he wasn't that easy to deal with. If they really fought, Ying Fei wasn't afraid of her. While asking, he released his divine sense and scanned the girl, wanting to see what her cultivation was like. Yang Kai was also doing this, but what shocked the two of them was that the girl was clearly standing there, but when they used their divine senses to probe her, they found nothing. Forget about probing her cultivation, they couldn't even detect her presence. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the girl's cultivation was much higher than Ying Fei and Yang Kai's. The second was that she had a treasure that prevented others from prying. The first situation was unlikely. Ying Fei was still a monster king. Those who were stronger than him were either holy spirits or great emperors. This girl was so young, her cultivation definitely hadn't reached that level yet, so she must have a treasure protecting her. This girl's background wasn't small, Yang Kai thought to himself, wondering what sect she came from. "You'll understand when you say that word." The girl sneered, not answering Ying Fei's question directly, as if she didn't put him in her eyes. She turned to Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to be insisting on Yang Kai's name, insisting on getting a clear answer. But before Yang Kai could answer, she suddenly waved her hand and said, forget it, you don't need to answer." "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai's veins on his forehead jumped, thinking that this girl wasn't crazy, right? She stopped him for no reason. Saying these words without rhyme or reason, he couldn't help but feel angry. The girl coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are to be played with by this girl?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Then I don't know who this girl is." He had seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people, but he had never seen someone like this. This could no longer be described as arrogant. He was simply too self-centered and did not care about the thoughts of others. "Someone who wants your life." The girl coldly replied. Yang Kai was shocked. "You want to kill me? Isn't this the first time we've met? What grudge do you have?" The girl seriously frowned. She nodded. "Although this is the first time we've met, you have something that doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't have refined it, or you'll die." "What?" Yang Kai's confused. "You'll know when I break your bones." After she said Yang Kai's like a girl, her fists hers, her. But the power of this fist caused Kai Yang's face to change. A pitch-black mark was left in the void. Space suddenly shattered, and the violent fist energy was like a huge whirlpool, pulling Yang Kai towards the center of the whirlpool, wanting to smash him into pieces. Yang Kai didn't feel anything when the little girl threw her fist at Ying Fei. He only knew that the little girl looked small and delicate. In fact, he had extraordinary strength. But when he really bore the brunt of it, he realized that he had underestimated her. This kind of power was simply not something a little girl like her could possess. If the Rhino Monster King hadn't transformed into its true form, Yang Kai wouldn't have been surprised. However, this kind of power actually appeared in a little girl who was no more than 17 or 18 years old. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he thought to himself, "Sure enough, the world is full of talented people. This little girl that suddenly appeared is already so amazing. This world is so big, and there are so many talented people. Young Master Yang, be careful." Ying Fei's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand to grab the girl's fist. "I can't block it." Yang Kai's face sank as he pushed his full strength to meet the girl's fist with his own. The sky was instantly filled with fist afterimages, and with a muffled groan, Ying Fei was sent flying back dozens of meters, his claw slightly twisted and trembling. Yang Kai also felt the blood and qi in his chest churn, as the sound of bones cracking rang out from his arm. Even with the two of them joining forces, they were still unable to block this violent power. The girl did not stop after sending out her fist. Instead, with a twist of her waist, she sent another fist rumbling out, smashing straight towards Yang Kai's head. From the looks of it, she wanted to take Yang Kai's life in a single strike. Although her moves were ferocious, her expression was as calm as an ancient well, without much killing intent, which was extremely strange. However, this didn't mean that the girl didn't want to kill Yang Kai, but rather that it was just a casual display. When a butcher slaughters cows and sheep, would he have a murderous look on his face? The vortex of power swept out once again, causing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to cry out in alarm, their bodies involuntarily rushing towards the girl's fist. From the looks of it, they seemed to be actively seeking death. This was not what they wanted. The girl's cultivation was extremely high, and she did not care about their lives when she sent out her fist. The two of them were just fish in the pond caught in the crossfire. Unable to circulate their source qi, the two of them were like drowning children amidst the raging waves of power, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. Just as his body was about to collide with the pink fist, and in the next moment, his body would be smashed into pieces. Suddenly, another fist came from behind him. On that fist, a five-colored light bloomed, and waves of biting cold sword qi swept out. Yang Kai pushed his five elements indestructible sword qi to its limits, causing his emperor qi to surge out violently. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as a loud bang rang out, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards. His fist was badly mangled, revealing the white bones underneath. However, he managed to borrow the rebounding force from the collision between his fists to pull Yi Jinghan and Du Xian back. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk behind Yang Kai, a surging wave of power erupted, turning his clothes to dust, revealing his muscular back. Not only that, the majestic city lord's mansion was also razed to the ground in an instant, killing many of the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were still inside. Lunatic! Yang Kai glared at the girl. The girl frowned, but did not continue to force him. Instead, she glanced at Yang Kai's bloodied fist, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as a look of disdain appeared on her face. Young Master Yang. Ying Fei's figure flickered as he stood side by side with Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had followed Yang Kai back to the southern territory mainly to ensure Yang Kai's safety. After all, Yang Kai's involvement was too great. If anything were to happen to him, even the monster king of the savage desolate ancient land would not forgive him. However, he never expected that someone would actually injure Yang Kai right in front of him. If news of this were to spread back, how could Xie Wei and Shi Lei take this lying down? They would definitely give him a good scolding. Take good care of them. Yang Kai tossed Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to Ying Fei before turning his head to scan his surroundings. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of quite a few people from the Emperor realm. At this moment, all of them flew over and observed from afar. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had actually gotten into a fight with someone and was even injured, all of their faces lit up with joy and joy. After all, Yang Kai's actions at the city gates had been far too arrogant and despotic, provoking the anger of the masses. Now that they had seen Yang Kai suffer a loss, how could they not be happy? This was especially so for the old man and middle-aged man who had been humiliated by Yang Kai. However, what caused everyone to be even more surprised was the identity of the young girl. Despite her young age, she was actually able to injure Yang Kai, a truly shocking fact. If you want to fight, come out and fight, Yang Kai called out and took the lead to fly out of the city. After all, this was Flowing Shadow City. With the strength of this young girl, if they were to really fight here, many innocent people would be implicated. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people. All right, I'll let you die with a clear understanding, the young girl nodded, her petite body flickering as she followed closely behind Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Ying Fei's face turned black and his figure flickered as he tried to chase after them. However, Yang Kai's voice rang out from afar. You don't need to follow me. Don't let anyone else follow me. It's just a little girl. Wait for this young master to deal with her and I'll return. Ying Fei's footsteps paused. He could hear the anger in Yang Kai's words. No one would be in a good mood if someone came looking for trouble for no reason. However, Yang Kai's order really put him in a difficult position. If he did not follow, he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai, but if he did, he would make Yang Kai unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, many people from the Emperor realm moved, wanting to follow them to watch the show. Ying Fei coldly snorted, his demonic chi rolling out in an instant. Hiss, Monster King. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. It was as if a spell had been cast on them, causing them to freeze in place. Most of them were First-Order Emperor realm masters, so how could they not be terrified when a Monster King-level master suddenly appeared in the city? The Monster King was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor realm master. If he really wanted to start a massacre, no one in Flowing Shadow City would be able to stop him. If you want to die, then go out. Ying Fei coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone from the Emperor realm who was targeted by him kept quiet out of fear. Those from the Emperor realm who did not like Yang Kai and had some conflicts with Yang Kai were even more terrified. Previously, at the city gate, this Monster King had been following Yang Kai the whole time. There was nothing special about him, but only now did they realize that even though Yang Kai was domineering and arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. Fortunately, they did not really have any conflict with Yang Kai at that time, otherwise, they would have died. This is troublesome. In a hidden corner, Wu Ming furrowed his brows and stared in Ying Fei's direction with a puzzled expression. Why is there a Monster King here? This auction in Flowing Shadow City was mainly for Yang Kai. If it was just Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, he believed that with his honored master's arrangements, nothing would go wrong. But now, with the sudden appearance of a powerful Monster King, things might have changed. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ming hurriedly turned around, wanting to report this matter to his honored master and see what he would do. A Demon King-level powerhouse was no longer someone he could ignore. Master. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned. Although they had been together with Ying Fei for a few days, they never expected that the person who had been following Yang Kai like a bodyguard was actually a Monster King. Only now did they understand why Yang Kai was so confident and dared to barge into Flowing Shadow Sword sect alone. Now, it seemed that his greatest reliance was not his own strength, but the Monster King. With the Monster King in charge, what was there to worry about? Chapter 2675. Two figures flew through the void, one after the other, like a sudden clap of thunder. Yang Kai was leading the way, the wounds on his fists gradually healing thanks to his powerful regenerative ability. He was secretly shocked by the girl's brute strength and wondered where she had come from. Scanning her with his divine sense, he found that she had her hands behind her back and was calmly following behind him, like a shadow, never leaving his side, her face calm and peaceful. Her expression was as if she had come out to play, not to fight with him. Yang Kai was immediately angered to the point of laughter. Gently taking a deep breath, the irritation and anger in his heart gradually calmed down, his expression becoming as calm as an ancient well. Although the other party didn't look old and was unreasonable, it was indeed enough to deal with him. Although there was no enmity between them, and it could even be said that this was the first time they had met, since the other party wanted to kill him, Yang Kai wasn't going to back down. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Let's see who dies first. Leaping tens of thousands of kilometers, far away from Flowing Shadow City, he rushed into a continuous mountain range. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned around. The girl's figure also stopped 300 meters in front of him. Looking around, she opened her tender red lips and said, "This is the place you chose to bury yourself? Your eyes aren't very good." Yang Kai laughed. "Little girl, you think you're so great just because you have a little brute strength? You really don't know how high the sky is." It had always been others who spoke to him like this, and this was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was the bad guy, not to mention how uncomfortable he felt inside. And generally speaking, those who dared to speak to him like this didn't have a good ending. The girl said, "It doesn't matter. You won't be able to use them anyway. If you dare to refine those things, I'll break every bone in your body and let you die without a burial place." As she spoke, she actually stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips. She looked like she had seen something delicious and her appetite was aroused. Her pure appearance suddenly added a flirtatious charm. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help imagining what it would feel like if this little tongue licked his body, his mind rippling. Damn it, in front of a great enemy, how could he be bewitched by her beauty? Sure enough, it was because he couldn't find a release after so many years in the star boundary. Yang Kai's mind instantly cleared. "Are you ready?" The girl looked up and asked with a smile. Harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai laughed and beckoned, "Come here. Today, this young master will respect your parents." Before he could finish his words, Kai Yang felt his abdomen being struck by a huge force. 300 feet away, there was no trace of the young girl. All that was left was a faint afterimage. In a flash, she had closed the distance between them. His little body. He threw a punch forward. It was as if an Emperor Realm Master had just self-destructed in front of him. Yang Kai felt his stomach convulse as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the young girl's head and face. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, directly crashing into a mountain peak. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk rocks rolled and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain slowly collapsed, leaving a huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. The girl retracted her fist and stared at the hole in the mountain and sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Just by relying on her strength. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't feel good after taking a hit from her. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master actually dared to be presumptuous in front of her. He really didn't know how to write the word death. This time, she had come to the Southern Territory under the orders of her family's elder to investigate the whereabouts of a family treasure. She had gone to many places but still couldn't find any clues. When she passed by Flowing Shadow City, she suddenly discovered something strange about Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary the Emperor realm, it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai had actually refined a taboo item. As a disciple of her family, she naturally had the responsibility and obligation to erase it. It was laughable that this human was so arrogant that he dared to fight her alone without even knowing her true identity. His courage was commendable, but his intelligence was limited. She stretched out her tender little hand and wiped her face. There was a trace of blood on her hand. She looked down and frowned. "It's golden." This was the first time she had encountered a human with golden blood. Moreover, the blood contained the power of qi and blood, which moved even her. Sticking out the tip of her tongue and licking the golden blood, the girl's expression changed slightly, demonic nature and spirituality. How strange. She tasted an aura from this blood that she deeply hated, but also felt close to. Yang Kai's golden blood originated from the demon mystic tome he obtained in the past. He used his demonic secret art to refine his blood into pure golden blood, so it naturally had a rich demonic nature. However, he had also refined the golden divine dragon source, so his blood had a strong restorative ability and a pure spirituality. The two perfectly combined and blended together. Logically speaking, the demonic nature refined from the demon mystic tome should not be able to resist the spirituality of the golden divine dragon source, but now Yang Kai had a pure ancient demonic qi sealed in his body. Although it was still sealed, it had affected his physique imperceptibly after several attempts, allowing him to reach a balance with the golden divine dragon source. Just as the girl was wondering, a muffled thunderous explosion came from the cave and a stream of light shot out from it, transforming into Yang Kai's figure and standing in front of the girl again. The girl was startled and looked forward in amazement. She had thought that after taking her punch, Yang Kai would be seriously injured even if he did not die. How could she have known that he would still be able to move? Not only that, he seemed to have been stimulated by something, his fighting spirit soaring, his emperor chi roaring as his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. It hurt so much. Although Yang Kai said so, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he grit his teeth and said, "Little girl, it seems I have underestimated you. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Eat this old master's fist as well." Saying so, Yang Kai's aura sank and his whole body seemed like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Gathering all his strength into his fist, space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of the girl in a flash and punched towards her chest. If this punch landed, her full breasts would burst open in an instant. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of her, but because this girl was so petite, Yang Kai's punch could only reach her chest. Just like how she had chosen Yang Kai's abdomen as her target just now, it was not deliberate, but natural. In front of such a powerful enemy, who cared about her body? Even if a stunning woman stripped naked and danced in front of him, Yang Kai's punch would still land. A five-colored glow blossomed as the five elements' indestructible sword qi lingered around his fist, increasing the power of his blow. Inexplicably, Yang Kai only felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It seemed that this kind of simple and crude battle was the most in line with a man's ferocious instincts. What secret techniques or artifacts? They were simply too weak. A vortex of strength suddenly appeared and a brand was formed in the void. What flew out was no longer a fist, but a lifetime's comprehension of the martial Tao, the condensation of Yang Kai's essence, qi, and soul. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. She had not expected that Yang Kai, a trivial first-order Emperor realm human, could possess such violent strength. Coupled with his vigorous golden blood, the girl secretly felt that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering technique, otherwise, how could he reach such a level? In her heart, she sneered. Such a young man actually dares to call himself an old master in front of me. Don't judge me by my appearance, I have lived for hundreds of years. You will regret not dying so easily just now. The young girl's red lips parted slightly as she stood motionless in her original position. Raising her hand slightly, she placed her delicate palm in front of her. Facing Kai Yang's full-powered punch, this delicate little hand was like a delicate piece of art that had been intercepted by a violent storm, ready to shatter at any moment. Fist and palm collided, but the girl didn't move at all, only her clothes fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai's confident strike was blocked in such a bizarre fashion, as if what she had blocked was not a violent blow, but rather a brainless fly flying towards her. A gust of wind blew, and the girl's black hair fluttered, her beautiful eyes filled with ridicule. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms, he could not help but stare at this moment. The conflict between his ideals and reality at this critical moment was too abrupt, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Although he knew that this girl's strength was immense, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so great. It was a height that he could not reach. It's my turn. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Her bell-like laughter spilled over the ground, but to Yang Kai's ears, it made his hair stand on end. The palm that opened to block Yang Kai's fist suddenly clenched. It felt warm and soft like jade, and Yang Kai instantly felt that his fist was firmly locked, unable to break free. Then, the girl's other arm bent back, like a bow being pulled back. Her body leaned back slightly, and her full chest became even more prominent. Her light blue dress almost could not support it. The bowstring was pulled back, and the arrow flew. Her fist was wrapped in an aura that could destroy all things. Yang Kai's eyes were bigger than a cow's. His other fist was like a dragon, and it turned into a sky full of fist shadows. The sound of explosions rang out one after another, accompanied by Yang Kai's muffled groans. Chi. Yang Kai tapped his foot and retreated, his five elements indestructible sword qi collapsing as the fist he had used to meet his opponent's attack was twisted and mangled. His other fist had a deep five-finger imprint on it, and a large chunk of flesh had been scraped off, revealing the white bones underneath. Blood tumbled in his chest, and Yang Kai could not hold back. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but he still wanted to save face. He slanted his eyebrows and said, "Just so. Is that so?" The corners of the girl's mouth curled into a sneer. Humans were really pitiful. They were clearly at death's door, yet they still did not repent. What they said was different from what they thought. She was afraid that he would die from regret right now. She did not know if he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps he would immediately turn around and run away. After all, he knew that he was no match for her. No one would be stupid to such an extent. Again. Yang Kai roared, gathering his strength again, and without waiting for the girl's reply, his figure flickered as he rushed towards her. He actually rushed over. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the development of the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Had this person been beaten silly? Chapter 2676. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. The battle with the girl reminded him of the helplessness he felt when he faced Shihua in the ancient lands more than a year ago. Even if I can't kill Shihua, can I kill you, little girl? This anger was like magma gushing out of Yang Kai's mouth, making his blood boil. Although he still couldn't compare to the girl's terrifying brute force, defending more than attacking, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The more he fought, the more his fighting spirit soared, and the more he was able to use his strength freely. Hong hong hong. The two figures crisscrossed and entangled, constantly leaping through the mountains. Countless mountains collapsed, birds flew, and beasts fled. From time to time, Yang Kai would be blasted away, leaving behind a trail of blood, but every time, he would stubbornly rush back without hesitation. His clothes were in tatters, tattered and tattered, his upper body was bare, and only a few pieces of cloth were left on his lower body to cover his vital parts. He had never had a defensive artifact like artifact armor, but it was not that he did not have one. Over the years, he had killed many masters, and there were always some artifact armors in the rings of those masters, but Yang Kai did not refine them because he felt that he did not need them. Although artifact armors could provide a layer of protection, they could also isolate a trace of danger. Relying too much on external forces was not a good thing. How could ordinary clothes be able to withstand such a violent battle? If the battle continued, Kai Yang would be naked from head to toe. The girl, however, acted as if she did not see him, not showing much embarrassment. She had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run. In any case, it was just like that. Moreover, for someone who was about to die, she did not think it was a big deal to look at him. Compared to Yang Kai's sorry state, the girl could almost be said to be taking a leisurely stroll. No matter how fierce Yang Kai's attacks were, she could still easily deal with them. She was able to easily neutralize it. That terrifying brute force was simply not something that a human could possess. Even the strongest demon might not necessarily be able to compete with her in terms of strength. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood, his whole body flying backwards, plowing a deep gully in the ground. The piece of cloth covering his crotch was completely destroyed. The girl frowned slightly. He felt that this person was unbelievably tenacious. If it had been any other cultivator from the Emperor realm, they would have been smashed into meat paste by her long ago, but this guy was actually still alive and kicking. Although he looked extremely disheveled, his fighting spirit was rising steadily. If not for the surging vitality contained in his golden blood, this person would have died long ago. His golden blood was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai got up shakily. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked at the young girl with an unruly expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Unyielding in the face of adversity and desperate struggle, it was as if he had returned to the moment he had obtained the demon mystic tome many years ago. It was because of this unyielding pride. In the past, he was able to obtain the recognition of the demon mystic tome. It would open up a path to martial arts. How similar was it to back then? However, the world had changed, and he had almost forgotten that feeling. However, this bitter battle had finally allowed him to regain the capital that he had abandoned. Proud and unyielding, who can stop me? His heart trembling slightly, Yang Kai vaguely gained some enlightenment. The blood in his body surged more and more violently as the blood on his wounded body began to coagulate. Almost in the blink of an eye, a powerful restorative force began to appear. After all his wounds were healed, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood away, revealing new skin. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Over the years, he had relied on his secret techniques and artifacts to fight, causing him to almost forget the unyielding nature in his bones. Today's epiphany had given him a great harvest. The young girl frowned slightly, instinctively feeling that Yang Kai had changed a little, but she couldn't tell what this change was. Yang Kai took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put them on again, his eyelids flashing a brilliant light. Beckoning to the young girl, he said, "Again." The young girl became angry and ground her teeth. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." She didn't seem to make any movements, but she suddenly rushed in front of Kai Yang and threw out a simple punch. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to block, but the moment they touched, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he erupted with all his strength. Hong. Yang Kai was sent flying again, but the young girl also involuntarily took a step back. What happened? The young girl was shocked. Before, no matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't shake her in the slightest, but after this blow, she was actually forced to take a step back. The power behind this punch was many times greater than before. In such a short time, what kind of changes had happened to him? Why was he able to grow so much? Haha. A burst of laughter rang out as Kai Yang flew back. Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, he attacked from the sky and said, "I give you 3 points of color and you want to open a dye house. So soft and soft, you really are a sissy." The young girl was furious and threw out a punch towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. After a short while, the two figures separated and the ground under the young girl's feet cracked open. Yang Kai's brand new clothes were torn apart again and his skin cracked. Streams of golden blood flowed all over his body like streams. Although he looked embarrassed, he didn't care and instead fought bravely. The young girl finally became serious as she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked, "What's your name?" She had asked this question before in front of the city lord's mansion, but at that time, she had just casually asked and disdained the answer because she didn't put Yang Kai in her eyes. Because she felt that Yang Kai would die without a doubt and that a dead man had no need to know his name. But now, she was asking the same question again. This human she didn't put in her eyes was already qualified for her to know his name. The strong were always respected. Yang Kai. The young girl's red lips squirmed as she whispered, "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was her name. He nodded and said, "I'll remember it." Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and asked, "Don't you have any thoughts after hearing this young lady's name?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and said, "This name is very good. It's simple and catchy. Not bad, not bad." Zhu Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that this guy really didn't think of anything. Sure enough, the ignorant had nothing to fear. How did he cultivate to the First Order Emperor realm? Although she felt that this guy was a promising talent, since he had violated the taboo, there was no place for him in this world and he would die without a doubt. Forget it. Zhu Qing waved her hand dispiritedly and said, "I'm going to get serious." This young master didn't use his full strength. "Just now, I saw that you were a woman, so I went easy on you." What does this little girl mean? Is she saying that she was just playing around? Her tone is bigger than the heavens, but I can't show any weakness. I know. Zhu Qing smiled slightly, appearing harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai thought that she would argue with him and use her poisonous tongue, but he didn't expect that she would give such an answer. "What do you know?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Zhu Qing brushed her black hair behind her ear and said slowly, "You refined those things, but I didn't see you use them. Naturally, you didn't use your full strength." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Those things you keep talking about, what are they?" Earlier, Zhu Qing had also said that he had refined something that he shouldn't have refined. That was the reason why this battle had started. However, he hated it when people played riddles with him. If it weren't for the fact that this little girl was curvy, he would have slapped her already. Zhu Qing's expression turned cold and she said in a cold voice, "You refined them and don't remember anything?" Her aura changed dramatically in an instant. If she was a harmless little girl before, she was now a fierce dragon that went out to sea. Yang Kai sneered and said, "I refined many things. How would I know if you don't tell me?" "I see." Zhu Qing touched her red lips and said with a sweet smile, "Then let me help you remember." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly approached Yang Kai. She formed a claw with one hand and grabbed at his chest. Her speed was so fast that no one could react. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Zhu Qing's little hand seemed to have turned into a dragon's claw in an instant, tearing through all his defenses and grabbing Yang Kai's heart out. This girl really didn't use her full strength before. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow and couldn't get rid of her. She was so close to him that her breath smelled like orchids. If you don't use it now, you won't have another chance. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was suddenly enlightened and he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Yang Kai's already powerful aura soared to a new height, and his aura was comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Scales suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's exposed skin, and at the same time, Yang Kai's hands transformed into dragon claws. A golden light flashed behind his back, and the phantom image of a golden divine dragon flashed. Zhu Qing felt her heart palpitate for no reason. She raised her head and looked behind Yang Kai, but she didn't see anything. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had been struck dumb. However, this momentary delay caused her momentum to plummet. Yang Kai reached out to grab her hand. Not good. Zhu Qing's pretty face paled as she hurriedly tried to pull back, but with such a close distance, how could she retreat? Her hand was caught by Yang Kai's dragon claw and an irresistible force surged from it, causing Zhu Qing to feel a rare sense of pain. Got you? Faintly discernible dragon scales appeared on Yang Kai's face, and his entire temperament changed drastically, becoming extremely strange and evil. Let go! Zhu Qing shouted, her other hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't move, allowing this punch to land on his chest. The sound of metal colliding rang out and sparks flew everywhere as his chest caved in a few centimeters. His figure staggered, but he still held onto Zhu Qing's hand tightly. Zhu Qing was stunned. She didn't expect her attack to be so weak. No, it wasn't that she was weak, but that her opponent had become stronger. When she wanted to punch again, Yang Kai had already grabbed her arm. In an instant, both her arms were restrained and she couldn't move. The two were very close, only 3 inches apart. Chapter 2677. A scorching hot aura rushed towards her, making Zhu Qing feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking up, Yang Kai's eyes were actually flashing with a lustful light as he looked at her with interest. Zhu Qing's beautiful face instantly turned pale. How could she not know that Yang Kai was under the influence of the dragon transformation secret technique? If an ordinary person approached him like this, he might not have such a big reaction, but she was different. Her existence would definitely allow him to dig out the most primitive desires hidden in his heart. Dragons were inherently lustful. Perhaps he himself did not realize this, but this was an instinct that could not be erased no matter what. Yang Kai also felt very strange. He had clearly made up his mind to teach Zhu Qing a lesson, but when he grabbed her like this and smelled the fragrance coming from her delicate body, the hostility in his heart inexplicably dissipated by a lot. Instead, it was another kind of feeling that surged like boiling water. This was a kind of feeling that he had suppressed for many years, a kind of manly instinct. Looking at Zhu Qing up and down with a critical gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help secretly praising this little girl's figure. Her chest was full and round, her breasts bouncing up and down like a mountain, and the snowy white skin peeking out from under her lapel was enough to dazzle anyone who looked at it. Her deep white lust was even more enticing, like a vortex that attracted the eyes of others, making them unable to extricate themselves. The fragrance lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose made him even more restless, making the blood in his body surge. He took a deep breath and revealed an extremely intoxicated expression. He lowered his head slightly, and his burning gaze was even more unbridled and bold as he stared at the snow-white skin that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The hands that grabbed Zhu Qing's fists and arms were no longer satisfied with restraints and even began to gently rub them. They were as soft as jade and felt wonderful to the touch. 2 clear streams of heat spurted out from his nostrils and rushed to Zhu Qing's neck, making her feel numb all over. Presumptuous! Zhu Qing's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted. A mere human dared to look at her with such a presumptuous gaze. This was simply unforgivable and should be cut into pieces. What made Zhu Qing even more shocked was that she was actually affected by his aura. If it was someone else, let alone a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even if a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master were to grab her like this, her state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. However, when his aura hit her, Zhu Qing clearly felt some subtle reactions involuntarily arise in her body. This shocked and angered her. "What's wrong with this person?" she shouted. A vigorous and powerful leg was quickly lifted up, mercilessly kicking towards Yang Kai's crotch. This attack did not succeed, because Yang Kai opened and closed his legs, directly sandwiching her round and straight thigh between his legs. In an instant, brute force burst forth, and Zhu Qing was unable to break free. Zhu Qing's legs were not slender because of her height, but they were well proportioned. The muscles on her legs were soft and firm. The touch was also very wonderful. Under this clamp, Yang Kai showed an expression of enchantment. With both arms restrained and one leg clamped, Zhu Qing looked as if she was hanging from Yang Kai's body. This posture was very ambiguous, especially since Yang Kai's clothes were ragged and he was half naked. Although this intimate contact was not at the level of skin-to-skin contact, it was not far from it. It was just a layer of clothing separating them. Zhu Qing's beautiful face changed again, and she finally panicked. Yang Kai took a deep breath again, his expression both happy and conflicted. He frowned and said, "What did you do to me?" He instinctively thought that Zhu Qing had used some kind of trick on him. He really did not expect that this woman not only had extraordinary strength, but was also proficient in charm techniques. He did not know when she had used this trick, but it had unknowingly affected his lust. However, he also felt a little strange. He had come into contact with many women who cultivated charm techniques, and which one of them was not coquettish and charming? This Zhu Qing did not seem to have cultivated any kind of charm techniques. When Zhu Qing heard this, she could only grit her teeth and said, "What can I do to you? Let go of me or you will die." Yang Kai used his strength and directly pulled her into his arms. In an instant, the two of them were tightly hugging each other. Those full and straight breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, giving him an amazing feeling of elasticity. Kai Yang could clearly feel the two protrusions, pushing against his chest, causing his heart to suddenly expand a bit. Gently blowing into Zhu Qing's delicate earlobes, Yang Kai said, "Do you know what it means to play with fire and burn yourself?" Zhu Qing felt a strange numbness all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver. Although she didn't know what she looked like right now, she knew that her ears must have turned red. Sure enough, Yang Kai tilted his head back slightly and stared at her earlobes with interest for a while before grinning and saying, "So sensitive?" Zhu Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she coldly looked at Yang Kai, who was close at hand, and said, "Let me go, I won't joke with you. Otherwise, although the star boundary is big, there will be no place for you." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand, grabbed her hair, and pulled her back. Zhu Qing screamed. She couldn't help but lean back a little. Her face was filled with pain. "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Yang Kai's face was full of hostility, as if he was a completely different person. "You unilaterally came to make trouble for me, unilaterally wanted to kill me, and now that I have captured you, you dare to threaten me? Is there something wrong with your head? You forced me to do this." Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Yang Kai clearly saw a huge fiery red dragon phantom suddenly flash behind Zhu Qing. Immediately afterward, Zhu Qing's delicate body filled with the pressure of a dragon. Her long black hair suddenly turned fiery red. Not only that, two small dragon horns grew out of her head. The dragon horns were also fiery red and looked very delicate. This change happened in a flash. After the dragon's roar, Zhu Qing's aura suddenly became extremely dangerous. Yang Kai was stunned, but soon curled his lips and said, "Dragon source? I have one too." No wonder when Yang Kai first saw Zhu Qing, he felt a little strange. At that time, he didn't realize it himself, but now that he thought about it, he did feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, Zhu Qing's bossy attitude made Yang Kai not think too much about it, and this sense of familiarity quickly turned into disgust. Only now did he know that this sense of familiarity was not an illusion, because the other party also had a dragon source. This explained everything. This little girl looked to be young, and her figure was petite and exquisite, yet she possessed boundless strength. Obviously, it was because she'd refined the quintessence of a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook. A loud dragon's roar pierced the sky and shattered everything. The huge golden divine dragon phantom suddenly descended and floated behind Yang Kai. Its eyes, which were as big as a house, were filled with endless majesty as it stared ahead. Ancestral dragon? Zhu Qing's aura stagnated as she stared blankly at the golden divine dragon phantom behind Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, panic, and joy. The golden divine dragon slowly glanced at her, and Zhu Qing's delicate body trembled. Under that glance, she found that she felt a sense of inferiority for no reason. In the next moment, the golden divine dragon phantom entered Yang Kai's body and disappeared. "What did you say?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. He found that after activating the golden divine dragon source, he suddenly had an extremely absurd feeling that he could kill Zhu Qing in front of him. This feeling was inexplicable, but it made him believe it without a doubt. While he was in doubt, Yang Kai did not hear what Zhu Qing was muttering. However, when he looked around, Yang Kai was slightly startled because Zhu Qing's aura, which had suddenly changed because of activating the dragon source, had returned to normal. Her fiery red hair had also become pitch black again, as if suppressed by some inexplicable force. Even the two dragon horns on her forehead had disappeared. Jian Shui's pair of watery eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai, reflecting an indescribable emotion. The blood in his body surged and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Yang Kai felt that he could no longer suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Being stared at by those watery eyes and feeling the warm and fragrant jade in his arms, the last trace of reason in his mind was shattered. He hugged Zhu Qing with great force, as if he wanted to crush Zhu Qing into powder. Zhu Qing could not help but let out a muffled groan as her plump body involuntarily clung to Yang Kai's body. Leaning over, Yang Kai caught her red lips and kissed her in a tyrannical and overbearing manner. "Oh!" Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly widened as a feeling she had never felt before swept through her body. The shame of being violated shrouded her heart. She tried her best to resist, but under the innate suppression, she could not even use 30% of her brute force. "Even now, you're still playing the game of seduction." Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Feeling that Zhu Qing's strength was much weaker than before, he was certain that Zhu Qing was using her charm technique to seduce him. Otherwise, how could he, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, not be able to suppress her? "Since you want to play with fire, this young master will play with you. Let's see who will suffer in the end." The red lips of the woman in front of him were scorching hot, like flames, giving Yang Kai an unimaginable pleasure. Just as Zhu Qing was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already opened his mouth and captured her small tongue, greedily sucking on it. Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He simply let go of her hands and grabbed her waist from behind with one hand, climbing up her round buttocks and kneading them wantonly. His other hand covered her peak and played with it vigorously. Having lost control of her hands, Zhu Qing naturally struggled to resist. However, she couldn't even exert 30% of her strength. Even though she hammered Yang Kai, she still couldn't stop him from violating her. On the contrary, her actions only served to stimulate his ferocious nature. Gradually, the strength of her resistance weakened, and the suppressed nature in her bones gradually revealed itself. Zhu Qing hugged Yang Kai back, her 10 fingers scratching deep bloody marks on Yang Kai's bare back as she let out strange murmurs. A drop of crystal-clear tear fell from the corner of her eye and silently fell down her cheek. Pain and pleasure coexisted, the confrontation between nature and reason, making one feel at a loss. Chapter 2678. Nothing will happen to young Master Yang, right? That woman doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yi Jinghan asked with a worried look on her face. Thinking back to the scene in front of the city lord's mansion, she still felt some lingering fear. Since Brother Yang took the initiative to lure her out, he naturally has the confidence to do so. Although Du Xian said so, he didn't dare to be certain and could only look towards Ying Fei with an inquiring gaze. Ying Fei did not say a word, but a trace of hidden worry appeared on his cold face. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were only in the third-order Dao source realm, so they were completely unable to understand how terrifying that woman was. However, as a monster king, he could naturally clearly feel the strength of that young girl. Her performance in front of the city lord's mansion was just the tip of the iceberg. If she used her full strength, Ying Fei didn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Yang Kai was extraordinary, he was still a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even though Yang Kai told them not to follow, Ying Fei still chased after them to prevent any accidents from happening. Following the aura left behind by Yang Kai, they didn't go in the wrong direction. After entering the mountain range, they saw traces of a great battle everywhere they went. Mountains were broken, forests were collapsed, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was obvious how dangerous this battle was. Ying Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow as he secretly prayed that Yang Kai was fine. After taking a sniff and confirming the direction, Ying Fei's monster chi surged, wrapping Yi Jinghan and Du Xian in a certain direction. After a short while, Du Xian suddenly pointed and said, "Over there." Although they were separated by a distance of dozens of li, Du Xian was still keenly aware that there were two figures on the ground there. He did not know what the situation was at the moment, but there was no sound of fighting. Instead, the two people were closely entangled together, as if they were wrestling with each other. Ying Fei's eyes narrowed and he immediately flew over. The distance of several dozen kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. "Young Master Yang," Ying Fei exclaimed, but just as the words left his mouth, his jaw dropped. He stared blankly at the ground in front of him. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned, and their expressions gradually turned strange. Along the way, they saw traces of great battles everywhere. Although they did not see it personally, however, they could almost foresee the difficulty of this battle. They had thought that Yang Kai's situation was bleak, but the scene in front of them made them unable to think. On the ground, Yang Kai and the girl were hugging each other tightly. Yang Kai's upper body was almost naked. He pressed the young girl on top of his body and groped her from top to bottom. The young girl also hugged Yang Kai back. Her 10 fingers drew lines of blood on Yang Kai's back. It looked extremely violent. Murmurs that could not be determined whether it was pleasure or pain entered the ears, making one's mouth dry. Ying Fei was speechless. He only wanted to ask what the fuck was going on. "See no evil, see no evil." Du Xian hastily extended his hand to cover Yi Jinghan's eyes. But he himself was watching with great interest, unable to take his eyes off it. Yi Jinghan's face turned red as she slapped Du Xian's hand away in annoyance. Twisting his ear, she pulled his head to the other side. Du Xian laughed dryly. "Let's go." In the end, he was still a monster king. Ying Fei immediately reacted and whispered to Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. Then, he immediately turned around and returned to where they came from. Although he did not know what had happened, Yang Kai was undoubtedly not in any life-threatening danger. Instead, he seemed to have subdued the rude young girl. How could Ying Fei continue to stay and disturb Yang Kai? Unfortunately, the trio's arrival still attracted the attention of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, who was originally immersed in her natural instincts and bloodline suppression, suddenly regained a sliver of clarity in her mind, causing her to grit her teeth fiercely. SSS. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if his tongue was about to break from biting down. He hurriedly raised his head. Zhu Qing stretched out her hands and placed them before his chest, blocking him and increasing the distance between them. Gasping for breath, her face was flushed red. With a lingering look, she said coldly, "That's enough." Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai found it quite amusing and smiled. "It's not enough." Zhu Qing said angrily, "Don't push your luck." Glancing at him from the corner of her eyes, she glared at his hand that was still kneading her chest and said, "Take your dirty hands away." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and pinched them fiercely, causing Zhu Qing to furrow her brows. Only then did he get up. After being interrupted by Ying Fei and the others, Yang Kai didn't want to act recklessly anymore. His skin wasn't thick enough to do such a thing, and after doing so, he felt that he had vented a lot of his inner energy. Although it was still uncomfortable to hold it in, seeing the other party's unwilling appearance, Yang Kai didn't want to force it. After breaking free from Yang Kai's control, Zhu Qing immediately jumped up and pulled a distance of 300 feet away from Yang Kai. Only then did she look at him coldly with an extremely complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She only felt that Yang Kai had refined some forbidden items, so she came to find trouble with Yang Kai. Who would have thought that she would be the one to suffer such a big loss in the end? The feeling of being taken advantage of still lingered, making her feel uncomfortable all over. First time? Yang Kai reached out and tore off his tattered clothes, then took out a new set of clothes and put it on. He did not even raise his head as he asked. He was puzzled. Since Zhu Qing had practiced the art of seduction and even did not hesitate to use her body, how could it be her first time? However, that feeling of unfamiliarity could not be faked. Vaguely, Yang Kai felt that Zhu Qing did not practice any art of seduction. Thinking back to his performance just now, it did not seem to be because of the art of seduction. It was a kind of instinct that originated from his body. Did he lack women to such an extent? It could not be. What? Zhu Qing was stunned, but soon understood Yang Kai's meaning. The blush on her cheeks deepened as she said angrily, "It's none of your business. Are you going to take responsibility?" Yang Kai winked at her and secretly circulated his emperor qi, gradually calming down. "Get lost." Zhu Qing was furious and said hatefully, "This is not over. Just you wait." She turned around and ran away. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. You are welcome to come again." Zhu Qing's running body staggered and she almost fell from the sky. Yang Kai's presumptuous laughter came from behind her, making her feel even more ashamed. After flying for a while, she saw the Monster King standing to the side with two humans. Seeing her flying over, the Monster King smiled and nodded at her with a friendly look. If it was in the past, she would have already thrown a punch at him. However, the embarrassing situation just now had been exposed, so how could Zhu Qing still have the face-to-face with Ying Fei? With a flash, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Young Master Yang's luck with women is not bad. Ying Fei looked at Zhu Qing's flying figure and said with raised eyebrows. Although this woman was a bit rude, she was truly powerful. He didn't know what kind of shocking method young Master Yang had used to capture her in such a short period of time. As a fellow man, Ying Fei couldn't help but admire Kai Yang from the bottom of his heart. That's right. Du Xian expressed his agreement. Yi Jinghan cast a sidelong glance at him and snorted, "Why do I smell something sour?" Du Xian was shocked and said with a flattering smile, "How could that be? Such a rude woman is not even fit to carry junior sister's shoes." In Big Brother's eyes, only junior sister is unique. Yi Jinghan shivered and rubbed her arms. All right, I'm getting goosebumps." The corner of Du Xian's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and sighed. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ying Fei. Ying Fei smiled embarrassedly. "I was originally here to support young Master Yang. If I had known that this would happen, I would not have come over. Please forgive me, young Master Yang." If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along, the two of them would not have separated so quickly. What's done can't be undone. At that time, that woman would have become Yang Kai's woman. Ying Fei felt ashamed of himself. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and stared at the void in front of him. Today's matter was really strange. Zhu Qing had mysteriously come to him, and he had mysteriously made love with her. It was like a dream that had disappeared without a trace. Licking his lips, there seemed to be a trace of her fragrance left. Young Master Yang, that woman, what's her background? Ying Fei asked carefully. Such a powerful woman definitely had a great background. If he could subdue her, she would be a great help. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had a physical relationship with Zhu Qing, he only knew her name. He did not know anything about her background. Young Master Yang is amazing. Ying Fei was filled with admiration. He had subdued her without even knowing her background. He was simply a role model for men, a role model for his generation. Her charm is too great. There's nothing I can do about it. Yang Kai laughed. Yi Jinghan immediately shot him a look of disdain. Flowing Shadow City in an instant. Zhu Qing hurriedly returned and activated the restrictions in the room. She fell onto the bed in a daze. Today, she had gone for wool and come home shorn. This was the greatest humiliation in her life, a stain on her life. However, when she recalled that the other party possessed the source of the ancestral dragon, she felt much better. That kind of natural suppression was not something she could resist. Fortunately, she did not get completely lost in the source chi and managed to escape this calamity. However, the implications of this matter were too great, and it was not something she could deal with casually. After pondering for a while, Zhu Qing took a deep breath and calmed her tumbling emotions. She then took out a jade pendant from her space ring. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon and looked extremely lifelike. Looking at it, it looked as if a giant dragon was pouncing towards her. Zhu Qing bit her finger and a drop of blood instantly seeped out. Strangely, the blood was like a ball of flame, burning fiercely. The blood imprinted itself on the jade pendant and quickly disappeared, causing the entire jade pendant to emit a dark red glow. Suddenly, the dragon eye on the dragon-shaped jade pendant moved, and an aura as deep as the sea descended. Elder! Zhu Qing's expression turned solemn as she spoke out respectfully. Is there any news? An aged voice rang out from the jade pendant. This voice seemed to contain a great majesty, causing even someone as strong as Zhu Qing to stiffen. No. Zhu Qing hurriedly replied. Since there is no news, why did you use the dragon talisman? Zhu Qing said, I saw the source of the ancestral dragon. As soon as she said that, the dragon symbol suddenly flickered and the aged voice asked anxiously, What did you say? Chapter 2679. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and replied, I saw the ancestral dragon source. Is that true? The old voice suddenly became very excited. Zhu Qing nodded, I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not wrong. Where did you see it? When did you see it? Quick, tell me everything you know. Zhu Qing immediately told him what happened after she met Yang Kai today, but she hid the fact that she was severely molested by Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman, and it would be too disgraceful to talk about it. Recalling Yang Kai's rough treatment, Zhu Qing couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. She never thought that her first contact with a man would happen under such circumstances. After listening, the dragon eyes on the dragon talisman flickered for a while before saying, He can easily suppress your source strength and is golden in color. Sure enough, it is the ancestral dragon source. The old voice was very excited, as if he had encountered something that made him very excited. After a pause, he asked, Are you sure that person is human? I'm sure. Zhu Qing replied, but he seems to have refined a few dragon artifacts and knows some basic dragon transformation secret techniques. The old voice said, Since he has obtained the ancestral dragon source, what's so strange about him refining a few dragon artifacts? Elder, the ancestral dragon source is of great importance. Do you want me to bring him back to the island? Zhu Qing asked. The old voice said, Do you have the ability to do so? Zhu Qing was speechless. Although Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, she could easily crush him under normal circumstances. But the ancestral dragon source in his body was too strong for her. The previous entanglement with Yang Kai also proved this point. She was subdued by Yang Kai before she could even display half of her strength. Against such a person, unless an elder personally took action, no one could resist the suppression of the ancestral dragon source. Then what should we do? Zhu Qing frowned. The ancestral dragon source was different. Her clan had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, and now they had finally found it. How could he ignore it? Long Fu was silent for a while before he said, Follow him and try to build a good relationship with him. When the time is right, invite him to the island as a guest. Befriend him? Zhu Qing was stunned. She frowned and said, He's just a human being. What right does he have? The ancestral dragon's origin is his qualification. The old voice interrupted Zhu Qing before she could finish her sentence. His tone was unquestionable and carried a hint of anger. Are you questioning me? Zhu Qing's body trembled. She lowered her head and said, Zhu Qing wouldn't dare. The old voice said, no matter what price we have to pay, we must invite him back to the island. Then my mission? Zhu Qing asked hesitantly. Continue the investigation. There's no need to force it. The old voice replied. Compared to the appearance of the ancestral dragon's origin, Zhu Qing's original mission was nothing. It was just a token. Yes. Zhu Qing nodded respectfully. The light from the dragon eye on the dragon talisman gradually dimmed. The profound aura also slowly disappeared. Zhu Qing put it away and sat on the bed with a frown. Her mind was in a mess. This time, she had suffered such a big loss at Kai Yang's hands. According to Zhu Qing's plan, she needed to find an opportunity to tear his body into 10,000 pieces to wash away the hatred in her heart. However, the elder's order was to maintain a good relationship with him. A lowly human being actually wanted this young lady to lower herself and befriend him? This was simply a great humiliation. Pleasant arrival in, the largest inn in Flowing Shadow City, was the property of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Young Kai would return here in a while. After booking a few rooms, he went downstairs to the main hall to have a meal. At his level of cultivation, there was naturally no need for him to eat. His body was the furnace, his fortune was the fuel, and the world energy was the best food. It was fine for him to eat it occasionally. The main reason was that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had been feeling rather gloomy and worried. Yang Kai did not know how to console them, so he brought them here to drown their sorrows in wine. Jar after jar of strong wine was brought up, and Yi Jinghan did not reject any of it. In just a short while, she was completely drunk and fell into a deep sleep in Du Xian's arms. Du Xian cast an apologetic look at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating for him to take Yi Jinghan away to rest. Yang Kai and Ying Fei were left alone to drink. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. Monster King, that girl said she was called Zhu Qing. You might have thought of something. He suddenly recalled that when Zhu Qing had introduced herself, she had said something very strange. At that time, Yang Kai did not think too much about it, but now that he thought about it, those words seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, no matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he was still unable to figure it out. Although Ying Fei had lived in the ancient desolate lands for a long time, he had cultivated for a long time, so his knowledge and experience were not something he could compare to. Perhaps he would be able to find some clues by asking him. At the very least, he had to figure out Zhu Qing's background. He did not think that the girl would give up so easily. After all, she had said some harsh words before leaving. Ying Fei raised his wine cup and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. You said, her name is Zhu Qing? What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Ying Fei's reaction seemed to be a little too big. Ying Fei's expression changed for a while, then he suddenly showed a look of understanding. He drank the wine in one gulp and said solemnly, on the Eastern Sea's Dragon Island, the great elder of the dragon race is called Zhu Yan. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Monster King, you mean, she is a member of the dragon race? Ying Fei said, it's just a guess, I can't be sure. But before that Zhu Qing said that if I said that word again, she would kill me. After thinking about it carefully, I did not know which word violated her taboo, but now it seems that there was one word that really annoyed her. Which word? Yang Kai asked. Ying Fei said, Young Master Yang, do you remember what I said at that time? Yang Kai thought about it and said with a grin, you said that I was handsome and the... His words suddenly stopped and he said, so that's how it is. Ying Fei also nodded and said, if she is a member of the dragon race, then it makes sense. The dragon race has always been wild and arrogant. They don't even put other divine spirits in their eyes, let alone me, a member of the monster race. If I praised young Master Yang, it would have indeed annoyed her. At this point, Ying Fei's face turned pale and he felt a little scared. Although he was a monster king, the other party was a divine spirit. No wonder she was so strong. The strength of the dragon race could not be estimated with common sense. No wonder he could not see through her cultivation. Zhu Qing was actually a member of the dragon race. Thinking of this, his admiration for Yang Kai grew. That was a member of the dragon race. What kind of method did young Master Yang use to subdue her in such a short time? Furthermore, he took advantage of her from head to toe. On the other hand, she did not seem to have any intention of resisting. If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian over, they might have already given birth to those little dragons. How could such a thing happen? The dragon race was arrogant and regarded themselves as the leader of all living things. They did not put any race in their eyes, let alone the lowly human race. How could Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race, endure such blasphemy by a human? Young Master Yang, you can't be a member of the dragon race, right? Ying Fei suddenly thought of a funny idea. Thinking back to the various inconceivable things about Yang Kai, it seemed that only a member of the dragon race could explain it. The only way to subdue a member of the dragon race was to be a stronger member of the dragon race. Yang Kai laughed and patted his chest, a genuine member of the human race. Ying Fei smiled bitterly, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Yang Kai, Lord Yang? Right at that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly approached the table and asked in a trembling voice. Ying Fei swept a glance at him and found that he was just a member of the First Order Dao Source Realm, so he did not pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, under Ying Fei's gaze, the man suddenly cried out and knelt on the ground, wailing, "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me, this lowly one is only here to deliver a letter." Previously, although Yang Kai was extremely presumptuous in Flowing Shadow City, he did not attract much attention. However, when Ying Fei revealed his identity and cultivation, everyone was shocked and knew that this guy was a genuine monster king. At this moment, the middle-aged man who came to deliver a letter was not afraid of Yang Kai. Instead, he was terrified of Ying Fei. "No one wants your life." Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his chin slightly. "What letter are you delivering?" The middle-aged man quietly glanced at Ying Fei and found that he was not looking at him at all, so he took a deep breath, reached into his bosom, took out a gilded page, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and grinned. "An invitation?" The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. "Yes." "Who told you to deliver this?" Yang Kai asked. "That's..." The middle-aged man was about to answer when his eyes suddenly became blank. After thinking for a while, he still could not remember what it was and instead felt a splitting headache. Young Master Yang, someone used a secret technique to erase that part of his memory. Ying Fei's eyes flashed as he saw the clues. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his sleeve, sending the middle-aged man out. Since someone had done something to the messenger, there was no point in continuing to ask. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Picking up the invitation in his hand and carefully examining it, Yang Kai could not help raising his brow. "Young Master Yang, what kind of invitation is this?" Ying Fei asked. Yang Kai casually handed over the invitation and took a sip of wine. "It looks like someone can't wait." "An invitation to the auction?" Ying Fei looked at the contents of the invitation and frowned slightly. They had come to Flowing Shadow City for this auction, but they did not expect that before they could do anything, someone would take the initiative to hand over an invitation, as if they were afraid that they would not go. "Young Master Yang, this is a trap and it is very dangerous." Today, he had already exposed his identity and cultivation, yet the person hiding in the dark still dared to take the initiative to deliver an invitation. There was no doubt that they had a way to deal with a monster king like him. "I'm not a fool. How could I not see through something so obvious?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Should we call Old Ox and Wu Yu as well?" Ying Fei quietly asked. Chapter 2680. Since the unknown enemy had considered him as a threat, their arrangements must have been very thorough, but even if the enemy had calculated everything, they probably wouldn't have been able to predict the existence of Shi Lei and Xie Wei. Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array to bring the two monster kings from the Northern Territory. When that time came, in front of absolute power, no matter what kind of scheme they had, they would be nothing more than illusions. And he did have this ability. There was still some time before the auction began, so Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array somewhere to bring the two monster kings over without anyone noticing. After thinking about it seriously, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No need. Firstly, he didn't have many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, so he didn't want to waste them. Secondly, if he really brought the two monster kings over, he might inadvertently alert the enemy. After all, the four of them had entered Flowing Shadow City. If two more suddenly appeared, he was afraid that anyone would be suspicious. He could hide Shilei and Xiaowei in the sealed world bead, but the fewer people who knew about the sealed world bead, the better. Seeing Yang Kai like this, Ying Fei couldn't persuade him anymore and could only secretly make up his mind to keep him safe no matter what. Let's go for a walk," Yang Kai said, throwing some source crystals as payment for the food and wine, and walked out of the inn with Ying Fei. Before coming to Flowing Shadow City, he vaguely felt that this auction was a conspiracy, as if it was deliberately arranged, waiting for someone to walk right into the trap. And after arriving in Flowing Shadow City and seeing the Flowing Shadow Sword sect master, this guess became even more confirmed. Now that he suddenly received an invitation to the auction, he couldn't help but wonder if this conspiracy was targeted at him from the beginning. He couldn't think it through, but he didn't want to act according to someone else's arrangements. Since the auction was to be held in Flowing Shadow City, the items to be auctioned would naturally appear in Flowing Shadow City. He wanted to see if AIO and the others were in the city now. If they were, he could just directly snatch them. Along the way, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense covered the surroundings like a tide, concealing himself to the extreme. He was very familiar with the auras of AIO and the others. If they were really in Flowing Shadow City, he would have sensed them. However, half a day later, Yang Kai sighed. Sure enough, the enemy was not that stupid. He didn't find anything. He brought Ying Fei back to his residence and entered the Pleasant Arrival Inn. The waiter walked up and stood in front of Yang Kai, saying, "Master, a guest is waiting for you." Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know anyone in Flowing Shadow City. "It's a woman." The waiter revealed a meaningful smile. "He's waiting in front of your room now." Yang Kai frowned and scanned the area with his divine sense. He immediately understood who was waiting for him and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How could it be her?" Ying Fei also noticed this and whispered, "Young Master Yang, be careful. This woman is not to be trifled with." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. It was fine if he didn't know her origin, but now that he knew her origin and identity, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. After giving the waiter some source crystals, Yang Kai strode upstairs. Outside the room, a petite woman was pacing back and forth in front of a room, muttering something under her breath with an impatient expression. She seemed to be in a daze and didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Ying Fei scanned her with their divine senses. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps nearby that the woman suddenly stopped and looked up. What entered her sight was a face that made her want to smash it with a single punch. "Qing, are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and walked towards her step by step. Zhu Qing's face sank. She shouted in a low voice, "What did you call me? This is too presumptuous. A mere human dares to call me by my name." Ying Fei's face was also full of black lines, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. Knowing that the other party was a dragon race cultivator, he still dared to provoke her like this. He secretly circulated his monster chi, ready to attack at any time. Although he was unwilling to become an enemy of the dragon race, Yang Kai's safety was the most important thing right now. "Why are you so cold? I still like your previous appearance." Yang Kai came to stand in front of her. Looking at her with a smile, his eyes swept over her full breasts. When that obscene light swept over, Zhu Qing's body trembled for no reason. The feeling of being taken lightly again hit her heart, making her feel both ashamed and angry. Suddenly, she threw a punch at Yang Kai's face. She immediately regretted it after she attacked. The elder had ordered her to build a good relationship with Yang Kai and invite him to the island as a guest. She had come here to bury the hatchet with him, so how could she not hold back and attack him? Her fist immediately shrank by 70%. Immediately afterwards, it was grabbed by a big hand and gently stroked. A strange feeling swept through her body, making her feel limp and numb. Zhu Qing's face turned red as she said, "Let go." She shouldn't have held back. Smashing that hateful face into a pulp was the best choice. As she spoke, she raised her other small fist, as if she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai. Okay, I'll let go. Don't be so irritable. Yang Kai reluctantly stroked her a few more times before letting go. Zhu Qing immediately jumped back, putting some distance between her and Yang Kai. Her breasts heaved up and down as she fiercely shook her small hand a few times, as if she wanted to get rid of something dirty. Ying Fei was already covered in cold sweat. When Zhu Qing attacked just now, he almost couldn't hold back. Fortunately, he found that Zhu Qing had held back some of her strength, but this made him even more confused. This dragon race. What was she trying to do? Could it be that she really fell in love with young Master Yang at first sight? Otherwise, why would she hold back her strength in a fit of rage? But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she had fallen in love with young Master Yang. Instead, it seemed like she wanted to kill him. Ying Fei's head was filled with confusion. Yang Kai laughed mischievously. His laughter was indescribably wretched and obscene. He took out the room token, opened the restriction, and pushed open the door. He leaned against the door frame and said, "What do you want to say? Come in and talk." He didn't know why Zhu Qing was looking for him, but since she was already here, there must be something. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that she would shrink back. After all, this was a proud dragon race. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai hatefully, as if she wanted to cut Yang Kai into pieces, but her feet didn't move. Yang Kai's smile didn't fade, nor did he urge her. His contemptuous smile undoubtedly provoked Zhu Qing's pride. She clenched her teeth and rushed into the room. "You have guts." Yang Kai grinned, thinking, "Since you took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms, you can't blame me if I eat you up this time." He turned around and was about to close the door. Ying Fei blocked the door and looked like he was going to follow in. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, get out." Yang Kai pursed his lips. The door slammed shut, almost flattening Ying Fei's nose. "Young Master Yang?" Ying Fei was anxious and shouted, "Young Master Yang, there is a knife above lust. Don't fall for the beauty trap." There was no response from inside the room. Ying Fei was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pot. Du Xian heard the noise and poked his head out of the next room, asking, "Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Ying Fei replied angrily. He was anxious, but he didn't dare to break in. However, on second thought, Yang Kai could conquer Zhu Qing last time. This time, there shouldn't be any big danger. Besides, Zhu Qing didn't have any intention to kill him from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he was a little nervous. In the room, Yang Kai turned around and hugged Zhu Qing's waist. He put his head on her shoulder and sniffed her intoxicating fragrance. He stared at her white neck and whispered, "Qing, you miss me so soon?" Zhu Qing was stiff. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so bold as to touch her. When she reacted, it was too late. She shouted angrily, "Take your dirty hands off me." Yang Kai ignored her and licked Zhu Qing's earlobe. The delicate body in his arms suddenly shivered and her head, which was full of flying black hair, suddenly tilted back. With a bang, Yang Kai was hit and saw stars. 2 streams of golden blood flowed out of his nostrils. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Qing immediately jumped away and stood in the corner, glaring at him fiercely. She gritted her teeth and said, "Please have some self-respect." Yang Kai reached out and wiped his face. The pain calmed his agitated mood a little. He stared at Zhu Qing and sneered, "I didn't expect that a member of the dragon race would practice the charm technique." Zhu Qing frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I practice the charm technique?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "If you didn't practice the charm technique, why couldn't I control myself when I saw you? You were born lecherous. How can you blame me?" Zhu Qing felt wronged. How can you blame a dog for eating feces? No, how can I think like that? Isn't this humiliating? Bullshit. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Although this young master is not a gentleman, I can still keep my composure. When have I ever been lecherous?" Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Your behavior is frivolous. If it isn't lecherous, then what is?" Yang Kai stared at her. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman." Taking a deep breath, he silently operated his secret technique to suppress the restlessness in his heart. He looked up and said, "Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me that you really like me. Although I am a responsible man, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Have you always felt so good about yourself?" Yang Kai casually said, "I don't know who is holding this young master so tightly. Speaking of which, this young master still has fingerprints on his back." As expected of the dragon race, their strength is so great. "Shut up." Zhu Qing couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She fiercely stomped her foot, and the violent brute force almost destroyed the inn. What happened before was the biggest humiliation in her life. Yang Kai just had to touch the pot that didn't boil. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing said in her heart, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. The clan's affairs are the most important. My sacrifice is just a small matter." After a while, she finally calmed down. Looking at Yang Kai, she said, "You know that I'm a member of the dragon race?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, but his heart was in turmoil. When he was chatting with Ying Fei earlier, although he speculated that Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, it was just speculation. Chapter 2681. Now that she took the initiative to admit it, even though Yang Kai was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked. The dragon race, the leader of all spirits. Although this title was a little self-proclaimed, it was not far from it. In ancient times, there were countless holy spirits, but the dragon and the phoenix still reigned supreme. Even now, most of the holy spirits had gone extinct, but the dragon race was still able to occupy an island in the Eastern Sea and reproduce. It could be said that this sacred and powerful race had witnessed the changes of heaven and earth and the passing of the endless flowing time great emperor. The dragon race was not just a title, but also a symbol of inheritance and strength. Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon in his body, so when facing Zhu Qing, a living dragon race member, he did not feel much restraint or fear. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This sense of intimacy quickly turned into greed and covetousness. He was thinking that if he could really subdue this dragon girl and make her his exclusive property, if life was like this, what more could he ask for? "How do you know?" Zhu Qing asked again. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This young master is proficient in the art of divination, so I just casually divined." Zhu Qing glared at him, thinking that she would be a fool to believe him. However, when she was fighting with Yang Kai before, she revealed a lot of information, so it was not surprising that Yang Kai could guess her identity as a dragon race member. "It's fine if you know, but please keep it a secret. After all, the identity of a dragon race member is a little too shocking." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Although there was a rumor that there was a dragon island in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, and many dragon race members lived on the dragon island, it was still a rumor. The world did not know the details. However, if a living dragoness was exposed to the eyes of the world, then it would definitely cause an unimaginable shock. "No problem." Yang Kai agreed readily. "I'm not a person who likes to gossip." Zhu Qing had a grateful look on her face. She thought that this person was actually not bad when he talked to her nicely. Perhaps she had a bad first impression of him, so no matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was a little annoying. It was time to change her opinion of him. "But what benefits can you give me?" Yang Kai changed the topic. That invasive gaze once again swept past the sensitive parts of Zhu Qing's body, as if a large hand was about to strip her naked. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her body trembled slightly. "I was really naive when I thought he was a good person." "What do you want?" Zhu Qing opened her eyes and asked through gritted teeth. The more she looked at this face, the more she hated it. "That depends on what you can give me." Yang Kai rested his cheek on his hand and looked at her calmly. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with his condition. Ever since he met Zhu Qing today, that long-suppressed and forgotten desire had been constantly surging. After separating from her, That feeling had disappeared. Now that they met again, they were once again alone in a room. That desire once again surged up, even though he told himself that this dragon girl was not to be trifled with. But this kind of thrill of playing with fire made him unable to stop himself. Zhu Qing stared deeply at him. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, "Friend." What? Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and said, "I said, I can be friends with you." Although her tone was calm, there was an unconcealable pride between her brows, as if this matter was a kind of blessing. Yang Kai was stunned and stared at her in a daze. Zhu Qing met his gaze without any hesitation. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't respond. Zhu Qing frowned and said, "You heard what I said, ha." Yang Kai laughed loudly and slapped his thighs. Zhu Qing said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai stopped laughing. He looked at Zhu Qing mockingly and said, "The arrogance of the dragon race is indeed worthy of its reputation." Zhu Qing also sneered, "It's still better than the treachery of you humans." Yang Kai muttered to himself and nodded, "You're right. Humans are indeed very treacherous. No one can deny this. But you said you want to be friends with me. Do you know what a friend is?" Zhu Qing proudly said, "I don't need to know." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at her. "You don't have any friends, right? Why would the powerful dragon race need friends?" Zhu Qing snorted in her heart as a look of disdain flashed across her face, but then she suddenly noticed that there was a trace of pity and sympathy in Yang Kai's expression, causing her to become annoyed. A trivial human actually dared to look at her with such an expression. Zhu Qing's slender fingers twitched as she suppressed the urge to dig out his eyes. Because she was not his opponent. If she rashly fought with him, she would only be asking for humiliation. "Elder, the task you gave me is really difficult. Qing really doesn't know how to complete it. Perhaps this is a test from the clan for me? Why do you want to be friends with me?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Of course, it's because of the Elder's order and the ancestral dragon source." Zhu Qing thought in her heart and replied, "Do I need a reason?" "Don't you need a reason?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing showed an impatient expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just tell me if you agree or not." She, a dignified member of the dragon race, wanted to be friends with him. It was simply a blessing from his ancestors. He actually dared to make excuses. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "So what if I agree?" "So what if I don't agree?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. His expression suddenly became serious, and he said, "Being friends is not as simple as just saying." He had never met such a person who said she wanted to be friends with him and even showed an expression of, "You're lucky." Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that Zhu Qing didn't know the ways of the world or that she was too arrogant. "Then what should I do?" Zhu Qing frowned and pondered for a moment. She actually showed an expression of asking shamelessly. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand. He said in a deep voice, "For a friend, I should be willing to risk my life to share my worries and difficulties. For a friend, I should be honest with you and treat you with sincerity. For a friend, be more specific." Zhu Qing impatiently interrupted him. "What do you want me to do for you to be willing to be friends with me?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. He patted the bed next to him and said, "I'm lacking someone to warm my bed. If you can take off your clothes and accompany me for a night, I can consider it." "Get lost." Zhu Qing only said one word. He was really a pervert. Every 3 sentences he said didn't deviate from his profession. Moreover, this kind of thing wasn't something a friend needed to do. Although Zhu Qing didn't have any friends, how could she not understand common sense? Yang Kai shrugged and looked helpless. Zhu Qing tilted her head and said reluctantly, "Change it to something else." "Then there's nothing else." Yang Kai spread his hands. "What do you want?" Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily looked at him. Yang Kai slapped the table in front of him and smashed it to pieces. He angrily said, "This young master wants to ask you, what do you want?" It was really strange. She ran over and said she wanted to be friends with him. Yang Kai had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could the word friend be bought and sold by force? Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said, I just want to be friends with you. Yang Kai looked her up and down. After confirming that this woman's mind was normal and she wasn't crazy, he shouted, Okay, I heard that there is a wine sword manor in the Western Territory. The wine they make is the best in the world. Even the great emperors praised it. If you can get some, Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. She said, You want to be friends with me? Yang Kai touched his chin and said, We'll see when the time comes. Do. Zhu Qing flew into a rage. You've gone too far. Yang Kai sneered again and again. I'm like this. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Okay, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. You'll regret it. Zhu Qing bitterly glared at him. After leaving behind these words, she turned around and walked out. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, It's already late. Don't you want to stay for the night? Zhu Qing had just walked to the door and was about to open it. When she heard this, she suddenly threw a punch forward. In an instant, a big hole was broken through the door. Zhu Qing turned around and looked at Yang Kai. Then she turned around and rushed into the darkness. Outside the door, Ying Fei's head was dripping with cold sweat. After Zhu Qing was far away, he poked his head out to take a look. When he found that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Young Master Yang, what happened to her? Who knows? Yang Kai laughed happily. He also felt a lot more relaxed. After this incident, Zhu Qing wouldn't bother him again, right? Although it was a good thing to be liked by a dragon girl and forced to be friends with her, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the desire in his heart when he was with her. This was a big problem. He was afraid that one day he couldn't control himself and forced himself on her. If that happened, he would offend the entire dragon race. In short, although Zhu Qing didn't seem to have any evil intentions, her existence was too dangerous for him. Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhu Qing didn't cultivate any kind of bewitching technique, and her face wasn't so beautiful that he couldn't control himself. So why was it that when he smelled her scent, he couldn't control himself? A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, who looked like an old landlord, suddenly ran up, but after seeing Yang Kai's broken door, he was immediately shocked and exclaimed in shock. Every room here was reinforced with a barrier and spirit array. Even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to break through it, but now, a large hole had suddenly appeared on the door. He really didn't know who did it, but it was simply too daring. Who are you? Ying Fei glanced at him and asked. The old man seemed to know Ying Fei's identity and replied respectfully, Reporting to Master, this one is the shopkeeper of this inn. I didn't know that just now. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Ying Fei glanced at him indifferently, took out some source crystals from his space ring, and tossed them over. This is compensation for my young master. Yes. The inn shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and hurriedly went to work. If it was someone else causing trouble in this inn, he wouldn't have let it go. Although he was just an inn shopkeeper, he had the support of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and was also part of an organization in Flowing Shadow City. But who was Ying Fei? He was a powerful monster king, and the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was nothing in front of him. After a while, he arranged a new room for Yang Kai and respectfully left. Chapter 2682. The next day, Yang Kai was still meditating when knocking sounds suddenly rang out from the door. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was actually Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Yang Kai opened the door and looked at the two. What's the matter? Yi Jinghan said with a trembling voice, Young Master Yang, Flowing Shadow Sword sect has sent my father over. He's currently outside the inn. Sect Master Yi? Yi Hen's appearance appeared in Yang Kai's mind and he nodded lightly. Li Qingyun is tactful. Since he sent him over, I'll accept it. Du Xian said shamefully, Li Qingyun personally sent him over. Li Qingyun was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were only Dao Source Realm cultivators, so they weren't qualified to speak to him on equal terms. Furthermore, they didn't know what Flowing Shadow Sword sect's intentions were, so they could only ask for Yang Kai's help. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, Then I'll accompany you. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Du Xian said gratefully. No need to be so polite. Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face, but he was sighing in his heart. If his previous guess was correct, then the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect this time was probably caused by him. The three of them walked out, with Ying Fei appearing out of nowhere and following closely behind Yang Kai. When they arrived outside the inn, they saw Li Qingyun standing there, dressed in white and carrying a long sword, giving off the aura of a swordsman. Standing in front of him was Yi Hen. Although his expression was somewhat dispirited, he didn't show any signs of torture. It was probably due to the destruction of his sect and the deaths of countless of his disciples that had taken a heavy blow to his heart. "Father! Honored Master!" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian shouted in unison, before glaring angrily at Li Qingyun. Raising his head, Yi Hen glanced at the two of them and revealed a bitter smile. Thousand Leaves sect had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and now that it had been destroyed in his generation, he was truly ashamed to face his ancestors. Seeing his daughter and eldest disciple again after a year, Yi Hen felt rather complicated. Li Qingyun didn't say anything, simply cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before leaving without looking back. It was as if he had made this trip just to send Yi Hen over. It was just as he said. The mastermind had already gotten what he wanted, so it didn't matter whether Yi Hen lived or died. It was because of this that Yi Hen was able to keep his life after being captured by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. "Father!" Pouncing forward, Yi Jinghan carefully inspected Yi Hen's body. After confirming that he was not missing any limbs, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Sect Master Yi." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Young Master Yang." Yi Hen and Yang Kai could be considered old acquaintances. Seeing him together with her daughter and eldest disciple, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Young Master Yang." How could he not know that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to escape so easily this time? He couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. "Let's talk inside." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Nodding his head, Yi Hen walked step by step into the inn with Yi Jinghan and Du Xian supporting him. After entering the room, Yang Kai asked the waiter to serve them a banquet. Several people sat cross-legged and drank until they were injured. After learning that Yi Hen had not been tortured in the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and had only been placed under house arrest, Yi Jinghan's hatred for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect dissipated quite a bit. However, after this blow, Yi Hen seemed to have aged quite a bit in an instant, appearing somewhat senile as he downed cup after cup of wine with a desolate expression on his face. He had long been a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source realm. After Yang Kai brought back the many secret techniques and ancient records of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for many years from the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yi Hen was confident that he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in his lifetime. However, before he could display this ambition, his sect was exterminated by a powerful enemy. Sure enough, the heavenly Dao was unpredictable. Now that his will had suffered such a blow, he didn't know if he would ever have the chance to become an emperor in this lifetime. Yang Kai raised his cup. "Sect Master Yi, what happened to the Thousand Leaves sect this time may have something to do with me." Yi Hen looked at him in surprise, as if he had misunderstood something. With a bitter smile, he said, "It's because of that flower master. It has nothing to do with young Master Yang." Yang Kai shook his head. "Sister Hua's matter is just a trigger. Chi Yu, Aio, and the others are the real targets of those guys." Yi Hen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian also looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know how to explain it either. It's just a feeling. This may be a plot against me, and the Thousand Leaves sect is just a coincidence. Everything was done to lure me to Flowing Shadow City." Yi Hen was stunned. If that was really the case, then the Thousand Leaves sect was really too unlucky. "My apologies." Yang Kai looked at Yi Hen and said in a deep voice. Yi Hen smiled bitterly, "Young Master Yang, there's no need to apologize. My Thousand Leaves sect deserves this. This Yi Hen has never dared to forget young Master's great kindness to my Thousand Leaves sect. Even if this matter was caused by young Master, I, Yi Hen, have no complaints. I only hate that my Thousand Leaves sect is too weak to defend against such strong enemies." Yang Kai said, "Rest assured, Sect Master Yi. No matter who the mastermind behind this is, I will definitely avenge your 1,000 Leaves sect." Yi Hen smiled. With young Master Yang's words, this ye can rest assured. However, the enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. Does young master have confidence? Yi Jinghan glanced at Ying Fei before whispering something into Yi Hen's ear. Yi Hen's body shook when he heard this. Raising his head to look at Ying Fei, he said in shock, "So it's the Monster King, Master." Yi Hen has been impolite. Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, and now that he had the Monster King by his side, there was indeed nothing to worry about. Ying Fei smiled and waved his hand. Yang Kai said, "The auction will be the time when the dagger will be revealed. When that time comes, no matter what the mastermind behind this has in mind, he will definitely bare his fangs. When that time comes, I will definitely kill him." Yi Hen stood up and said solemnly, "Please accept my bow, young Master Yang." 1,000 Leaves sect no longer had the ability to take revenge. If Yang Kai could avenge 1,000 Leaves sect, he would truly be their benefactor. Yang Kai reached out and lifted Yi Hen up, shaking his head. "Sect Master Yi is too serious. I can no longer stay out of this matter. Let's see who is stronger when the time comes." After drinking for a while more, Yang Kai took his leave and returned to his room. The next half a month passed peacefully. Sure enough, Zhu Qing seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, no longer bothering him, which greatly satisfied Yang Kai. Although this woman was incredibly beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and flirting with her was quite pleasing, she was still a dragon girl in the end, so Yang Kai really didn't want to provoke her. During this time, many people from the Emperor realm had come to Flowing Shadow City, most likely for 1,000 Leaves sect's Heaven's Ho. After all, each Heaven's Ho was equivalent to an entire the Emperor realm, so buying them to guard their sect would be an excellent choice. Perhaps the star's source in Aio's body would also be attractive enough. Yang Kai had also investigated Flowing Shadow City many times, but he couldn't find the auras of Chiyu, Aio, and the others, so he could only give up. However, it was unlikely that the enemy would be so stupid. Before the auction began, these chips would naturally not be exposed so easily. On this day, the silent Flowing Shadow City suddenly became noisy, and the entrance of the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was filled with people gasping for breath. As one of the two top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce naturally had a branch in Flowing Shadow City. This time's auction would be held in the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's branch. All the masters from the Emperor realm who had received an invitation arrived on time. In front of the Chamber of Commerce, 2 rows of young girls were waiting respectfully, but when an honored guest arrived, one of them would greet him with a smile and lead him into the Chamber of Commerce. These young girls were all as beautiful as flowers, with graceful figures. Wearing thin gauze, all kinds of wonderful things were faintly discernible, attracting the eyes of those who saw them. Without a doubt, they had also undergone professional training. Every smile made people feel at home, and their soft and gentle voices made people feel good about them. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect's sect master Li Qingyun also stood outside the Chamber of Commerce, hugging the Void Jade sword and standing there with his eyes closed like a statue. His sword intent was restrained, and from his appearance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, those who knew him knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, he was like a sheathed sword. Once unsheathed, he would transform into a powerful sword cultivator, and his killing intent would soar to the sky. Suddenly, Li Qingyun's eyes opened and he looked forward, a trace of fear and helplessness flashing across his sword-like eyes. In front of him, a group of 5 people was walking forward, rampaging through the crowd. The surrounding guests all glared at them angrily, but when they saw the faces of this group of people, they all paled and retreated to the side, as if they were avoiding a fierce tiger. This group of 5 was led by a young man, followed by a man with an aquiline nose, a young man, a young woman, and an old man. It was Yang Kai's group. Walking straight to the Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai glanced at Li Qingyun and grinned. "Sect Master Li is also here to welcome guests? What a big deal!" The helplessness on Li Qingyun's face became even stronger as the corners of his mouth twitched. revealing an indescribable expression. Haha, this should be Yang Kai, young Master Yang, right? Young Master Yang's arrival is a great honor for this humble one. Please come in. A hearty laughter rang out from the side, filled with enthusiasm. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walk out from the side, smiling as he greeted him. Seeing this smile, Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked as he narrowed his eyes. "It's you!" Yi Jing Han and Du Xian exclaimed in low voices as they looked at the middle-aged man, fear filling their faces. Yi Hen's body trembled as her eyes spat fire. "You know him?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Yi Jing Han gritted her teeth. "He was the one who subdued my Thousand Leaves sect's Tianhou. He was also the one who went to look for Master Hua. This humble one is Wu Ming." The middle-aged man smiled as he stared intently at Yang Kai, completely ignoring the three from Thousand Leaves sect. These three ants were indeed not worthy of his attention. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said indifferently, "So it was you who did this?" Wu Ming smiled faintly. "Young Master Yang must be joking. How could this humble one? What are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, Wu Ming was greatly shocked as Yang Kai had actually sent a palm strike towards him. Emperor Qi surged as the surrounding world energy surged. Although there was a small gap between them, Wu Ming was shocked to find that he was unable to dodge this attack. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold as to attack him right from the start, catching him completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Chapter 2683. What made Wu Ming even more uneasy was that the Monster King, who had always been by Yang Kai's side, suddenly attacked. A powerful pressure comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master poured out, pressing down on him like a mountain. Wu Ming was immediately immobilized, unable to circulate his Emperor Qi properly. With a crisp sound, Wu Ming's head was slapped to the side, his cheek burning with pain, and his mouth filled with the taste of blood. The many cultivators from the Emperor Realm who came to participate in the auction all stared at the scene with wide eyes, horrified. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was slapped in front of so many people. How arrogant was this young man named Yang Kai? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had a Monster King behind him? "How dare you!" Wu Ming clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and growled at Yang Kai like an enraged beast. Before he could finish his words, a palm rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, slapping him hard on the other side of his face. With a loud sound, a few teeth flew out. Wu Ming was dizzy and his head was in a daze. Firstly, he was angry, and secondly, he was hit. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and a deacon of Star Soul Palace. He had always been superior to others, but who would have thought that he would be humiliated like this in this small flowing shadow city? Enraged, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi madly and managed to break free from the suppression of Ying Fei's aura, leaping back a few steps and shouting, "Enough! How dare you shout? Come here!" Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless as he opened his hand. Under the influence of space principles, Wu Ming was horrified to find that he couldn't control his own movements, and he took the initiative to meet Yang Kai. Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it hard on Wu Ming's face, causing it to bleed. But this wasn't the end. Yang Kai jumped up high, bent his elbow, and slammed it into Wu Ming's back. A violent force poured out, and Wu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked to the ground. What greeted him was a storm of punches and kicks. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. She stared at him blankly. The young man named Yang Kai was like a street gangster, pinning Wu Ming to the ground and beating him up. As he beat him up, he kept cursing him. He was extremely arrogant. On the other hand, Wu Ming tried to resist several times, but before he could gather his strength, it was defeated. After trying a few times, he seemed to know that he was a fish on the chopping board. She covered her head with her hands and curled up, allowing Yang Kai to do whatever he wanted. They had never seen a fight in the Emperor Realm like this before. Today was an eye-opener for them. The group of people clicked their tongues in wonder and trembled with fear. In a short while, Wu Ming was beaten black and blue. His whole body was covered in blood, and it was almost impossible to see his human form. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad. Otherwise, he would have to endure Yang Kai's venting. He had probably lost his life long ago. Yang Kai breathed heavily and kicked him a few more times before stopping. He turned around and glanced at Yi Hen and the others. "Do you want to collect some interest?" Yi Hen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Young Master Yang, you can make the decision." He knew that Yang Kai was helping Thousand Leaves sect vent their grievances. Now that Wu Ming was lying on the ground, unable to fight back, Yang Kai could indeed go up and collect some interest. However, borrowing someone else's strength to intimidate others, what was the meaning of this? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't force the issue. Instead, he bent down and grabbed Wu Ming's hair, lifting him up and bringing his face closer. Almost touching Wu Ming's face, he said in a deep voice, "This young master knows that there are people behind you. Tell the people behind you that if my friends lose a single hair, I will break their bones one by one and make them into wine to drink." Wu Ming chuckled. With a terrifying expression, he replied, "That depends on whether you know what's good for you." Yang Kai stared at him and said lightly, "Do you want to die?" Wu Ming's body trembled as a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing his hands and feet to turn cold. He originally thought that since he had a bargaining chip in hand, Yang Kai would hesitate to attack him, but how could he have imagined that this guy would act so unscrupulously? He wanted to kill him, he really wanted to kill him. Although this murderous intent was concealed, it still stabbed into Wu Ming's heart like a sharp sword, causing him to remain silent out of fear. He had no doubt that if he tried to provoke this young man again, he would become a corpse in the next moment. "I can fulfill your wish." Yang Kai grinned. "I've always been a soft-hearted person. If you beg me, I'll immediately give you a quick death." Wu Ming remained silent, not daring to speak. Yang Kai coldly snorted and casually tossed him aside, as if he was a piece of trash. When Wu Ming landed on the ground, he saw that Yang Kai had already led the people behind him into the auction hall. "You little bastard, just you wait. You dare to be so presumptuous with me just because you have a monster king as your bodyguard? Today's humiliation will be repaid 100, 1,000 times over." As if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy, Wu Ming felt a burst of joy in his heart. He sneered, attracting the attention of the people from the Emperor realm who came to participate in the auction. They all wondered if this Wu Ming had been beaten silly. The auction hall was designed like a staircase, with each level spiraling upwards. It was large enough to accommodate thousands of people without feeling crowded. Looking up, the oval-shaped lid of the cauldron was engraved with the drawings of ferocious beasts, making the entire auction hall look like a beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing all the cultivator who entered. Yang Kai and his group were led by a beautiful servant girl into a side room. This side room seemed to be at the top of the auction hall. Standing in the side room and looking down, it was like looking down from a bird's eye view. Everything in the auction hall was clearly imprinted in one's eyes. The servant girl had seen Yang Kai display his invincible might at the entrance and his violent appearance. At this moment, she was trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. After leading Yang Kai and his group in, her small face turned pale as she said, "Dear guests, please wait a moment. The auction is about to begin." Although she was only a little servant girl, she could feel that the purpose of Yang Kai and his group was to destroy the auction hall. After saying that, she ran out of the side room as if she was escaping. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were led into different side rooms by the servant girl. The hall below was gradually filled with people. Although the majority of the people who had come did not have enough wealth to participate in the auction, the more people there were, the better it would be for an auction. Yang Kai's powerful divine sense swept across the entire auction hall without restraint, causing the noisy hall below to instantly fall silent. Feeling the power of his divine sense, no one dared to make any noise. Ying Fei was also doing the same. A moment later, the two of them retracted their divine senses. "Young Master Yang, did you discover anything?" Ying Fei asked. Yang Kai shook his head and sat down on a chair. "It's hidden very deeply." "Where's the Monster King?" Ying Fei shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had not discovered anything. Frowning, he said, "However, since we can confirm that this is a trap, young Master Yang should be careful. The deeper something is hidden, the more dangerous it is." Yang Kai nodded his head. Beside him, Yi Jinghan was brewing tea. Her movements were skilled, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Du Xian and Yi Hen were similarly worried. "Master, everything has been prepared." Wu Ming, who had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai, had appeared at some point and was standing respectfully in front of an old man. It was unknown what kind of pills he had taken, but although there were still some bruises on his face, it was obvious that he was much better than before. However, there were some internal injuries in his body that could not be healed so quickly. Every time Wu Ming circulated his emperor qi, his internal organs would ache faintly. "That little bastard was too heavy-handed," the old man nodded his head lightly. "How many people from the emperor realm have come?" Wu Ming replied, "More than 30. The old man said with satisfaction, "That's enough." After a pause, he waved his hand. "Since all the guests are here, let's begin." Wu Ming said respectfully, "Yes." Turning his head to the side, Wu Ming extended his hand and said, "Junior sister, please." Hua Qingxi slowly got up and looked at the old man with a complicated gaze. "Master, this disciple will take her leave." "Go." The old man waved his hand. After taking a few steps, Hua Qingxi suddenly turned around and knelt in front of the old man, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. The old man's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand Hua Qingxi's intention. Instead of stopping her, he closed his eyes. "Your life is your own, and you choose your own path. Since you want to be my enemy, there's no need to talk about friendship between master and disciple." Wu Ming stood to the side and sneered, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Hua Qingxi was unmoved. After kowtowing, she stood up and took a light breath as if she had unloaded a burden. Her body and mind were much lighter, and she walked out. When she passed by Wu Ming, she paused and said, "Wu Ming, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You'll die a horrible death." "You traitorous bitch." Wu Ming was furious. He slapped Hua Qingxi's face, leaving a palm print on her fair face. Hua Qingxi touched her cheek and smiled. "What's wrong? You were hit by others and now you want to get back at me? That's all you've got." These words instantly angered Wu Ming. The scene of him being humiliated by Yang Kai replayed clearly in his mind. Surging his emperor qi, he raised his hand and slapped down on Hua Qingxi's head. Instead of dodging, Hua Qingxi puffed up her chest and took the initiative to meet him head-on. "Enough." The old man who had his eyes closed shouted faintly. Wu Ming was startled. His raised hand froze in midair as he looked Hua Qingxi up and down and grinned. "Junior sister, you're courting death. This big brother won't let you have your way. You're a precious chess piece." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, "Despicable." Wu Ming smiled. "Whatever you say, honored master has promised to reward you to me after this matter is over. Don't worry, this big brother will definitely treat you well." He emphasized the word, love, with a meaningful expression on his face. Hua Qingxi's expression changed abruptly as she looked at the old man in disbelief, only to find that the old man did not react at all. Knowing that Wu Ming was telling the truth, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had never thought that her honored master would have such an unknown side. Perhaps her strength was too low in the past and she could not come into contact with too many secrets, so she did not understand this so-called honored master at all. But after advancing to the emperor realm, everything became clear. "Go, don't let the guests wait too long." The old man waved his hand. "Yes." Wu Ming replied respectfully, glaring at Hua Qingxi before walking out with her. Chapter 2684. With the sound of the gong and drum, the auction officially began. From the backstage area, a beautiful woman in palace robes slowly walked out and stood on the round platform. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, causing many men's eyes to light up. Generally speaking, the auctioneers were all men, and most of them were old men. Women rarely appeared on such occasions, but such a beautiful young woman was extremely pleasing to the eye, causing many people to secretly look forward to this auction. "Sister Hua." In the room at the top, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared in shock at the beautiful woman who had just walked out. Master Hua. Yi Hen and the others also wore complicated expressions. They naturally knew Hua Qingxi as she had lived in Thousand Leaves sect for some time. It was after Wu Ming came to find Hua Qingxi that Thousand Leaves sect suffered a calamity of destruction. Previously, Yi Hen and the others had guessed that this matter might be related to Hua Qingxi. At this moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared in front of them again, and this time, she appeared as the auctioneer, so they couldn't help but think. With a slight gust of wind, a figure appeared on the auction stage. Everyone focused their eyes and found that Yang Kai had run up at some point. Sister Hua. Yang Kai stood in front of her and greeted her with a smile. Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Although she already knew that Yang Kai had come here, she was still surprised to see him appear in front of her. Long time no see, how have you been? Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and did not answer, but her expression suddenly became solemn. She said, You shouldn't have come here. Yang Kai said, I didn't come here. How can I take you away? Hua Qingxi said, But you can't leave even if you're here. So this matter is really directed at me? Yang Kai's expression sank. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, Do you still remember the Dragon Island command? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Of course I remember. In fact, he had forgotten about it long ago. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi reminding him, he wouldn't have remembered that there was such a thing in his space ring. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly. When I left the Star Soul Palace back then, I was ordered by my master to go to Maplewood City to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Island token. You know this as well. The Dragon Island medallion is very important. You can head to the Dragon Island with the medallion and make a request that the Dragon Island can satisfy. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and the distant memories gradually became clear. He found the Dragon Island token in the spatial ring of a guy named Han Lung after he killed him. It was said that Han Lung was an abandoned disciple of the Star Soul Palace. He and Hua Qingxi could be considered as brother and sister. It was unknown where Han Lung had stolen the Dragon Island token and escaped from the Star Soul Palace. After he died in the hands of Yang Kai, the Dragon Island medallion naturally changed owners. After that, Hua Qingxi tracked down the Dragon Island medallion and found out that it was Yang Kai. In the end, she was captured. Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai about the function of the Dragon Island medallion at that time. The Dragon Island medallion belongs to my master. 1 year ago, my brother Wu Ming found me. He brought me back to the Star Soul Palace. Although I didn't want to reveal the truth, my master used a secret technique on me, and I couldn't do anything about it. You should know what happened after that. I don't know what I told my master, but he definitely knows that the Dragon Island medallion is with you. That's why he attacked the Thousand Leaves sect and captured Qiyu and the others. He wanted to force you to show yourself. Yang Kai frowned and said, So, your master might know other secrets about me? Hua Qingxi's expression turned gloomy. She said, I'm sorry. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's fine as long as it wasn't your intention. Although he never doubted Hua Qingxi's character, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to let it go if she really betrayed him. Now that he heard Hua Qingxi's explanation, his mood became much more relaxed. Are my friends still safe? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Hua Qingxi said, Master didn't hurt them. After all, his target is you. Before he takes you down, those people are just pawns. Wasn't it the same for him? All these years of relationship between master and disciple were nothing in the face of absolute benefits. Yang Kai glanced at the place where Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared and said, That's space array, don't be rash. They've all been implanted with the heart-urging insect. Even if you go and find them, you won't be able to save them. Hua Qingxi slowly shook her head. My master can make them wish they were dead with a single thought. Heart-urging insect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. With the exotic insect scripture, Yang Kai naturally knew what the heart-urging insect was. It was also one of the exotic insects on the exotic insect list. Although it wasn't as famous as the soul-devouring insect, it was still a good thing for killing people. Just as she was speaking, Hua Qingxi suddenly let out a muffled groan, an expression of extreme pain appearing on her beautiful face. Under her fair complexion, it seemed as if something was emerging and swimming through her skin. "Sister Hua, you're also?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Hua Qingxi endured the pain and said, "Hurry up and leave. My master has always been cautious. If he wasn't absolutely sure, he wouldn't have come to deal with you." Yang Kai's gaze was cold as he looked in a direction. He saw Wu Ming sneering at him and forming a seal. It seemed that the reason Hua Qingxi was in so much pain was because he had used the heart-urging insect. "Sister Hua, I'll save you," Yang Kai said hurriedly and made a throat-slitting gesture at Wu Ming before suddenly disappearing. If he had stayed any longer, Hua Qingxi would have to endure even more torture, so retreating now was the best choice. The two's intimate exchange on the high platform had long been seen by many cultivators, and all of them clicked their tongues in wondering what the relationship between Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi was. After Yang Kai left, Wu Ming stopped tormenting Hua Qingxi. After all, she still needed to host this auction, so it wouldn't look good if he tortured her too much. The heart-urging insect swimming under Hua Qingxi's skin gradually disappeared, and the unbearable pain also slowly subsided. Hua Qingxi was already sweating profusely, but she forced herself to raise her head and expressionlessly said, "The auction will now begin." The first auction item, the 1,000 Leaves Sect's Heavenly Howling Moon Wolf. The starting price is 1 million high-rank source crystals. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they had long known that many heavenly centipedes from the 1,000 Leaves sect would appear in this auction, they never expected that the first one would appear. This was unusual. Generally speaking, the value of the items that appeared in an auction would go from low to high. Only in this way could it arouse the competitive mentality of the people and make them lose themselves in the fiery fighting atmosphere, unknowingly raising the price. A heavenly centipede was enough to be the finale of the auction, yet the first one was actually taken out. This was completely against common sense. However, when they remembered that the 1,000 Leaves sect had more than one heavenly centipede, and that this first item might just be used as a bait, many cultivators felt somewhat relieved. 1 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount. After conversion, it was equivalent to 100 million mid-rank source crystals and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to participate in such an auction. However, compared to a heavenly centipede whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm, 1 million high-rank source crystals was definitely worth it. Buying it was equivalent to buying the Emperor realm, and one that could be used as one pleased. There were many cultivators from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in this auction, so they had naturally made preparations. At this moment, when they heard the starting price, all of them rubbed their hands together, ready to go all out. "I'll take this 1 million, I hope everyone can give me some face." A loud shout suddenly rang out, almost immediately following Hua Qingxi's words. When everyone heard this, they all curled their lips in disdain. Who did this person think he was? Did he think he could take away a heavenly centipede at a starting price with just a few words? If he had so much face, why would he hold an auction like this? Looking towards the source of the voice, many people's expressions changed. This was because they discovered that the one who had spoken was none other than the arrogant and domineering Yang Kai. The bidding voices that had been at the tip of their tongues were instantly swallowed. When Yang Kai had first arrived in Flowing Shadow City, he had led a group of people to kill many disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but even now, the sect master of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, Li Qingyun, had no intention of taking revenge. Instead, he had taken the initiative to send the 1,000 Leaves sect's sect master back not long ago. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but he had also beaten up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction venue. Just this boldness and courage alone was enough to make people think twice, not to mention the fact that he had a monster king by his side. This face really couldn't be ignored. The entire auction venue fell into a strange silence. Knowing that Yang Kai was a fierce cultivator, those who didn't know the truth also sensed the strange atmosphere and faintly guessed what was going on. Naturally, they didn't dare to be the first to make a move. As a result, after Yang Kai finished speaking, no one else made a bid. Hua Qingxi looked around and simply said, "Since that's the case, the first heavenly grain will go to the friend in room 1. Hearing this, everyone's minds went blank, thinking that this auctioneer was a weirdo who didn't follow the rules. Generally speaking, the auctioneer would naturally raise the price at this time and ask if anyone wanted to make a bid. It was best to use an exaggerated expression and tone to instigate the bidding. If no one wanted to make a bid, the auctioneer would have to count down 3 times before the transaction was completed. However, this young woman didn't even ask before making the final decision. But when they thought of the intimate interaction between Yang Kai and her, everyone secretly felt that she should be acquainted with Yang Kai, which was why she was so straightforward. What was this? Was this still considered an auction? This wasn't the first time that the people from the Emperor realm had attended an auction, but this was the first time they had seen such an auction. From the time Hua Qingxi opened her mouth to the end of the auction, only 5 breaths had passed. At this time, a maidservant came out from the back with a tray in her hand. Before she had time to show the heavenly grain in front of everyone, the auction was already over. The maidservant seemed to be in a daze, but she still carried the tray straight to room 1. When she arrived in front of the room, the door opened and the maidservant stood at the door and said, "Guest, this is your auction item. Please pay 1 million high-rank source crystals." Chapter 2685. Kai Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the tray. Lifting the red cloth covering the tray, he took a look and discovered that on top of the tray was a puppet about a foot tall, in the shape of a wolf. "Is this the right item?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Hen and asked. Yi Hen excitedly replied, "This is my 1,000 leaves sex heavenly ho, the moon-howling heavenly wolf." Yi Hen almost burst into tears when he regained what he had lost. Yang Kai nodded lightly and tossed this heavenly ho to Yi Hen. "Put it away." He had seen the original forms of these heavenly house in the past, each as large as a mountain and guarding the vital points of 1,000 Leaves sect, but he had never imagined that they could shrink to such an extent. 1,000 Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry was indeed extraordinary. Yi Hen was stunned, but this is young Master Yang's auction item. This he is ashamed to accept it. This was an item worth 1 million high-rank source crystals, so how could Yi Hen be shameless enough to take it for free? Yang Kai smiled. "This thing can only be used to its fullest potential in your hands. Take it, there may be a fierce battle later." 1,000 Leaves sex puppets were refined using secret techniques and controlled using secret techniques. Even if others obtained them, they would not be able to display their full power. Only a cultivator who had cultivated the corresponding secret techniques would be able to unearth the greatest value of these puppets. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen's heart trembled and he silently put away the heavenly ho. The maidservant's heart trembled as she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Forcing a smile, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Honored guest, the auction item has been delivered to you. Please pay the source crystals." Yang Kai waved his hand. "There's no rush. I still have things to bid for, so I'll pay them all at once after the auction to avoid trouble." The maidservant frowned and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, but we don't have such a rule, and this servant can't make the decision." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. "Since you can't make the decision, ask someone who can." He glanced at her. The maidservant suddenly shuddered and didn't dare to say anything more. She excused herself and hurriedly went to report. At this moment, another maidservant walked up to the stage with a tray. Hua Qingxi declared expressionlessly, "The second auction item is the 1,000 Leaves sex heavenly centipede silver spider. The starting price is 1 million high-rank source crystals." After he finished speaking, he stood there quietly. Yang Kai immediately said, "I'll take 1 million. I hope everyone can give me some face." As soon as he said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Those from the Emperor realm gnashed their teeth in hatred. When the first auction item, the Moonhowl Wolf, came out, Yang Kai said the same thing. Those from the Emperor realm gave him face and didn't compete with him. However, when the second item was auctioned, he actually dared to say such a thing, which made him seem a little greedy and ignorant. However, when they thought of the monster king behind Yang Kai and his lawless actions, most of the people from the Emperor realm chose to remain silent and didn't want to take the lead. However, some of the people from the Emperor realm who didn't know his background began to mock him in their private rooms, but they didn't raise the price. Although these people spoke softly, there were quite a few people from the Emperor realm present who had sharp ears and eyes, so how could they not hear them? At first, they were worried that Yang Kai would suddenly attack them. However, to their surprise, Yang Kai's private room was completely silent and didn't have any special reaction. At this moment, the maidservant who delivered the Moonhowl Wolf to Yang Kai found Wu Ming and carefully recounted what had happened. Wu Ming was furious when he heard this and clenched his teeth. "Bastard, you actually want to eat for free." 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a considerable amount of wealth for him, but looking at Yang Kai's actions, it was clear that he didn't want to pay, so he casually found a reason to send the maidservant away. Wu Ming believed that even if the auction ended, Yang Kai wouldn't pay a single source crystal. Such an approach was simply a despicable and shameless act. "Master, what should we do now?" The maidservant also panicked. If word spread that someone had bought something for free at their own auction house, what credibility would the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have? However, she was just a maidservant of the Chamber of Commerce and had no right to make such a decision. Wu Ming's eyes flashed for a moment before he coldly snorted, "It doesn't matter, just ignore him." In any case, Yang Kai was going to die today. No matter how many good things there were in that space ring, they would all become his spoils of war. "Since you want to eat for free, I'll catch you in one fell swoop and see who's stronger." The maidservant was startled when she heard this and said, "But he's starting to bid again. If he wins again, what should we do?" Wu Ming waved his hand and said, "Send everything to him." The maidservant was shocked, as if she hadn't expected Wu Ming to give such an answer. However, before today's auction began, these maidservants had already been informed that they had to obey Wu Ming's orders, so they didn't dare to refute. They just felt strange in their hearts. What was the meaning of today's auction? Wu Ming sneered softly as his eyes swept over Yang Kai's private room, thinking to himself, "I'll let you be proud for a while, but once my honored master finishes his arrangements, I'll let you die without a burial place." The entire auction was both a means to attract Yang Kai and a strategy to stall for time. While the auction was being held, his honored master had been secretly preparing to lay out an inescapable net here. No one would be able to escape from here. Sure enough, no one bid for the second auction item. Soon, another maidservant delivered it to Yang Kai's private room. As if she had been instructed, this maidservant tactfully did not ask for any more source crystals from Yang Kai this time. Instead, she respectfully left after delivering the item. Yang Kai casually tossed it to Yi Hen. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were secretly excited as they watched from the side. They felt that they should be able to retrieve all of Thousand Leaves Sect's heavenly puppets this time. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves Sect might be able to make a comeback. They had brought many secret scriptures into Emperor Heaven Valley. If they could retrieve these heavenly puppets and recruit more disciples in the future, Thousand Leaves Sect would definitely be able to regain its glory one day. The third auction item. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi continued to carry out her task as the auctioneer with an indifferent expression. However, before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai shouted, 1,000,000, I'll take it. Needless to say, it was definitely another heavenly puppet. Thousand Leaves Sect originally had 10 great heavenly puppets, but after Lu Yen took away the white tiger, there were only 9 left. It would take a lot of time to bid for them one by one. An old voice immediately rang out from room number 7, one that was filled with dissatisfaction and indignation. "Friend, do you want us to give you some face?" Yang Kai grinned. "It would naturally be good if that's the case." The old man from room number 7 coldly snorted. "Face is something that can only be gained through fighting, not given by others." That's right. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Someone immediately chimed in. From the sound of it, it seemed to have come from room number 13. Since it's an auction, it should naturally be won by the rich. "Friend, aren't you looking down on us a little too much by doing this? Little brat, you should be satisfied with obtaining 2 heavenly puppets. You don't need to participate in the rest." That's right. We came all the way here just for these heavenly puppets. If you want to take them all by yourself, be careful that your stomach doesn't explode. With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be others who would follow suit. Previously, they didn't know Yang Kai's background, so they didn't make a move, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of two heavenly puppets. However, when they were privately criticizing Yang Kai, they immediately felt that this little brat wasn't all that great, so they all became bolder and began mocking and persuading him. Everyone wanted good things. Looking at Kai Yang's attitude, if they didn't open their mouths now, he really would end up buying everything in this auction. How could they tolerate such a thing? Giving him two heavenly puppets at the lowest price was already a great deal of face, so he should be satisfied. Many people were secretly regretting it. If they had known that this little brat wasn't all that great and was just putting on an act, they would have started bidding a long time ago. Generally speaking, the price of the first few auction items was relatively low, and the price would be pushed up as time went on. Only those from the Emperor realm who knew that Yang Kai had a monster king by his side and saw Yang Kai beat up Wu Ming kept silent. They sneered in their hearts, thinking that the Emperor realm was in big trouble. Yang Kai dared to beat up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction, so it was obvious that he was a reckless and daring person. Provoking him now was just asking for trouble. There weren't many people from the Emperor realm who were more powerful than Wu Ming. As the saying went, if it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care. They were all secretly looking forward to a good show. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to want to fight with those people. He only stayed silent for a while before saying, "Since you don't want to give me face, then let's just bid. What's the point of saying so much?" As soon as he said this, many people were shocked. They wondered what was going on with this brat. Could it be that he had a change of heart? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he was worried because there were so many people here? After all, it was difficult to offend the crowd. It didn't matter if he beat up Wu Ming, but if he continued to pester them endlessly and asked them to give him face, he might offend everyone from the Emperor realm. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many people with two fists. Thinking of this, those from the Emperor realm who had been silent couldn't help but feel excited. They felt that it was time to participate in the auction. Without Yang Kai as the biggest obstacle, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone. They just needed to see who had the most money to get the heavenly puppets. With this thought in mind, many people from the Emperor realm sat up straight and rubbed their fists, preparing to fight to the death. The old man from room 7 smiled slightly and took advantage of his seniority to say, "This is the kind of atmosphere an auction should have. In that case, this old man will throw a brick to attract jade." 1 million. 1. 2 million. 1. 5 million. 2 million. Shouts immediately came from all directions as the people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms began to move. In less than 10 breaths, the base price of the heavenly puppet of 1 million high-rank source crystals had risen to 3 million, and this was far from over. Chapter 2686. 10 million. An abrupt voice rang out. The noisy auction venue fell silent in an instant as countless people turned their heads to look at room 1, the corners of their eyes twitching. Naturally, they recognized that the voice who bid 10 million belonged to Yang Kai, and their hearts were filled with hatred. This price increase was too terrifying, directly increasing from 3 million to 10 million, almost 3 times the original price. Such a price gap shocked even those from the Emperor realm. But then again, the value of a heavenly puppet was indeed worth that much. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount, it was worth it if it could buy a heavenly puppet. It could only be said that the boy in room 1 was decisive enough to directly bid such a high price to deter most of the competitors who wanted to take advantage of the situation. An auction was a place where people fought with their wits and courage, so if someone couldn't bear the new price, they could only give up. Damn! Wu Ming, who was hiding behind the high platform, cursed bitterly. Others thought that Yang Kai was being generous and was determined to win the heavenly puppet, but he knew Yang Kai's plan. This bidding price was nothing more than a number to Yang Kai. He had never thought of paying source crystals, let alone 10 million. He could even bid 100 million. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This boy, he won't really bid 100 million later, will he? Boy, you're so generous. The old man in room 7 shouted, his voice filled with slight anger as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for not understanding the rules. How could he raise the price like this in an auction? The bidders were going to kill each other. In the end, only the organizer would benefit. If it weren't for Yang Kai bidding for 2 heavenly puppets before, he would have suspected that Yang Kai was a fraud. 10 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly puppet. Boy, your calculations are not bad, but unfortunately, you met this old master. The old man in room 7 sneered and bid again, 11 million. This price was almost close to his psychological bottom line, but Yang Kai's approach was too arrogant. He couldn't swallow this insult and secretly decided to fight to the death with this boy and let him know that the older, the wiser. 100 million. Yang Kai sat on the chair, his hand on his cheek, and took a sip of the tea. Yi Jinghan could not help but laugh out loud. By now, how could she not see through Yang Kai's plan? This auction was a complete joke to Yang Kai. 10 million, 100 million, a billion, or even 10 billion didn't make any difference to him. Anyway, it was just a number that he casually said. He wouldn't fulfill it at all. Yi Hen and Du Xian also had strange expressions as they secretly wiped away the sweat on their foreheads. Backstage, Wu Ming's face was dark. He thought to himself that what he was most afraid of would come true. This kid really called out a bid of 100 million. On the contrary, from the various private rooms outside, waves of gasps could be heard one after another. In the hall, countless gazes gathered towards room 1. All of them were flabbergasted and shocked. Did I hear wrongly? 100 million? Low-grade or high-grade origin crystals? Dream, I must be dreaming. This kid is crazy. Does he have so many origin crystals that he can't spend them all? If he can't spend them all, he should just give me some. Why do I have to be such a sucker? Young master, this servant is willing to serve you. This servant's chest is very big, very soft, and very white. In the hall, everyone was shocked by Yang Kai's bid of 100 million. That bid was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to feel dizzy and confused. In room 7, the old man was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He slammed the chair under him and said, "Kid, you're going too far." Yang Kai curled his lips and glanced at room 7 indifferently. It's an auction, where the rich win. How is this young master going too far? You're just randomly bidding. How preposterous. He didn't believe that Yang Kai was really willing to spend 100 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly hoe. A heavenly hoe was only worth 10 or 20 million at most. What kind of concept was 100 million? Even first-class sects might not necessarily be able to take out so many source crystals. Yang Kai snorted, "If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You're already so old, why don't you just find a place to live out your remaining years? Why run out here and make a fool of yourself?" This old master is so angry. The old man from the 7th room flew into a rage and turned to Hua Qingxi, who was on the stage, and said, "Madam, do you think the auction house will allow this person to cause trouble and make unreasonable bids? Is there no one to maintain order?" This was a branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, and everyone could trust the credibility of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The old man thought that Hua Qingxi was a member of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, so he asked this question. Hua Qingxi glanced at room 7 indifferently and said, "Him bidding is his business. I didn't see him causing trouble, but you've been chattering nonstop." The old man was startled and only then remembered that the little brat from room 1 seemed to be very familiar with this auctioneer. Before the auction started, the two of them had been whispering on the stage for a while. At this time, the old man was naturally speaking up for that little brat, so how could he possibly care about an outsider like him? Snakes and rats really are in cahoots. The old man flicked his sleeves, feeling extremely disappointed with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, but he still said, "This old master doesn't believe he can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. He's definitely just randomly bidding. If anyone could take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it wouldn't be high-rank source crystals." The old man had almost emptied his entire sect, but he had only brought less than 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai was so young and his cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, So how could he possibly have such great financial resources? Old man Zhou is right. This little brat is here to cause trouble. Throw him out. Someone immediately shouted. It was none other than the owner of room 13 from the Emperor realm. Throw him out. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed to participate in this auction. He actually picked up 2 big advantages. What the hell is wrong with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce? For a time, the crowd became agitated and everyone clamored for Yang Kai to be thrown out of the auction. The main reason was that the bid of 100 million high-rank source crystals was simply too frightening. This was only the 3rd item to be auctioned, and there were many more heavenly puppets to be auctioned. It was rumored that there was even a Star Master. If he continued to raise the price like this every time, who could compete with him? Even if it was for their own interests, they couldn't allow this little brat to stay any longer. 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm shouted together, each of the private rooms filled with oppressive Emperor intent, as if a fight was about to break out, causing the cultivator in the hall to go pale with fright. Hua Qingxi also frowned as she stood on the high platform. If it was just 1 or 2 people shouting like this, she wouldn't have paid them any mind. In any case, this auction was just a cover, but now that so many people from the Emperor realm were attacking together, she didn't know what to do. If she didn't handle this well, it would bring a lot of trouble to Yang Kai. Wu Ming stood in the background, grinning, secretly pleased. He had no intention of stopping this at all. In his heart, he was looking forward to Yang Kai drawing as much hatred as possible, which would make it easier for him to carry out his next plan. Shut up for this young master. Inside room 1, Yang Kai picked his ears and shouted. The noise from all directions was giving him a headache. Little brat, how dare you shout? The old man from room 7 seemed to be on bad terms with Yang Kai. At this moment, he had the upper hand and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. He snapped, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. If you don't, we'll teach you how to behave. As soon as his voice fell, a figure strangely appeared in the air above the auction hall. It was none other than Yang Kai. You, what are you doing? Even though he was hiding in private room 7, the old man was still shocked. How did Kai Yang appear just now? He didn't even notice it. That pair of eyes pierced straight through the walls and spirit arrays as if they were nothing, piercing straight into his heart. Yang Kai looked at room 7 indifferently, then glanced around and said unhurriedly, you bunch of dregs said that this young master is randomly bidding because you don't think this young master can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. This young master wants to ask you, what would you do if I could take it out? Impudent. Arrogant. This is really infuriating. This brat is so rude. Although the cultivators from the Emperor realm who came here were not very strong, they were all mainstays of their respective sects and forces. None of them had low status, so being called dregs by Yang Kai immediately caused the crowd to be furious. If you take it out, this king will eat 3 kilograms of shit. A voice drifted from one of the private rooms. Obviously, it was just a random shout and didn't want to expose his position. Yang Kai accurately locked onto room 13 and said in amazement, Friend, your taste is quite strong, I admire you. Inside room 13, a middle-aged man's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he couldn't hide his position even after using a secret technique and was immediately discovered by Yang Kai. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have shouted. The main reason was that he didn't like Yang Kai and instinctively wanted to disgust him. Everyone else also looked towards room 13 with different expressions. Good, since your excellency is so ambitious, this young master will definitely satisfy you once, Yang Kai said while clapping his hands. He then turned to look at room 7 and asked, Old thing, what about you? With just you? The old man sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't think that Yang Kai could really take out so many source crystals. With just me, so what? Don't talk so nicely, take out something real. Yang Kai snorted. He had come here to rescue Qiyu and the others, as well as to retrieve Thousand Leaves Sect's Tianho. Since someone dared to obstruct him, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The old man said, If you can take it out, this old master will twist his head off and let you kick it like a ball. This brat was just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could really take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, the old man wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he would just fight him and let him know that there was always someone better than him. Very good, Yang Kai grinned viciously. This young master wants your head. Saying so, he turned around and flew towards the high platform where Hua Qingxi was. After landing, he looked around and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly whether this young master is randomly bidding." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a small mountain of source crystals instantly appeared on the high platform. The source crystals exuded a bright white light and an astonishing amount of spirit qi burst out, filling the entire auction venue with spirit qi. Chapter 2687. Wow, the cultivator in the hall was in an uproar as they stared at the platform with wide eyes. Even the cultivators from the Emperor realm who were hiding in the private rooms couldn't help but stretch their necks and stare at the breathtaking scene on the platform. So many source crystals. I've never seen so many source crystals in my life. They're all high-rank source crystals. They're really high-rank source crystals. Such a big pile. It's at least 100 million. Master, this servant wants to give birth to your child. Look at this servant, look at this servant. The cultivator sitting in the hall was going crazy. Their cultivation wasn't high and the cultivation resources they had access to were limited. They had never seen so many source crystals, and all of them were high-rank source crystals. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough to shock their souls. If such a fortune fell into their hands, not only would they not have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives, but they would also not have to worry about cultivation resources for their descendants for the next 100 generations. Gudong. The sound of gulping could be heard from the private rooms. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm were filled with disbelief and greed. Not to mention the cultivator in the hall who had never seen so many source crystals, they had never seen so many either. All of them felt that their horizons had been broadened. There really are so many high-rank source crystals. The old man in room 7's eyes twitched. He was shocked, but he also felt a trace of horror and uneasiness. Previously, he had bragged in a fit of anger, but now, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck and subconsciously touched it. But soon he sneered. Even if this brat really took out 100 million high-rank source crystals, so what? He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master who had been promoted for many years. How could a young man like him be a match for him? If he knew what was good for him, he would just turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. But if he dared to pester him, he would have to teach him a lesson. Moreover, this brat had already angered everyone, and now he didn't understand the principle of not showing off his wealth. If he were to wantonly show off his wealth and make a move here, he would not be the only one who could not tolerate him. At least, the friend in room 13 would definitely help him. Thinking of this, the old man's heart calmed down. On the high platform, Yang Kai waved his hand again and another pile of high-rank source crystals appeared, this one much larger than the previous one. Hiss, a series of gasps could be heard. Everyone was petrified as they stared blankly at the source crystal on the high platform. The light from the high-rank source crystal was dazzling, and it also made them restless. That wasn't the end. Then came the third pile, the fourth pile. In just a few moments, the entire high platform was almost filled with high-rank source crystals, and the world energy that permeated the air was so dense that it almost condensed into a solid substance. Every cultivator present at the auction felt refreshed and comfortable. It was as if he had become an immortal. Ah, my bottleneck. My bottleneck is loosening. I'm going to break through. Someone suddenly shouted, his face full of surprise. Before he even finished speaking, a burst of aura exploded and spread out. Someone had actually made a breakthrough before him. Hong hong hong. Auras of varying strength erupted in the auction hall one after another. No less than 100 cultivator had broken through their own shackles in this rich world energy and reached a new realm. Those cultivator who hadn't made a breakthrough were also full of joy, circulating their secret arts to absorb the surrounding world energy. These people, their cultivations weren't high, and they didn't have good cultivation resources. The places they usually chose for their secluded cultivation were also not good places. At this moment, Yang Kai took out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals to create a cultivation environment comparable to the cultivation zones of those big sects. It was only natural that they would be able to take a step forward before they reached a bottleneck. Good man, someone shouted, crying. This person had been stuck in the Second Order Saint King realm for 30 years. He thought that he would never be able to take another step forward in his life, but he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just by attending an auction. Benefactor, please accept my respect. Someone stood up and bowed to Yang Kai, who was standing on the high platform, with a sincere attitude. More people stood up to thank him. Yang Kai looked at them with a smile, not stopping them from absorbing the world energy from his source crystals. He had made a fortune in the ancient wildlands and raided the Seeking Passion sect's treasury. He had a lot of wealth in his hands. Just the high-rank source crystals alone were more than 1 billion. The world energy that leaked out was just a drop in the ocean for him. To put it bluntly, a single strand of hair from his leg was enough to make these cultivators struggle for several lifetimes. Backstage, Wu Ming stared at the high-rank source crystals with shining eyes, swallowing hard as one thought kept emerging in his mind. Mine, all mine. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so rich. Taking out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals so casually, it was obvious that he had many more good things in his space ring. As long as he could kill him, wouldn't all this wealth be his? No, it would be Honored Master's. But since Honored Master was eating meat, it shouldn't matter if he drank some soup, right? Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart was filled with excitement. This was really a windfall. Wu Ming was so excited that he almost threw his head back and laughed wildly. You bunch of trash, did you see it clearly? Is this young master bidding randomly? Yang Kai looked around and said coldly. No one spoke. Seeing was believing. Yang Kai had taken out so many source crystals so casually, proving that he had enough financial resources. How could he be slandered by a random bid? While speaking, Yang Kai took back the high-rank source crystals. The rich world energy was suddenly cut off, causing the cultivator in the hall to show a look of resentment. However, these things belonged to someone else, and the other party was from the Emperor realm, so it was already very generous of him to take them out to broaden their horizons. They couldn't expect Yang Kai to keep these source crystals for them to cultivate with. For a time, many sighs sounded. It's good that no one has any objections. Yang Kai grinned and turned to look at room 7. Old man, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. What promise? It's bullshit. The old man from room 7 shouted angrily. You dare to go back on your word? Yang Kai's face turned ferocious. Which old bastard just said that as long as this young master could take out 100 million source crystals, he would twist his head off and let me kick it like a ball? How dare you go back on your word in public? Do you have any shame? The old man coldly snorted. Are you serious about joking? Yang Kai said in a deep voice, Old man, you're really shameless. I'll count to 3. If you don't twist your head off, don't blame this young master for personally attacking you. Junior, you dare? The old man was furious. He didn't expect Yang Kai to not give him any face. After all, they were both First Order Emperor Realm Masters. Although he did say those words out of anger, anyone could tell that he didn't mean them. Was he really going to fulfill his promise? What? Ignoring him, Kai Yang continued to count to himself. Boy, don't go too far. This old master is the sect master of Blue Void Sect. Do you want to make an enemy out of Blue Void Sect? Seeing that Yang Kai was unwilling to let him off, the old man hurriedly revealed his identity, wanting to scare Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained unmoved and coldly spat out a single word. What the hell was Blue Void Sect? He had even destroyed Seeking Passion Sect, so why would he be afraid of Blue Void Sect? The old man panicked. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so serious. Was this brat crazy? At any rate, his cultivation was similar to Yang Kai's. If there was no deep hatred between them, was there a need to make such a fuss? What the old man didn't know was that a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master, a trivial Blue Void Sect, was nothing in Yang Kai's eyes. If he was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master, Yang Kai might have reconsidered. The old man gritted his teeth and suddenly cast his gaze in the direction of room 13. He locked onto the Emperor realm there with his divine sense and sent a message. Friend, this brat is crazy. Why don't you and I work together to take him down? Otherwise, with his temper, after dealing with this old master, he will definitely not let you go. Why don't we take the initiative and split the several 100 million source crystals? In room 13, the Emperor Realm's face was gloomy because Yang Kai's behavior was too overbearing. He knew that the old man was right. He had said eat 3 kilograms of shit just to disgust Yang Kai and had deliberately hidden his location. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would find it so quickly? Just as he was worried that Yang Kai would ask him to fulfill his promise, the old man sent him a message. Stimulated by the several 100 million source crystals, he nodded without hesitation and replied, "Okay." The old man was overjoyed. "Boy, you're courting death, so don't blame this old master." 3. After Yang Kai shouted, he stared coldly at room 7 and nodded. "Very good, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, this young master will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he pounced towards room number 7. While in midair, he threw a punch at the room. Kong, with a loud bang, a light barrier suddenly appeared around the 7th room. The light barrier flickered and blocked Yang Kai's punch. The private rooms and auctions were protected by spirit arrays, mainly to protect the privacy and safety of their guests. The spirit arrays and barriers in the private rooms of top-level auctions were enough to guard against the investigation and attack of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although Flowing Shadow City was not a small city, it was not a big one either. The barriers and spirit arrays of this branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce could defend against the attacks of ordinary first-order or second-order Emperor Realm Masters. If a third-order Emperor Realm Master attacked, it would be impossible to defend against them. However, there weren't many experts of this level, and they wouldn't be seen under normal circumstances. Even if they did appear, they would be people of noble status, and they wouldn't do something so rude. Haha. The sect master of Blue Void Sect in room 7 saw Yang Kai suffer and laughed. "Boy, you think you can find trouble with this old master? You'd better go home and cultivate." Halfway through his words, he suddenly screamed, as if he had seen something that shocked him. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they looked over, their faces filled with disbelief. A tiny crack suddenly appeared on the light barrier in front of room 7. Chapter 2688. Kacha. A slight sound rang out, causing the hearts of those who heard it to skip a beat. The old man hiding in room 7 turned pale, his eyes wide open, unable to believe that Kai Yang actually possessed such strength. A single punch had caused a crack in the barrier. If he had punched a few more times... Damn Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. What kind of bullshit spirit array is this? It's nothing. The old man cursed in his heart. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly flipped his hand and summoned the myriad sword. With a shake of the sword Chi soared to the heavens and slashed forward. Kong. The power of this sword seemed to be able to shatter the sky and turn the world upside down. Many people in the Emperor Realm's private rooms were shocked as they realized just how powerful Yang Kai was. As for the light barrier that had already cracked open, it was shattered into specks of light by the sword's strike and disappeared into nothingness. The entire private room 7 was suddenly exposed and defenseless. With another sweep of his sword, Kai Yang tore open the door of the room. An old man with a pale complexion and eyes filled with shock stared at him with wide open eyes. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed directly into room number 7. Placing the myriad sword on his shoulder, he pointed his hand forward and said with a monstrous aura, "Old thing, give me your head." Dang 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 dang. The old man retreated in horror as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Friend, if you don't act now, when will you?" As soon as he spoke, he pushed his Emperor Chi and rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, his hands formed into claws as an eagle phantom flashed behind him. Claw images filled the sky as he attacked fiercely, as if he wanted to rip apart Yang Kai's stomach. Although the old man could see that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had the support of Room 13, so he was not too afraid of Yang Kai. His actions were merciless and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Yang Kai. But just as he was about to pounce on Yang Kai, a big foot suddenly kicked towards him. Rich Emperor Qi surged from this foot, and although this move looked ordinary, it was still able to shatter all of the spirit array's claws. But strangely, his claw shadows that filled the sky were cleanly broken, and he kicked his face with incomparable precision. The old man instinctively wanted to dodge, but was shocked to find that the space around him had solidified, making it impossible for him to move. Prng star. The old man was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind him before he slid down softly. Seeing stars, he felt dizzy. He felt like his nose had collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw was a broad sword pressed against his neck, a cold sensation to the touch. Yang Kai stood in front of him with a mocking expression, his face filled with disdain. The old man was shocked. He hadn't expected that even though they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from his opponent. Is this still a First-Order Emperor realm? Gasps could be heard coming from the surrounding private rooms. They couldn't understand what had just happened. They had clearly seen the battle just now. It was Yang Kai who broke the barrier and spirit array. Then he confronted the sect master of Blue Void Sect head-on. In the end, for some reason, the sect master was kicked to the ground and his life was now in danger. All of this was too strange. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen. The sect master of Blue Void Sect was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. How could he be so vulnerable in front of an opponent of the same cultivation? You still have helpers? Kai Yang sneered, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards room 13. The door to room 13 was wide open. A middle-aged man stood in the room, looking like he was about to rush out, but his posture was extremely stiff, as if he was frozen in place. In front of him, Ing Fei crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, looking at him with a pair of eagle-like eyes. There was no hostility, no aura, and he couldn't even detect the other party's cultivation. But this was the kind of person he was. The middle-aged man in room 13 felt a chill run down his spine. He froze on the spot as large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Inexplicably, he felt that the other party had the ability to kill him, so even though he heard the call of the sect master of Blue Void Sect, he couldn't take a step forward. Go back. Young Master Yang will come to visit you later. Ing Fei looked at the middle-aged man and waved his hand gently. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gently closed the door. Then he retreated and sat down on the chair, trembling all over. In room 7, Yang Kai grinned at the sect master of Blue Void Sect and said, "It seems that you've been abandoned." Of course, he knew what happened to the Emperor realm in room 13. With Ing Fei guarding the door, that person couldn't escape even if he had wings, let alone come to help. But when the sect master of Blue Void Sect heard this, his face turned ashen. Originally, he thought that since he was in the same realm as Kai Yang, he didn't need to be too afraid of him. Furthermore, he had the support of room 13, so he didn't need to worry too much about Kai Yang. But after exchanging blows, he knew that he was gravely mistaken. This First-Order Emperor Realm Master was completely different from the ones he had encountered before. What made him even angrier was that room 13 didn't move. Feeling the chill of the myriad sword, the sect master of Blue Void Sect said in a trembling voice, "Eldest young master, please spare my life. This old master is willing to apologize, please let me go." At this moment of life and death, the sect master of Blue Void Sect couldn't care less about honor or shame. He only wanted to survive. If he died, then he would have nothing left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. A man can't live without his word. As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad sword swung out a rainbow light and slashed across the old man's neck. The old man's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. He covered his neck with his hand and gritted his teeth. "You..." Before he could finish his sentence, bright red blood suddenly spurted out from his neck. The powerful force sent his head flying. Cries of alarm came from all around the room. When Blue Void Sect's sect master came to participate in this auction, he seemed to have brought a few young disciples with him to broaden their horizons. When Yang Kai had broken into their room, they had all been scared out of their wits. Now that they saw their sect master, who they regarded as omnipotent gods, being beheaded in a single strike, all of them cried out in alarm, their faces turning pale. Among them, 2 beautiful female disciples even fell to the ground, their eyes unfocused. Yang Kai ignored them and simply grabbed the head of Blue Void Sect's sect master, pulling his hair up to take a closer look. As expected of an Emperor Realm Master, even after being beheaded, the Blue Void Sect's sect master still glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if he had died with a grievance. After a while, his eyes gradually dimmed. The thousands of cultivators in the hall kept quiet out of fear. Previously, Yang Kai had taken out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals to create a cultivation environment for them that they had never had before, which made them shed tears of gratitude. They felt that this person was a rare kind person, but now that he had directly cut off the head of Blue Void Sect's sect master, they realized just how terrifying Yang Kai was. The cultivators of the Emperor Realm in the private room also had complicated expressions. Those who knew a little bit about Yang Kai shook their heads slowly, feeling sorry for the old man. This was someone who had even beaten up a second-order Emperor Realm Master. At the entrance of the auction house, others would be running away from him, but the old man had actually dared to provoke him. Wasn't this just courting death? Some of the cultivators of the Emperor Realm who didn't know about Yang Kai couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Most of them were like the sect master of Blue Void Sect, only first-order Emperor Realm Masters. When they saw the sect master of Blue Void Sect being killed by Yang Kai without being able to resist, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They secretly decided not to provoke this fiend anymore, or else they might be the next to die. Since you want to give your head to this young master to kick like a ball, then this young master will reluctantly accept it, Yang Kai said as he suddenly threw the old man's head and sent it flying out with a spinning kick. With a swoosh, the head of the sect master of Blue Void Sect flew straight onto the auction stage, over Hua Qingxi's head, and smashed into a certain spot backstage, shattering with a loud bang like a watermelon being smashed open. Backstage, Wu Ming was watching the show, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to kick the head towards him. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, but was splashed with blood. Wu Ming's face immediately turned black, and anger welled up in his heart. It was indescribable how uncomfortable it was. After doing all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and picked up the corpse of the sect master of Blue Void Sect. He glanced at room 13 and grinned. Where's the friend who said he wanted to eat 3 kilograms of shit? Get ready, there's something hot here. As he spoke, he flew towards room 13 with the corpse in his hand. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk everyone's gaze turned towards room 13, and all of them were filled with sympathy. So what if the sect master of Blue Void Sect died? At least he had a quick death, and Yang Kai didn't torture him. However, the Emperor Realm in room 13 was probably going to suffer a fate worse than death. Imagining the torture that room 13 was going to suffer, many people shuddered, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They didn't doubt Yang Kai's determination and strength. Previously, the sect master of Blue Void Sect in room 7 said he wanted to kick his head like a ball, and he really did. Room 13 said he wanted to eat 3 kilograms of shit, and it seemed like he really was going to eat it. They had never participated in an auction like this, and they had never seen such a person. He was simply lawless. The whole place was silent. Divine thoughts were transmitted from all the private rooms, and they all looked towards room 13. Everyone was curious. Although they knew what was going to happen later, they couldn't help but want to see it clearly. Bang! The door of room 13 was kicked open, and a middle-aged man's angry voice came from inside. What do you want? I'm here to fulfill your wish. You're welcome. No, I didn't say that. Don't come looking for me. You are a man of your word. You can't go back on your word. Now that things have come to a head, why shrink back? Young master, I beg you to let me go. I was wrong, okay? I was wrong before. Master, please don't hold it against me. Please don't lower yourself to my level. That won't do. This is the first time I've heard of such ambition in my life. No matter what, I'll satisfy you. Monster King, tell him not to resist. Yes. I'd rather be killed than humiliated. I'll fight it out with you. You want to fight in front of me? Young Master Yang, 3 kilograms is too little. 30 kilograms will do. Chapter 2689. The spirit array in private room 13 was still intact, so everyone's divine sense was blocked outside, making it impossible to investigate what was going on inside. However, the conversation was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. They only heard the Emperor Realm Cultivator in room 13 begging for mercy, as if he wanted to fight to the death, but there was no sound of fighting at all before he was subdued. Then, there was a whining sound, followed by a few strange gulping sounds. Although they couldn't see anything, everyone could imagine what the Emperor Realm Cultivator in private room 13 had encountered. Inside the hall, a woman couldn't hold on any longer and vomited. This sound seemed to be a fuse, triggering a chain reaction. The cultivator who was still struggling couldn't hold on any longer and turned their heads away, vomiting into a mess. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with a foul atmosphere, causing everyone to frown. The other cultivators in the Emperor Realm's private rooms were also puzzled. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was one of the top 2 chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, so how come no one had come to intervene? Faintly, many people felt that this auction wasn't as simple as it seemed, as if they had accidentally stepped into a quagmire. After a long time, Yang Kai came out of private room 13 and clapped his hands. "I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange request. It's really an eye-opener." The sound of vomiting continued to come from behind him, giving everyone a feeling that death was better than living. "Continue." Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi on the high platform. Hua Qingxi nodded lightly, knowing that Yang Kai had been annoyed by his honored master this time. He was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Rooms 7 and 13 had taken the initiative to crash into him, so how could he let them off so easily? It was already a stroke of luck for room 13 to be able to keep his life. However, based on his experience, it would have been better if he had just been killed. Looking around, Hua Qingxi said, "Room 1 bids 100 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price?" Everyone was indifferent, thinking that the other party had already bid 100 million. "What's there to add?" Hua Qingxi nodded and said, "Since there is none, then the third auction item belongs to room 1. She gestured with her hand, and the maid immediately carried the tray to room 1. Her small face was pale, and her legs were trembling. It was as if she was not going to room 1, but to some kind of serene soul purgatory. Yang Kai returned to his room and put away the third heavenly puppet. On the stage, Hua Qingxi spoke again. The fourth auction item. 1,000 leaves sexton ho. 100 million. Yang Kai shouted. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. She looked around the hall and said, "No one is raising the price, right?" After saying that, she winked at the maid who had just walked out from the backstage. This time, she didn't even bother to say anything. The following auction was simply an interaction between Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. Whenever an auction item was presented, Yang Kai would bid 100 million without hesitation, and Hua Qingxi simply asked someone to send the heavenly puppet to room 1. Inside the various private rooms, the expressions of many people in the Emperor realm were both helpless and ugly. They had come all the way here to participate in the auction. They didn't expect that they would all become foils. Not to mention bidding for an auction item, they didn't even have the qualifications to bid. Who could compete with him when he bid 100 million? Moreover, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see that there was something wrong with Yang Kai. He didn't seem to be here to participate in the auction, but to deliberately cause trouble. Not to mention that he had just killed the person in room 7 and humiliated the person in room 13. This price alone was somewhat thought-provoking. He really did have a lot of capital. He had hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals on hand, but even so, he shouldn't have bid like this, right? Those high-rank source crystals didn't just fall from the sky, so the only explanation was that Yang Kai didn't plan on paying them at all. The people from the Emperor realm weren't fools. After watching for so long, how could they not understand what was going on? A faint sense of unease welled up in their hearts, as if invisible shackles had wrapped around their hearts, making them feel uneasy. However, the auctioneer on the stage was actually very cooperative, which made everyone feel extremely strange. In less than a quarter of an hour, Thousand Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets were all auctioned off. As expected, all of the heavenly puppets fell into Yang Kai's hands and were handed over to Yi Hen. Yi Hen was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He never thought that he would be able to recover the heavenly puppets he had lost. He had originally thought that Thousand Leaves Sect had been destroyed and that the sect's inheritance would end in his hands, so he had been feeling extremely guilty these days. He felt that he had let down Thousand Leaves Sect's ancestors, and his heart had already died. Even though Li Qingyun had sent him back in one piece, Yi Hen still couldn't raise his spirits. But now, the 9 heavenly puppets had been retrieved, causing Yi Hen's fighting spirit to surge once more. Thousand Leaves Sect had been destroyed in his hands, so he had to rebuild it and recreate the glory of his ancestors. The 500 disciples he had arranged to enter Emperor Heaven Valley were his hope, as were the well-preserved secret technique manuals, and the 9 heavenly puppets were even more so. In an instant, Yi Hen's spirits were refreshed, as if he had become a completely different person. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian saw all of this and were secretly excited, their gratitude towards Yang Kai increasing by another level. After all, heavenly puppets were truly extraordinary items. Any one of them was comparable to the Emperor realm. If anyone else had obtained one, they would have kept it for their own use. Yet, Yang Kai had returned all of them to Yi Hen. This action of his could be said to be a noble act, and it was difficult for anyone not to feel grateful towards him. Young Master Yang, they seem to be stalling for time, Ying Fei suddenly spoke up. Yang Kai nodded, I know. He had already displayed such a domineering attitude and had obtained every single auction item, yet Wu Ming had not stepped forward to stop him. Instead, he had remained silent. If this was not stalling for time, then what was it? They were willing to give up on the 9 heavenly puppets just to stall for time. From this, one could see just how much they had planned. Should we ask that Madame Hua to speed up the auction? Ying Fei asked with a frown. Yang Kai shook his head. Sister Hua has been poisoned with a heart-urging insect, so she can't help herself. Heart-urging insect? Ying Fei's expression changed. It was obvious that he had heard of such a thing before. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Yang Kai calmly took a sip of tea. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi suddenly frowned and glanced towards the backstage. After hesitating for a moment, she said, the first half of the auction will end here. Everyone, please take a rest. There will be even better auction items appearing later on, and they will definitely not disappoint everyone. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help narrowing his eyes. On the other hand, the representatives of the Emperor realm in the private rooms all curled their lips. If this auction did not have a monstrous talent like Yang Kai, it would have been a pretty good auction, but now that Yang Kai had appeared, it was simply like throwing a rat's droppings into a pot of thick soup. This kind of person was the black sheep of the herd. With him here, how could anyone else be qualified to participate in the auction? Thousand Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets had all been obtained by him, so no matter how good the auction items were, no one else would be able to get a share of them. As long as he opened his mouth to bid, those items would inevitably become his. Thinking of this, many people's interest waned. They knew that no matter how good the auction items were, they would not be able to obtain them, so they all got up from their private rooms, intending to leave. For a time, half of the more than 30 people in the private rooms left, while the remaining half probably just wanted to watch the fun. As for the auction items, they no longer had any hope of obtaining them. When they arrived at the entrance of the auction, everyone found that this place had been sealed off. It seemed that a strong spirit array had enveloped the entire Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, making it impossible for them to leave. What's going on? Why aren't we leaving? Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce is too bold. Does it want to catch us all in one fell swoop? I've always felt that something was wrong with this auction, but now it seems that there really is a conspiracy. Don't panic, everyone. If we all work together, we can break this trivial spirit array. With more than a dozen First-Order Emperor Realm Masters joining forces, they were quite a force to be reckoned with. After a brief discussion, everyone began bombarding the spirit array with their own attacks. After an incense stick worth of time, The dozen or so people stopped with ugly expressions on their faces. Looking at the barrier that had not changed in the slightest, their hearts sank to the bottom. No one had expected that this spirit array would be so powerful that it could resist the joint attacks of more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm for such a long time without reacting. Brother Gong, your Heavenly River Valley's Gong family is a spirit array grandmaster. Can you tell what this spirit array is? A man suddenly turned his head and looked at an elderly man. This elderly man wore a black robe and seemed ordinary among the crowd, but he was the current patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. Throughout the entire Southern Territory, the Gong family's reputation was definitely not small because everyone in this family was proficient in spirit arrays. Many sect defending grand arrays were arranged by this family. Gong Wenshan, whom Yang Kai met in the Four Seasons realm, was a disciple of the Gong family. Gong Wenshan was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, but his mastery of spirit arrays had reached perfection, so there was no need to mention the Gong family's patriarch. In terms of attainments in the spirit array Dao, the Gong family's patriarch was comparable to the Southern Gate Army in the Northern Territory. What? Your Excellency is actually the Gong family's patriarch. My apologies for not recognizing you. Someone exclaimed. Obviously, they had heard of this old man surnamed Gong's name, but it was their first time seeing him, so they immediately cupped their fists and saluted. Most people did the same, and for a while, they all greeted the old man surnamed Gong. Now that they thought about it, when everyone was attacking the spirit array together, this Gong family's patriarch didn't seem to be using his full strength. It turned out that he wasn't slacking, but observing. The Gong family's patriarch frowned slightly and thought for a while before saying, "If this old master is not mistaken, this is the 5 Elements Grand Circle Array." What's so special about this spirit array? Someone nearby asked. The Gong family's patriarch said, "This 5 Elements Grand Circle Array gathers the power of the 5 elements. It is not something that can be broken through with brute force. Once it is arranged, it has the effect of guarding the heavens and earth." Guarding the heavens and earth. Exclamations rang out. This is an extremely advanced spirit array. The Gong family's patriarch looked dignified, and what? Chapter 2690. The Gong family patriarch looked around and said, "Moreover, there seems to be more than one 5 elements array here. There is another set of spirit arrays connected to it. An array within an array." The speaker's face sank. Even if he wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, he knew what an array within an array was. It was several times more difficult than arranging 2 separate spirit arrays. Gong family patriarch can't see it? A middle-aged man with a pale face asked. He thought that with the Gong family patriarch here, breaking this spirit array would be a piece of cake, but he didn't expect the Gong family patriarch to look so embarrassed. This information inevitably made him anxious. The Gong family patriarch shook his head and said, "It's not that I can't see it, it's just that it's hidden too deeply." Then can Gong family patriarch break this spirit array? The Gong family patriarch said, "I can, but I'm afraid I don't have enough time." With his ability, if he was given 2 to 3 days, he would be able to break this array. However, in 2 to 3 days, the auction would have already ended. At that time, the array would naturally open. Why would he need to break it? "Everyone, please calm down." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone was startled and turned to look, only to see Wu Ming standing not far away, looking at them with a smile. "What is your 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce trying to do? Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" The middle-aged man jumped out and glared at Wu Ming angrily. He thought that Wu Ming was the manager of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. After all, he was the one who had welcomed the guests at the door. Everyone else also glared at Wu Ming. Wu Ming smiled slightly and said, "Everyone here is an honored guest. What can I do to you? It's just that my honored master has ordered that no one can leave before the auction is over. Please return to your rooms first. After the auction is over, honored master will naturally remove the spirit array." Can a cow not drink water be forcibly pressed down? This king can come to this auction as he pleases and leave as he pleases. Quickly remove the spirit array and let this king leave. Wu Ming looked at the speaker with a faint smile but didn't speak. Without any movement, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly surged, and a sharp blade emitting a five-colored radiance strangely appeared, shooting towards the person who spoke like an arrow from a bow. Everyone was shocked. They quickly dodged. The leader of the Emperor realm, who was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, turned pale and tried to use his Emperor Chi to resist. However, in the face of this five-colored blade, all of his defenses were as fragile as paper. The five-colored blade directly penetrated his Emperor Chi protection and tore a large hole in his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Everyone stared at that person with their eyes wide open. The man hadn't died yet. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. Then he looked up at Wu Ming in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "You." After spitting out a single word, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm felt their scalps tingle. They couldn't believe that the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce would dare to kill someone in their own branch. No one knew what those five-colored blades were, and only the Gong family lord did. That was not the power of man, but the power of a formation. Not only did the Expanse Five Elements formation have the ability to guard the world, but it also had the power to kill enemies. Wu Ming was still smiling, but that smile was more terrifying than anything else in the world when it entered everyone's eyes. Although Yang Kai had killed the old man in room 7 at the auction venue, there were still traces of him attacking with a punch and a sword, but Wu Ming had killed him without even moving his hand. Was this something that could be done by man? Suddenly, everyone remembered that he had mentioned a honored master before. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could become his honored master, wouldn't that mean he was a third-order Emperor? A second-order Emperor Realm Disciple. A third-order Emperor Realm Master with the help of a powerful spirit array. If there was a real conflict, he could easily sweep them all away. Everyone suddenly felt afraid. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Wu Ming looked at the crowd with a smile. No one answered. Wu Ming nodded and said, "Then please." Saying so, he stepped aside and gestured. Everyone looked at each other. But they didn't dare to have any disloyalty. The dead man's body was still cold, and they had learned from his mistakes. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to say anything and just walked back. Gong family head, Wu Ming suddenly called out again. Gong family head paused and turned his head. "What is your excellency's order?" Wu Ming smiled and said, "Gong family head is too polite. I didn't expect that a trivial auction could make Gong family head come all the way here." Honored Master was very surprised, so he would like to invite Gong family head to have a chat. "Your honored master is?" Gong family head frowned and asked. Wu Ming smiled and said, "Gong family head will know when you see him." Gong family head smiled bitterly and said, "How can this old master not go?" Of course, he knew that nothing good would come out of it if he went, and he secretly regretted commenting on this bullshit spirit array just now. Although he didn't know what this spirit array was for, the person who set it up was obviously afraid of him, a spirit array master, being here. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "Honored master is so kind. Gong family head, you better not refuse." Although his tone was flat, anyone could see the threat in his words. Gong family head sighed, knowing that he couldn't win against Wu Ming, so he could only say, "Lead the way." He was also very curious about who was secretly arranging this and what their purpose was. "Please." Wu Ming turned around and said, but before he could take a step, his body suddenly stiffened and his eyes widened as he stared in front of him. Not far in front of him, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and was looking at him with a smile. Wu Ming was afraid of this young man who had just beaten him up at the entrance of the auction house. His second-order Emperor Realm Cultivation was so weak in front of this young man. At this moment, seeing him blocking his way, Wu Ming instinctively jumped back and shouted, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" Yang Kai glanced at him, then looked around and nodded. "Five Elements Great Square Array, guarding the world. It seems that you have made sufficient preparations to deal with this young master." Wu Ming's face sank when he heard this. He realized that Gong family head's words had been eavesdropped by Yang Kai. Honored Master had indeed arranged this 5 elements Great Square Array to deal with Yang Kai. After all, this guy was proficient in the Tao of space. If it wasn't for the great square array sealing the world, he could teleport anywhere. Only by turning this place into a cage could he restrict his movements. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Wu Ming didn't hide anything and just coldly snorted, "I'm warning you, you better be sensible or you will regret it." Yang Kai sneered, "It's none of your business whether I regret it or not, but if you dare to be presumptuous again, I guarantee that you won't live to see that day." Wu Ming's face turned cold, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous again. He had seen Yang Kai's strength and knew that he wasn't his opponent in a one-on-one fight. He glared at Yang Kai with a pair of resentful eyes. "Gong family head? It's an honor to meet you." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards the old man surnamed Gong. "You're Yang Kai?" Gong family head looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Has Gong family head heard of me?" Gong family head said, "I heard that little brat Wenshan mention you. What's more, young Master Yang refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. This matter caused quite a stir in the Southern Territory at that time." Gong Wenshan. A vague figure flashed in Yang Kai's mind. He didn't have much of a friendship with Gong Wenshan, only having met him once in the Four Seasons realm. However, the reason why Yi Jinghan went to Maplewood City to ask Yang Kai for help in opening Emperor Heaven Valley was because of Gong Wenshan's recommendation. Young Master Yang is young and promising, and now he has already broken through to the Emperor realm. That little brat Wenshan is still struggling in the Dao Source realm. Gong family master sighed, secretly thinking that the reason why Yang Kai was able to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly was related to the extraordinary treasure pills. In the past, he refined several extraordinary treasure pills, which he later sold. It was said that Wu Chang obtained one of them, and another disciple of the octagonal door obtained another. Now, Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land had also broken through to the Emperor realm, which showed how powerful the extraordinary treasure pill was. Although the disciple of the octagonal door hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm yet, she had already attracted the attention of many top sects. Several of them had already extended an olive branch to her, intending to recruit her. As long as she agreed, she would become a core disciple. And all of this was thanks to the extraordinary treasure pill. Gong family head is too kind. Junior was just lucky. Yang Kai said modestly with a smile, "Junior would like to invite Gong family head to my room for a chat. What does Gong family head think?" Gong family head showed a look of gratitude, knowing that Yang Kai was helping him resolve a crisis, but he still looked at Wu Ming hesitantly. Yang Kai's face sank as he said, "Gong family head is going to my place as a guest. Do you have any objections?" Wu Ming was annoyed, but he didn't dare to answer. "It seems you have no objections." Yang Kai curled his lips and said to Gong family head, "Please." Gong family head's expression relaxed as he also stretched out his hand and said, "Young Master Yang, please." The two walked towards the auction venue one after the other. Before leaving, Yang Kai turned to Wu Ming and said, "Go back and tell your honored master that this young master will blow his head off. Tell him to be prepared." When Gong family head heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Sure enough, young people are full of vigor. A first-order emperor actually dares to challenge a third order. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Wu Ming's face was filled with resentment as he thought to himself, "I'll let you be rampant for a while, but I'll make you beg for mercy later." He brought the Gong family head back to the first room and introduced him to Ying Fei, Yi Hen, and the others. Naturally, they exchanged some pleasantries. However, Gong family head was still very grateful to Yang Kai for bringing him away. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Gong family head, you don't need to apologize. Although I don't know why Wu Ming invited you, I'm sure he wants to use you to deal with me. I only brought you here as a means of self-preservation." Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate a spirit array grandmaster. If he really participated in controlling the spirit array, the power of this spirit array would increase by at least 30%. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. Chiyu, Aio, and the others were still on Wu Ming's side. If he really angered his honored master, it wouldn't be a good thing. Chapter 2691. Fortunately, no one knew what Wu Ming's honored master was busy with. After Yang Kai brought the Gong family patriarch back, There was no reaction. About a quarter of an hour later, Hua Qingxi stepped onto the stage again. Everyone's expression brightened, knowing that the second half of the auction was about to begin. They all looked up at the stage one after another. On the stage, Hua Qingxi said softly, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The next item to be auctioned is a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator." As soon as the statement came out, the crowd went into an uproar and turned their attention to the stage. After all, this auction had been advertised for a long time that a star master from a lower star territory would appear. At this moment, when they heard Hua Qingxi's statement, they subconsciously thought that the second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator was the Star Master. Everyone was very curious about the Star Master. After all, in the vast star boundary, there was no such existence as a Star Master. There were quite a few tens of thousands of years ago, but ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, poisoned the various star territories, the passages between the star boundary and the various star territories were all closed. Masters from the star boundary could no longer easily travel to the lower star territories to refine stars' star sources. Now that a star master had suddenly appeared, it was an extremely rare existence. Any star master had a complete star source, and if one could extract it, they could inherit the position of star master. With a complete star source, their future path of martial Dao would be smooth sailing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a skinny old man with a gloomy aura suddenly appeared from the backstage like a ghost. The old man seemed to have been planted with some kind of restriction, as his aura was completely gone, but even so, he still gave off a gloomy feeling. Especially the pair of sunken eyes in their sockets. They looked like two flickering ghostly flames, extremely frightening. This is the Star Master? There's nothing special about him. He has a complete star source, but he's only a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator. It seems his aptitude isn't very good. What do you know? Rumor has it that the cultivator who came from the territory of the lower planes all have top-notch aptitudes and calm temperaments. If not for that, how could they have gone through so much trouble to come to the star boundary? Every cultivator who comes from the territory of the lower planes is as talented as the core disciples of those major sections. There was a flurry of discussion in the hall, whispering to each other and pointing at the thin old man on the high platform. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Although it was not easy for a cultivator from the lower plane to come to the astral boundary and there were not many of them, many people knew about it. Those star territory didn't have an excellent cultivation environment like the star boundary. They were extremely rare talents who could cultivate to the peak in their respective star territory. It was precisely because of this that when they first came to the star boundary, Lu Xianyun had told Yang Kai that a cultivator like them could not be underestimated. Many large sects welcomed them. As long as they revealed that they were cultivators from the lower plane, they would definitely be accepted and trained by some large sections. This was because a cultivator like them had a higher chance of advancing to the Emperor realm than most cultivators in the star boundary. Guizhu. In room 1, Yang Kai looked at the thin old man on the high platform with a complicated gaze, recognizing him at a glance. Guizhu was wrapped in ghost qi all year round, so ordinary people couldn't see his true face at all, but now that his cultivation was sealed, he naturally couldn't use any ghost qi. He was so skinny not because he was tortured, but because he was like this. He cultivated the ghost Dao, so his flesh and blood had long dried up and turned into ghost qi. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi continued, "He's not a Star Lord, but he's a friend of that Star Lord. He also came from the territory of the lower planes, so there's no need to worry about his aptitude." He's not a Star Lord. What's going on? He's not a Star Lord, but he's still auctioning him. Isn't this a joke? The people below the stage started to shout, but none of them bought it. Jijijiji. Guizhu sneered, like a ghost howling, causing all the cultivators in the hall to pale. "Sister Hua, stop messing around." Yang Kai suddenly said, "Your honored master should be almost ready, send him to me." Guizhu's laughter faded as he stared towards room 1 in amazement, the two ghostly flames in his eyes flashing a strange light. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and said, "Okay." She didn't want to do this, but her honored master had ordered her to do so before, so she had to do it. But now that Yang Kai had spoken, she would naturally obey. Most importantly, her honored master didn't object, so Yang Kai was right. Honored master was almost ready, so there was no need to delay any longer. Saying so, Hua Qingxi gestured with her hand, and a maidservant immediately led Gui Zhu to room 1. The door opened and Gui Zhu walked in. After seeing Yang Kai, he cupped his fists excitedly and said, "Sect Master." "Elder has suffered." Yang Kai raised his hand and helped him up. Gui Zhu said with a look of shame, "It's this old master's fault." Thinking back to when he was in the Hengluo star field, he wasn't invincible, but he was still considered a tyrant. With his powerful third-order origin king realm cultivation, there was no one in the entire star territory who could defeat him, but after coming to this star territory, he was suppressed at every turn. Now, he was even a prisoner who was put up for auction. It was a great humiliation. Gui Zhu also knew that the enemy was powerful and wasn't someone he could provoke right now. If not for Yang Kai's sudden appearance, he might have been bought away and become a slave for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, and the others also hurried over to greet him. Gui Zhu and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect for a long time, so they were already familiar with each other. Seeing him free now, they were naturally happy for him. "I'll undo the seal for you." Yang Kai reached out and placed his hand on Gui Zhu's shoulder, circulating his divine sense to investigate while asking, "How are Qi Yu and the others?" Gui Zhu replied, "Their lives aren't in danger, but their cultivations have been sealed. It seems that they will be auctioned off later." Yang Kai nodded, "That's good." Saying so, his Emperor Qi suddenly trembled and rushed into Gui Zhu's body. An unnatural blush flashed across Gui Zhu's old face as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. However, he inexplicably felt his body lighten as the sealed source qi in his body began circulating again. Dense ghost qi gushed out and wrapped around his body as Gui Zhu said in disbelief, "Sect Master, your cultivation." Although he didn't know exactly how powerful the person who sealed his cultivation was, he had some guesses. After all, that was a legendary Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. He never thought that the Sect Master would be able to undo the seal in just a few breaths. Didn't that mean that the Sect Master's cultivation was comparable to that old man's? It was no wonder that Gui Zhu was so shocked. If that was the case, it was simply unbelievable. After all, everyone had come to the star boundary together, and now, they were all only second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, yet Yang Kai was already so far ahead of them. How had he cultivated all these years? "You just broke through to the Emperor Realm." Yang Kai reached out and patted Gui Zhu's shoulder, saying, "I'll catch up with you later." Gui Zhu nodded, still in shock. Although Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't what he had imagined and was instead much weaker, it was still amazing that he could break through to the Emperor Realm in such a short time. Especially when he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was able to easily undo the seal placed by a Third-Order Master. This wasn't something that could be explained by ordinary means. Back in Hengluo Star Field, Yang Kai often created miracles and defeated stronger opponents. It seemed that he hadn't changed after coming to the star boundary. Realizing this, Gui Zhu couldn't help feeling secretly excited. They had no one to rely on in the star boundary, and this time even Thousand Leaves sect, which they had taken shelter in, was destroyed. Now that Yang Kai had suddenly displayed such great strength, they could naturally rely on him. On the high platform, another person walked out from the backstage. Yang Kai looked over and saw that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Zongyun. Hua Qingxi didn't even have the intention to introduce him and simply gestured to the maidservant who led him out. The maidservant immediately led Gu Zongyun to the first room. After a short while, they were sent into the room. After seeing Yang Kai, Gu Zongyun was naturally surprised and happy. When they were in trouble in Sky Crane City last time, it was Yang Kai who saved them. After a few years, a similar thing had happened again. This made Gu Zongyun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the end, they were still reliable. The next person to be led out was AIO. There was a strange silence in the auction hall. They had thought that the first half of the auction was strange enough, with only Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi interacting. No one else had the right to interrupt. But unexpectedly, the second half of the auction was even stranger. The auctioneer didn't bid, and the first room didn't bid, but one cultivator after another was led out and sent to the first room. What was even more strange was that the people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms also remained silent, with no one criticizing or questioning anything. No one had ever participated in such an auction before. The whole auction seemed like a farce, causing many people to feel very dissatisfied. "It's about time." Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and said after settling AIO down. "What do you mean it's about time?" AIO glanced at him suspiciously, the shock on his face still not completely gone. When he learned that Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he couldn't believe it. It wasn't until Yang Kai undid his seal that he accepted this fact. As Yang Kai's future father-in-law, AIO didn't know whether to be envious or happy. He could only sigh in his heart. That girl Shuiyu had found a good man. He just didn't know if he had attracted any bees or butterflies in the star boundary over the years. There were many good women in the star boundary, and with Yang Kai's ability and brilliance, it was normal for him to have a few women by his side. If one day, Shuiyu could come to the star boundary from the home star territory, she probably wouldn't be able to compete with those women from the star boundary. As a father, AIO couldn't help feeling a little worried. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing for a man to be too outstanding, especially a son-in-law. Chapter 2692. By the way, what about Jianghu? Yang Kai suddenly thought of another person. Jianghu didn't come from the Hengluo star field, but was a native of the star boundary. However, he had a very close relationship with Guizhu, Qiyu, AIO, and the others, and had even become sworn brothers. There were a total of 5 people who came from the Hengluo star field with Yang Kai: Wu Dao, Guizhu, AIO, Qiyu, and Gu Songyun. Wu Dao was the strongest person in the star territory back then, but unfortunately, the heavenly way was fickle, and he died in the world energy baptism when breaking through to the Dao source realm, leaving Guizhu and the other 3 behind to struggle in Sky Crane City. It was also at that time that the 4 of them met Jianghu and received a lot of help from him. Later on, their friendship deepened, and they became sworn brothers. Guizhu was the oldest, AIO was the second, Gu Songyun was the third, Jianghu was the 4th, and Qiyu was their 5th sister. When Yang Kai passed by Sky Crane City, he happened to encounter Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin, forcing Qiyu to marry him. At that time, Jianghu took Luo Bing as a hostage to rescue Qiyu, but failed at the last step. If Yang Kai hadn't been there at that time, Jianghu would have been killed. After that, Yang Kai caused a ruckus in Sky Crane City's city lord's mansion, killing many people, and taking them out, settling them in Thousand Leaves sect. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the existence of Jianghu. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Guizhu chuckled and said, "4th brother has an emotional tribulation." "With whom?" Yang Kai was stunned. AIO also had a strange expression on his face. "Do you remember Luo Bing?" Yang Kai was stunned and didn't dare to believe it. Jianghu had kidnapped Luo Bing in the past, so logically speaking, even if they weren't enemies, they shouldn't be flirting with each other. Yang Kai really didn't know why they liked each other. AIO said, "Back then, when 4th brother kidnapped that girl, it just so happened that she was in some danger. Therefore, even though he kidnapped her, he saved her. That girl can distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so she was quite moved by 4th brother. Unfortunately, her father died. Her father, you little brat. Old 4th is also our brother. That girl can't get past her own hurdle. Even if she has some feelings for old 4th, she keeps it in her heart. She left 2 years ago, and Lao Si was worried. Since then, he has been by her side. Until now, there has been no news of him, and no one knows where he went." Gu Songyun nodded. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Because of this, 4th brother was able to avoid this calamity. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since Jianghu wasn't in Thousand Leaves sect, there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about him. The reason why he had asked this question was because he wanted to take care of Guizhu and the others. He didn't have any friendship with Jianghu himself. "5th sister is still in that old bastard's hands," AIO said with a sullen face. "I wonder if she will be auctioned off." I hope so. Gu Songyun turned his head towards the high platform. Since all of them had been sent out, it was reasonable to assume that Chiyu would also be sent out. Yang Kai said indifferently, "If I were that person, I would definitely leave a hostage in my hands." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. At that moment, Hua Qingxi opened her mouth from the high platform. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is over. However, I ask that everyone remain calm. Since all of you have come from afar, this mistress honored master has prepared a generous gift for all of you. I hope that everyone will accept it." "She's really been detained." Aio's face sank, becoming extremely ugly. The auction was already over, but there was still no sign of Chiyu. Clearly, she had been taken hostage just as Yang Kai had predicted. Although they had been detained by that old bastard all this time, and even had their cultivation sealed, they still didn't understand what he was trying to do. "Monster King, protect them well," Yang Kai ordered. His figure flickered, and he suddenly flew out of room 1, hovering in the air above the auction hall. He looked towards the backstage. There was no one there, and Wu Ming was nowhere to be seen. He signaled to Hua Qingxi with his eyes and sent a message. "Sister Hua, go to room 1. Ying Fei was there, so even if something happened, he could more or less take care of them." Hua Qingxi nodded. She stomped her foot and rushed towards room 1, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Inside the hall and the private rooms, countless eyes looked towards Yang Kai, wondering what this arrogant young man wanted to do. Yang Kai's divine sense poured out like a tide, and he said loudly, "Old dog, you used this auction to lure this young master out. Now that this young master is here, you used this young master's friends to stall for time, and this young master did as you wished. Now that things have come to an end, you still want to hide your head and show your tail? Don't you dare to show yourself?" His words were shouted, but there was no response at all. Instead, many cultivators in the hall looked at each other and whispered to each other. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was an idiot, wondering if he had lost his mind. "Acting so sneakily and making a fool of yourself, old dog, you're still an elder of Star Soul Palace, how could you be so cowardly?" Yang Kai sneered, his mouth full of ridicule. "What? An elder of Star Soul Palace? Where did this elder of Star Soul Palace come from? What does he mean?" Everyone was shocked. Yang Kai's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Star Soul Palace was not just a name in the Southern Territory, but also a symbol, an invincible existence. After all, it was the sect of the Great Emperors, a giant that guarded the Southern Territory. As for the elders of the Star Soul Palace, they were great figures that were rarely seen by ordinary people. Their status was not inferior to the sect masters of those first-tier sections. Listening to the meaning of Yang Kai's words, he seemed to have some grudges with an elder of Star Soul Palace. Wasn't this seeking his own death? In the Southern Territory, of all people to offend, he had offended an elder of Star Soul Palace, and dared to make such a big fuss, boast shamelessly, and call him an old dog. He simply did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. For a time, many people looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Offending an elder of Star Soul Palace like this, how could he survive? Ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, giving people an unfathomable feeling. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm in the private room changed. They felt that their auras were stirred by this laughter, and their Emperor Qi surged uncontrollably. They were all shocked, knowing that the person who had just laughed was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Could this person be the elder of Star Soul Palace? There were not many elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one knew who this person was. I have long heard of little friend Yang's name, and seeing it today, it seems that you truly live up to your reputation. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "This young master does not speak to sneaky people, show yourself." The voice was silent for a while before saying, "Since little friend Yang insists, I will grant you your wish." As soon as these words fell, the world suddenly darkened, and countless spirit array patterns flashed across the auction venue. These spirit array patterns quickly lit up, as if a single spark could start a prairie fire, spreading out in all directions. In the next moment, Everyone felt as if the world had been turned upside down and space had been separated. There was an invisible force pulling him, as if it wanted to throw him into the endless void. HM? 8-point Yuan Division Array. In Room 1, the Gong family patriarch's face suddenly changed, and he quickly took out a set of array flags, pouring his emperor qi into them and tossing them into the void. The array flags quickly disappeared, and the chaotic space in room number 1 immediately stabilized. Gong Tai, you court death! An angry roar rang out. It was the mysterious voice from before, and it seemed that the Gong family patriarch's actions had angered him, so his words were mixed with a violent power that could shake one's soul. This power blasted into Gong Tai's knowledge sea, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. This was not the end though, as a 5-colored light suddenly burst out from room 1, condensing into a sharp blade that directly slashed towards Gong Tai. This 5-colored light blade was the powerful spirit array that had previously killed a master from the Emperor realm. When Gong Tai saw this, his face instantly turned ashen, and he screamed in his heart that his life was over. Just as the 5-colored light blade was about to slash down, an eagle's cry rang out. An eagle's claw suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed the 5-colored light blade, and squeezed hard. With a snap, the 5-colored light blade instantly collapsed. Gong Tai gasped for breath, his face pale. How could he not know that someone had saved his life at this critical moment? He looked to the side with lingering fear and saw Ying Fei nodding slightly at him. Don't worry, with this king here, no one can kill you. Gong Tai got up and cupped his fists respectfully. Many thanks for your protection, Monster King. An elder from Star Soul Palace wanted to kill him, but it was a Monster King who saved his life. It was simply ironic. Ying Fei waved his hand and said, no need, but that 8-point Yuan Division array you mentioned before, what is it? When Yang Kai brought Gong Tai over, he also chatted with him, so Ying Fei naturally knew that Gong Tai was a spirit array grandmaster. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recognize the name of the spirit array at a glance and had the means to restrain it. Gui Zhu and the others also looked at Gong Tai curiously. Gong Tai sighed. It's a kind of spirit array that separates heaven and earth. I saw that there was a spirit array arranged here before, but I didn't expect it to be the 8-point Yuan Division array. A spirit array within a spirit array? What kind of spirit array is there? Ying Fei frowned. The 5 elements Great Square Circle Array. Gong Tai replied, these 2 spirit arrays complement each other and rely on each other. The methods of the person who arranged this spirit array are truly amazing. After a pause, he looked at Ying Fei and asked, dare I ask, Master Monster King, what kind of grudge does little brother Yang have with this Star Soul Palace elder that this elder did not hesitate to arrange 2 spirit arrays to trap him? Ying Fei's face sank. You mean, this spirit array has the effect of trapping people? Gong Tai nodded and said, yes, the 5 elements Great Square Circle Array protects heaven and earth and seals off space. This auction venue has now been sealed off, and if this spirit array is not broken, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. On the other hand, the octagonal division origin formation was able to isolate everyone here, placing them in independent small spaces. If this old master had not reacted quickly and set up a restraining spirit array, I'm afraid we would have been separated. Hearing this, Ying Fei's face changed drastically. Not good. Turning his head, Ying Fei did not see any trace of Yang Kai. All he could see was darkness outside room 1, as if the entire room had sunk into the void. Using his divine sense to investigate the outside, Ying Fei was unable to detect anyone's aura. The thousands of people in the auction venue had also suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2693. In an instant, Ying Fei's face sank. He had always thought that with his protection, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he faced a Star Soul Palace elder. He was a monster king, comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be afraid of a mere Star Soul Palace elder? But now, this so-called 8-point Yuan Division array had isolated everyone, and he didn't even know where Yang Kai was, so how could he protect him? On the contrary, the person who arranged the spirit array could easily use the power of this spirit array to play with Yang Kai in the palm of his hand. He couldn't help but feel deep regret in his heart. If only he had persuaded Yang Kai to bring Shi Lei and Xie Wei here. At that time, Yang Kai didn't agree, so he couldn't say anything. But on second thought, the other party had this so-called 8-point Yuan division array that could separate everyone, so even if he brought more Monster King, it would be useless. A few days ago, he had exposed his identity as the Monster King. Since the other party dared to make such a move, they must have made ample preparations. Now, it seemed that the arrangement was really thorough. The two sets of spirit arrays not only trapped Yang Kai in this place, but also trapped him in an environment where he could fight alone. Patriarch Gong, can you break this spirit array? Ying Fei asked in a deep voice. Gong Tai sighed leisurely, yes, but it will take time. How long? Ying Fei had a bad feeling. 10 days. Ying Fei suddenly fell silent. 10 days was more than enough time. With Yang Kai's current situation, how could he possibly wait here for 10 days? AIO said from the side, Young boy has always been lucky. This time, although the other party's methods are not bad, they may not be able to do anything to him. Patriarch Gong, breaking this spirit array is more important. Let's also think of a way to find Yang boy and help him. There was no other way. Everyone knew that what he said was true, so they immediately split up and looked around to see if there were any flaws in this spirit array. In this pitch-black world, Yang Kai seemed to be in the void. But the environment around him was completely different from the void. When he swept out with his divine sense, there was an invisible barrier around him, making it impossible for him to detect anyone's traces. He stood quietly in place. The corners of Wei Wei's mouth curled up as he waited patiently. In the darkness, a pair of eyes quietly observed his reaction. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of panic or fear. Immediately, he knew that the young man's temperament was extraordinary, and he couldn't be dealt with by ordinary means. At that moment, he no longer concealed himself and simply showed himself. Light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world, and a figure appeared in front of him. Yang Kai looked up and immediately saw an old man. It was as if he had been standing there all along. He had appeared without a trace, and behind him, there were also two other figures. One of them was Wu Ming, who had gone missing previously, and the other was Qi Yu, who had not been seen for a long time. Qi Yu's cultivation should also have been sealed. Her beautiful face was slightly pale. At this moment, she was being held hostage by Wu Ming. Her hands were held behind her back by Wu Ming, and she couldn't move at all. The moment she saw Yang Kai, Qi Yu's eyes lit up with surprise and joy, as if she hadn't expected him to appear here. But soon her pretty face sank. He shook his head slowly at Yang Kai, signaling him to run away. Wu Ming chuckled coldly upon seeing this, as he exerted some force on his hand. Qi Yu couldn't help but groan as her face became paler from the pain. Little friend Yang. At first glance, the old man looked like a transcendent being. He had a long beard and wore a blue robe. He had the temperament of an otherworldly master, and he greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Old dog, you're finally willing to show yourself, Yang Kai grinned. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Little friend Yang, please show mercy. This old man is Tan Junhao. Old dog Tan. Yang Kai raised his brow. Little beast, clean your mouth and try to shout again. Wu Ming's face was filled with anger. Yang Kai raised his head and said quickly, Old dog Tan, old dog Tan, old dog Tan, little dog Wu, 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 little dog Wu. This young master is going to shout again, come and bite me. Bastard. Wu Ming was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and no one had ever insulted him like this before. His anger was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Tan Junhao took a deep breath and waved his hand slightly, stopping Wu Ming's irritation before squinting at Yang Kai and saying, Little friend Yang's grievances are quite heavy, it seems he has some prejudice against this old master. Yang Kai said coldly, What do you think? Tan Junhao smiled and nodded. This old master understands little friend Yang's anger, but this old master has no other choice. I hope little friend Yang can forgive me. I'll forgive you if you die. Tan Junhao was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Little friend Yang must be joking. This old master is an elder of Star Soul Palace, blessed by the great emperors. Who in this world dares to kill me? So that's what you're relying on. Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly raising his eyes and saying in a cold voice, "This young master wants to see what the consequences of killing an elder of the great emperor's sect will be." Tan Junhao's eyes twitched as he realized that Yang Kai wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill him, but he didn't take it to heart. It was normal to want to kill, but the key was to have the ability, so he smiled and said, "Then this old master will wait and see. But before that, shouldn't little friend Yang return something to its original owner? That thing originally belonged to this old master, but little friend Yang accidentally obtained it many years ago." "You mean this?" Yang Kai casually grasped at the void and a token immediately appeared in his hand. This token was carved with a lifelike dragon-shaped statue with a large dragon character on its front. This token was simple and unadorned. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked quite old. "That's right." Tan Junhao's expression changed when he saw the token and he nodded lightly. This Dragon Island medallion was an extremely precious treasure. Although it couldn't be used to refine equipment or concoct pills, it was the only proof for ordinary people to enter the Dragon Island. With this Dragon Island medallion, one could head to the Dragon Island and make a request that the Dragon Island could fulfill. Tan Junhao was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and above that was the realm of the Great Emperors. He knew that he wouldn't be able to pry into the path of the Great Emperors with his comprehension ability, but perhaps there was something on this mysterious Dragon Island that could allow him to break through his shackles. To him, the Dragon Island token was a great opportunity. Not to mention anything else, just getting a few drops of true dragon blood from the dragon race wouldn't be a problem. That was why he had been tracking down the whereabouts of this Dragon Island token all these years. Now that he saw that the Dragon Island token was indeed in Yang Kai's hands, he was naturally happy. But he was an old monster who had lived for countless years, so he had a calm temperament and didn't show any of it on his face. On the other hand, Wu Ming couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the Dragon Island token. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and with his aptitude and hard work, it would take him a long time to reach the third-order Emperor Realm. If he could get the Dragon Island token and go to Dragon Island, he might be able to break through immediately. But this token belonged to Tan Junhao, so even if he wanted it, he wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Yang Kai played with the Dragon Island token for a while, then said after a moment of silence, "This young master has what you want, and you have the person I want. How about this? Let's make a deal." Tan Junhao smiled faintly and said, "A deal is built on the basis that both sides are equal. Little friend Yang, do you think you are qualified to make a deal with this old master?" Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. "Your words are meaningless. Do you want this Dragon Island token for free?" Tan Junhao chuckled. "That's not it. But little friend, please return the Dragon Island token first, and we can discuss the rest later." Yang Kai said, "Release the person first, and the Dragon Island token will be yours. This young master has no use for this bullshit token. Give me the Dragon Island token first." Tan Junhao remained unmoved, and a faint smile hung on his face, as if he was confident that he could get Yang Kai. "Release the person first," Yang Kai said fiercely. Since they couldn't reach an agreement with just a few words, Tan Junhao didn't waste any more time. He turned to Wu Ming and said, "Disciple, let little friend Yang see our bargaining chip, so that he won't feel that we aren't sincere." Wu Ming grinned and said, "Yes." Then, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little bastard, I heard that this dragon lady is your mother-in-law?" The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Sister Hua, why did you reveal everything? It seems that you must have revealed the fact that I have the sealed world bead and the immortal tree." However, this couldn't be blamed on her. In the face of absolute power, Hua Qingxi couldn't resist at all. She couldn't even remember what she said to Tan Junhao. That was definitely an extremely sinister secret technique that could force Hua Qingxi to reveal the secret in her heart. "If you dare to hurt a single strand of her hair, you're dead meat," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Wu Ming chuckled and said, "Don't worry, how can I bear to hurt such a beauty? I like her a lot. If Master didn't stop me, I would have taken her as my concubine long ago." Qi Yu was also a rare beauty, and she had a flirtatious charm. Although she wasn't as charming as Shanqing Luo, she was more mature. If not, Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin, wouldn't have fallen in love with her at first sight and forced her to marry him. As Wu Ming spoke, he extended his hand and gently stroked Qi Yu's face. Qi Yu's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with disgust. However, her cultivation was sealed, and her body was restrained, so she couldn't resist at all. She could only clench her teeth and close her eyes. "You dare!" Yang Kai was furious. This bastard actually dared to tease his mother-in-law right in front of him. How could he tolerate this? With a tap of his foot, he pounced straight at Wu Ming. Wu Ming's face also changed when he saw this. He had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands before, so he knew that this little brat wasn't someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly retreated with Qi Yu. Tan Junhao blocked with his body, and with a wave of his sleeve, a 5-colored light blade suddenly formed and slashed towards Yang Kai. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out, and the world energy in the surroundings became violent. Yang Kai was forced to retreat step by step, and the 5-colored light blade was completely shattered. Tan Junhao narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but praise, "Little friend Yang is truly amazing. This old master has underestimated you." He originally thought that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be subdued by the 5 Elements Array, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to match the power of the Spirit Array. His heart couldn't help but tremble. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such strength? If he was allowed to grow to the Third-Order Emperor Realm, who in this world could be his opponent except for the Great Emperors? Chapter 2694. Now that you know this, young master, you better let her go quickly, otherwise I'll twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Yang Kai suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and gritted his teeth. Tan Junhao shook his head slightly. Seeing his honored master protecting him, Wu Ming's fear was greatly reduced and he coldly snorted, "Little beast, aren't you arrogant? Show me how arrogant you are." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed Qi Yu's long hair, pulling her back. Qi Yu immediately exclaimed as her body rose slightly, her breasts rising slightly. Wu Ming grinned as he circulated his Emperor Qi, a light blossoming from his fingertips as he slowly pointed towards Qi Yu's chest, glaring at Yang Kai as he said, "This is your mother-in-law, why don't we admire your mother-in-law's figure together?" As soon as his words fell, his fingers suddenly swiped downwards. With a tearing sound, Qi Yu's clothes suddenly tore open, revealing her snow-white skin that was more than 3 fingers wide. It seemed that because of anger and a little bit of shyness, a faint dark red appeared on her snow-white skin. Wu Ming was one thing, but the key was that Yang Kai was Shanqing Luo's man, and she was Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother. Being humiliated like this in front of Yang Kai, and even exposing a part of her body to Yang Kai, even if Qi Yu was from the monster race, she couldn't bear it. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed sharply. Wu Ming, on the other hand, was unscrupulously admiring her body, but unfortunately, although her clothes were torn, they still blocked his view of her vital parts, making it impossible for him to see them clearly. With a look of excitement, Wu Ming reached out his hand, as if he wanted to pick up her clothes and carefully admire her most delicate parts. "That's enough!" Yang Kai shouted. Wu Ming remained unmoved. Yang Kai angrily snapped, "If you dare touch her again, you won't get anything you want today." Tan Junhao, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, frowned and raised his hand. Wu Ming's movements immediately stopped, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. Qi Yu also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If she had really allowed Wu Ming to take off her tattered clothes, she probably wouldn't have the face to see Wu Ming and Shanqing Luo in the future. Although her current situation was somewhat awkward, at least she had only exposed some skin. For a member of the monster race, this wasn't a big deal. Little friend Yang should understand this old master's sincerity, yes? Tan Junhao looked towards Yang Kai calmly. Yang Kai sneered, a dignified elder of Star Soul Palace. "It's really an eye-opener for me to be so despicable." Tan Junhao said, "Little friend, there's no need to be sarcastic. Those who do big things don't bother about trifles. You should understand this principle." I only saw two despicable people bullying a woman who had no strength to fight back. He actually dares to boast shamelessly about not bothering about trifles. What a joke. Tan Juanhao smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. As long as you can give the Dragon Island medallion to this old man, everything is negotiable." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and harumphed. He channeled his Emperor's core into the Dragon Island medallion and threw it towards Tan Juanhao. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. If he still didn't compromise, Qiyu might really be stripped naked by Wu Ming and exposed in front of him. How was he going to explain to Shan Qing Luo when he saw her in the future? He really didn't care about a mere Dragon Island medallion. If it wasn't for Hua Qingxi's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about it. The reason why he didn't want to give it back was because he wanted to bring Qiyu back first. The Dragon Island medallion turned into a ray of light. Mixed with an abundant and irresistible power, Tan Juanhao reached out his hand and caught it. He rubbed it carefully a few times and nodded, "Yes, this is the medallion." Yang Kai shouted, "I've returned the Dragon Island medallion to you. You should let her go now, right?" Tan Juanhao smiled, "There's no hurry." Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes wide and said, "Old dog, how dare you go back on your words?" Wu Ming laughed. "Master didn't say that I'll let her go if you return the Dragon Island medallion. Master said that everything can be discussed if you return the medallion. There's no discussion, so how can I go back on my words?" Seeing Yang Kai's deflated appearance, Wu Ming's mood brightened greatly, as if he had just taken his revenge. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly when he heard that. He kept changing his expression and slapped his thigh in annoyance, as if he had been tricked. "Ha ha." Wu Ming finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Old dog, what else do you want? I've already returned the Dragon Island medallion to you. Don't force me anymore. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Tan Juanhao said, "I want to ask for something from you. Don't worry, as long as you fulfill my wish, I'll return this lady to you immediately." "What is it? Tell me about it." Yang Kai looked uneasy, as if he was a little flustered. Tan Juanhao smiled faintly. His lips moved and he transmitted his voice, "A bead. It's said to be a small world of its own." Sure enough, Sister Hua had exposed the existence of the sealed world bead. However, judging from Tan Juanhao's secretive look, it seemed that he didn't want Wu Ming to know about it. After all, the sealed world bead itself was an extremely precious secret treasure, not to mention the existence of the immortal tree. Even though they were master and disciple, Tan Juanhao didn't want Wu Ming to know about the immortal tree. He didn't want Wu Ming to covet it. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Yang Kai said seriously with a straight face. Tan Juanhao continued to transmit his voice. "My traitorous disciple has already told me all your secrets. You don't have to hide anything. The Dragon Island medallion is only secondary to this old master's scheme against you. What this old master really wants is that bead. As long as you can fulfill this old master's request, this old master will be very grateful. In the future, if you have any requests, this old master will fulfill them. This old master is an elder of the Star Soul Palace. In the Southern Territory, there's nothing this old master can't do." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle and said, "I don't have that kind of thing." Tan Juanhao's face sank and he said, "It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." He had always been polite, but after Yang Kai repeatedly refused to hand over the sealed world bead, he suddenly showed signs of turning hostile. It was obvious how attractive the sealed world bead was to him. On the side, Wu Ming saw that Tan Juanhao and Yang Kai were constantly communicating with each other through divine sense, and he couldn't help feeling puzzled. He didn't know what his honored master was trying to hide from him, and he immediately felt a little dissatisfied. However, he didn't dare to show it and could only keep it in his heart, secretly planning to find an opportunity to ask after he dealt with Yang Kai. Yang Kai said with a helpless look, "How can I give you something I don't have?" Tan Juanhao coldly snorted and winked at Wu Ming, saying, "Little friend Yang isn't willing to fulfill this old master's wish, so you can do whatever you want with this dragon lady." Wu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said with great joy, "Thank you, honored master." Saying so, he reached out to grab Qiyu's chest. Wait, wait, wait. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Tan Juanhao raised his hand and shook off Wu Ming's big hand. Wu Ming looked annoyed, but he didn't dare to resist. Little friend Yang, have you changed your mind? Tan Juanhao looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. Yang Kai scratched his cheek, sniffed, and said, I seem to have remembered something. There is such a thing. Tan Juanhao's eyes flashed and he said eagerly, Since you have remembered, then give it to this old master. If he could obtain the sealed world bead and the immortal tree inside, he wouldn't care about the Dragon Island token. It was rumored that after refining the immortal tree, one would obtain an immortal and indestructible body. At that time, one would definitely be able to become great emperors. Yang Kai snorted and said, But this young master doesn't trust your credibility. Tan Juanhao immediately replied, Don't worry, as long as you can give that thing to this old master, you can take this dragon lady away immediately. Are you serious? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Tan Juanhao raised his hand and said, If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? However, you are an elder of Star Soul Palace, so this young master will believe you once more. Tan Juanhao smiled and said, Little friend Yang is a straightforward person, so this old master will not disappoint you. Yang Kai sighed and flipped his palm, summoning a longan-sized bead on his palm. This bead looked ordinary at first glance, but it gave off a strange fluctuation of space force. Tan Juanhao's eyes immediately widened as he stared at the sealed world bead without blinking, sweeping it with his divine sense and carefully examining it. With his cultivation and experience, he could naturally see that this bead was extraordinary at a glance and immediately understood that this was the so-called sealed world bead. Just the space artifact alone was not a big deal, but the key was what was inside. Not everyone could refine the space artifact, but Tan Juanhao believed that with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to open it slightly and take out the immortal tree inside. Wu Ming was also looking at it, but his brow was furrowed. He didn't know why his honored master valued this bead so much, even more than the Dragon Island token. He vaguely felt that his honored master's real purpose this time was not the Dragon Island token, but this strange bead. This young master obtained this thing a long time ago, and it was a gift from a friend. Now, I am handing it over to Elder Tan, and I hope Elder Tan can treat it with caution. Yang Kai seemed to have accepted his fate and looked at the sealed world bead in his hand reluctantly. Even the way he addressed Tan Juanhao had changed. Tan Juanhao said, Don't worry, this old master will naturally be careful with such a treasure. From now on, little friend is this old master's friend. Yang Kai clenched his hand and said, Before that, I have a presumptuous request. Tan Juanhao frowned and said, What is it? Yang Kai said, I hope that Hua Qingxi can leave Elder Tan's tutelage and become a free person. Wu Ming snorted and said, Wishful thinking. That bitch did something that let honored master down. It's already a mercy that we didn't kill her, and she still wants freedom? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, Can you make a decision for Elder Tan? Wu Ming's expression changed and he quickly cupped his fists at Tan Juanhao and said, Honored master, I didn't mean it that way. Tan Juanhao waved his hand and said, This old master knows. He was also relieved. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai's request. After interacting with Yang Kai several times, he could tell that Yang Kai was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make Yang Kai surrender and obediently hand over the Dragon Island token and the sealed world bead with Qiyu alone. In Tan Juanhao's opinion, this request was reasonable. With Yang Kai's behavior and character, he would indeed make such a request. He nodded and said, This old master approves. From now on, Hua Qingxi is no longer my disciple and has nothing to do with me. Chapter 2695. Yang Kai shook his head and said, It's useless for you to say this to me. Elder Tan, please tell Hua Qingxi directly. Since this spirit array is under your control, you should be able to contact her, right? Tan Juanhao frowned and appeared a little impatient. Little friend Yang, please forgive this old master for not being able to agree to this request. But Yang Kai frowned. Tan Junhao explained, right now, Private Room 1 is isolated from this old master's spirit array and is not under this old master's control. This old master's voice cannot reach that place. If it was just now, he could have done this, but with Gong Tai's actions and the deployment of his spirit array, Private Room 1 was completely out of his control. A spirit array's ability could be easily discerned. Is that so? Yang Kai was surprised, but he was overjoyed. If that was the case, there was no need to worry about the safety of Hua Qingxi and the others. Originally, he thought that since Hua Qingxi and the others had been poisoned by the heart-urging insect, their life and death were in Tan Junhao's hands. Now that he heard Tan Junhao's explanation, he was naturally overjoyed. Since Private Room 1 was not under his control and even his voice could not reach that place, it would be impossible to control the heart-urging insect to harm them. From the looks of it, saving the head of the Gong family was a blessing in disguise. All right, this old master has satisfied all of little friend Yang's requests. Now it's little friend Yang's turn to fulfill this old master's wish. Tan Junhao looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed heavily and said helplessly, I hope I didn't mistrust Elder Tan. Saying so, he seemed to accept his fate and flicked the sealed world bead towards Tan Junhao. Tan Junhao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly reached out to grab the sealed world bead. He did not see what Yang Kai did to the sealed world bead. In other words, he seemed to be willing to hand over the sealed world bead to redeem his mother-in-law. But for some reason, just as he was about to grab the sealed world bead, Tan Junhao suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. At his level of strength, he was particularly reliant on his intuition, so as soon as he sensed something was wrong, he hurriedly circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself. His eyes were fixed on the sealed world bead just in case. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of the sealed world bead. It was like a void corridor that connected the two worlds. Immediately after, from that black vortex, an incomparably huge fist leisurely stretched out. On that fist, there were numerous bone-like existences that stood upright. They were ferocious and terrifying, like numerous sharp spears, and as the fist bombarded him, it directly attacked him. Tan Junhao's expression changed greatly in an instant. His eyes widened as he hurriedly raised his palms to meet the attack. Haha! A loud laugh rang out as Yang Kai followed closely behind the sealed world bead. Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this young master's foot-washing water. Old dog Tan. At this moment of life and death, Tan Junhao's mind flashed as he immediately recognized what the huge fist was. He exclaimed, the stone mongoose. From the secrets revealed by Hua Qingxi, Tan Junhao knew that Yang Kai had a stone mongoose hiding in the sealed world bead all year round. It was said that the stone mongoose was extremely tall. It was like a small mountain. However, Hua Qingxi also said that although the stone mongoose was extremely strong, its true strength was only comparable to a first-order Emperor realm cultivator. As long as one used their movement skills to deal with it, they would be able to escape. It was not difficult to deal with. Therefore, Tan Junhao had never taken the so-called stone mongoose seriously. He was a third-order Emperor realm cultivator, so even if the stone mongoose was strong, it would be useless if it couldn't hit him. When he saw the huge fist full of barbs just now, he didn't think about it at all. Although he remembered it now, it was too late. What made him even more frightened was that the power of this fist was not something a first-order Emperor realm cultivator could produce. Even a third-order Emperor realm cultivator like him would not dare to take it lightly. Not only that, the stone mongoose's fist seemed to be mixed with another kind of power, a power that made him tremble in fear. Tan Junhao did not know that the stone mongoose was already refining the stone fire source. Once it was done, it would become a divine spirit stone fire. Although it was not done yet, the power of this punch already contained a trace of the divine spirit's power, which was enough to crush an ordinary Emperor Qi. The stone mongoose was still sleeping and refining the stone fire source, so it would take at least 1 or 2 hours for it to finish refining. However, it was Yang Kai's embodiment and was connected to Yang Kai. Yang Kai could use his soul to connect with the sealed world bead and control it to attack Tan Junhao. The fist that came out of the sealed world bead was the result of Yang Kai's control. The price he paid was not small either. The divine sense in his knowledge sea flowed out like a flood, giving Yang Kai a splitting headache. Tan Junhao was already shocked by the power of the fist, and when he heard Yang Kai's shout, his mind was in chaos. He waved his hands, and countless five-colored light blades gathered in front of him to meet the embodiment's fist. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Kong. The five-colored light blades were shattered, but the huge fist continued forward without slowing down. The sharp barbs broke through Tan Junhao's protective Emperor Qi and pierced into his body. A violent force poured out and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai, on the other hand, went straight for Wu Ming. Although he shouted for old dog Tan to die, in fact, he didn't intend to find trouble with Tan Junhao at all. For the current plan, the first priority was naturally to rescue Qiyu, and the rest could be planned slowly. Therefore, when Yang Kai rushed in front of Wu Ming did not react. Their eyes met, and Wu Ming shouted, his face turning pale as he shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." Saying so, he flicked his wrist and an Emperor artifact appeared in his hand, which he slashed towards Qiyu. "Condense!" Yang Kai shouted. Space principles fluctuated, and the space around Wu Ming and Qiyu instantly froze. The artifact sword that was slashing towards Qiyu also paused for a moment. In that instant, Yang Kai had already snatched Qiyu back from Wu Ming's control and kicked Wu Ming in the head. With a scream, Wu Ming was sent flying, tumbling in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, many of his teeth falling out. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so even if he was no match for Yang Kai in a life-and-death battle, it was impossible for him to be sent flying in a single exchange. However, he had been taught a lesson by Yang Kai before, so he had long been afraid of Yang Kai. Now that he saw his honored master suffer such a big loss, how could he still have the heart to fight with Yang Kai? His heart was filled with fear, so he naturally had no strength to fight back. "Senior, are you okay?" Yang Kai swept Qiyu with his divine sense to check her condition. Chiyu's face was slightly red as she tightened the tattered clothes on her body and shook her head. "I'm fine, it's just that my cultivation has been sealed." Yang Kai still wanted to say something, but his face suddenly turned cold. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction, gritting his teeth. "You're really tenacious." As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In that direction, an extremely strong aura suddenly spread out. From the darkness, Tan Junhao walked out step by step. He no longer had his previous sage-like appearance. His face was ferocious, as if he wanted to eat someone, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. There were several large holes in his body, and his chest was slightly sunken. This should be the result of the embodiment's punch just now. The embodiment's punch was not something anyone could withstand. However, at this moment, he had used some unknown method to stop the bleeding, but his black robes were covered in blood. "Junior, you dare to bully me? You deserve to die." Tan Junhao gnashed his teeth and roared. His voice was like a cold wind blowing from the 9 nether purgatory, making people shudder. As he spoke, he formed a series of seals with his hands. Qiyu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly let out a muffled groan and let out a tragic cry. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look. He saw a bulge on Qiyu's neck that was rapidly moving under her skin, as if something was swimming inside. "Heart-urging insect," Yang Kai whispered. Qiyu's current situation was the same as Hua Qingxi's. She had clearly been implanted with a heart-urging insect. Tan Junhao was now furious and obviously wanted to kill Qiyu in revenge. "Despicable!" Yang Kai cursed. He stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead immediately flew back. With a slight movement of his divine sense, Qiyu beside him immediately disappeared. She had been sent into the sealed world bead. Tan Junhao, who was activating the heart-urging insect, frowned. He felt that the connection between him and the heart-urging insect was suddenly cut off. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" The sealed world bead was a separate world. Yang Kai had repeatedly collected source strength to perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead. Although the heart-urging insect was powerful, It was in two separate worlds. Tan Junhao couldn't control the heart-urging insect to work for him unless he had the ability to break the world principles of the sealed world bead and transmit his thoughts into it. Even the great emperors might not be able to do such a thing, let alone Tan Junhao. Ha! Yang Kai laughed and sent his divine sense into the sealed world bead. He found that after being sent in, Chiyu's expression had become much more peaceful. The heart-urging insect surging on her neck had also quickly calmed down. He knew that his method was correct and there was no more worry. Tan Junhao, on the other hand, was livid, as if his parents had died. He had planned everything well, but who would have thought that when he really faced Yang Kai, he would suffer losses everywhere? He was very depressed. Damn Gong Tai! He cursed again in his heart. If he knew that Gong Tai had such ability, he would have captured him earlier. Now that Gong Tai had stabilized the space in Room 1 with the power of the spirit array, he was powerless to do anything to the people inside. Now, Room 1 was like the sealed world bead. It had become an independent space and was not something he could control. If not for that, there were still a few hostages over there that he could use to threaten Yang Kai at any time. This was also the reason why he didn't interfere with Hua Qingxi sending the hostages over at the auction. In any case, he could get them back at any time. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. Life was really like a game of chess. Old Dog Tan, what other tricks do you have? You might as well use them all, lest you die with regrets. Yang Kai was in a good mood and sneered. Chapter 2696. His main goal was to stall for time. Just now, when he controlled his embodiment to launch a punch from the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had consumed too much of his divine sense and was still suffering from a headache. The soul-warming lotus was currently taking effect, filling Yang Kai's mind with a cool sensation, rapidly restoring his consumed divine sense. Tan Junhao was already seriously injured. The punch from the embodiment was not easy to take. Even if Tan Junhao was at his peak, Yang Kai still had the confidence to fight, not to mention that Tan Junhao was not at his peak. Yang Kai had never met this man before, yet he had plotted against him. Yang Kai was determined to kill him here and now. Junior, you're courting death. Tan Junhao shouted angrily. He raised his hands and grit his teeth. You dare to disobey this old master? Today, this old master will let you die with understanding. As soon as his voice fell, a group of figures suddenly appeared and gathered around him. Yang Kai frowned and looked at these figures. He soon discovered that these people were all from the Emperor Realm. Although most of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, there were also a few Second-Order Emperors. Many of them looked familiar and seemed to be the sect masters and elders of the various sects who had participated in the auction. There were quite a few of them, about 20 to 30. These people from the Emperor Realm appeared mysteriously, and all of them looked confused. After Tan Junhao activated the spirit array, they were all separated and placed in an endless darkness. They had been looking for a way out, but they could not find it. An inexplicable force appeared and dragged them all here. When they turned their heads, they immediately saw Yang Kai and Tan Junhao. Seeing the injuries on Tan Junhao's body, these people from the Emperor Realm were secretly shocked. Tan Junhao was currently exuding the powerful aura of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, but he was still injured, and his injuries looked quite serious. Besides him, only Yang Kai was standing there. Could this injury be caused by that young man named Yang Kai? How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master injure a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master? Elder Tan. A middle-aged man looked at Tan Junhao carefully and suddenly exclaimed. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, Elder Tan. Why are you here? Tan Junhao glanced at him and nodded. You recognize this old man? The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. More than 10 years ago, this one was fortunate enough to be rewarded by the Star Soul Palace and entered a heaven-grade secret ground to cultivate for a while. Back then, I saw Elder Tan from afar. I'm afraid Elder Tan doesn't remember me. Although this middle-aged man was also a sect master, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and his sect was only a second-class sect in the entire Southern Territory. Facing an elder of Star Soul Palace. How could he dare to be careless? It was also because of the reward he received from Star Soul Palace that he was fortunate enough to break through to the Emperor realm by cultivating in a heaven-grade sealed area. He was grateful to the Star Soul Palace, and now that he saw an elder of the Star Soul Palace, he was naturally very respectful. Tan Juanhao nodded slightly and did not say anything. However, the middle-aged man's words shocked the others quite a bit. Elder Tan, Star Soul Palace, could it be? Even though most of the people from the Emperor realm didn't recognize Tan Juanhao, they had never even seen him before. But at this moment, they had some guesses. Star Soul Palace was the sect of the great emperors, and to become an elder, one had to be at least a third-order Emperor realm master. Even in the Star Soul Palace, there weren't many third-order Emperor realm masters, only a few in total. They had never seen Tan Juanhao before, but they had heard of his name. Everyone's heart trembled as they stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Elder Tan." "No need to be so polite." Tan Juanhao waved his hand slightly, fully displaying the attitude of a master. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier said with a sullen face, "Elder Tan, who was so bold as to attack you? He even injured you." Tan Juanhao's face turned cold. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "It was this little friend. This old man was careless and allowed him to sneak attack me." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. What the middle-aged man said was true, and he did succeed in his sneak attack. But if the middle-aged man hadn't taken the initiative to look for trouble, he wouldn't have attacked a third-order Emperor Realm Master for no reason. The middle-aged man was furious when he heard this and shouted at Yang Kai, "Sure enough, it was you, you evil creature. Elder Tan is an elder of Star Soul Palace and has a revered status. Star Soul Palace is the overlord sect of our southern territory and protects the hundreds of millions of cultivators in our territory. It is an honor for you to meet Elder Tan, you little evil creature. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, you even launched a sneak attack. Hurry up and apologize. Elder Tan is a kind man and he may spare your life, but if you continue to be stubborn, we will kill you." His words were sonorous and forceful, powerful and resonant. Tan Juanhao was in a good mood when he heard this and smiled. On the other hand, the other people from the Emperor realm had different expressions. They weren't like the middle-aged man who hadn't received much kindness from Star Soul Palace. Although they respected Star Soul Palace, they didn't need to kneel down and lick Tan Juanhao's boots. However, they couldn't refute anything and just stood quietly in place, looking at Yang Kai with sympathy. At the auction before, Yang Kai had mentioned a Star Soul Palace elder. Now, it seemed that this Star Soul Palace elder was Tan Juanhao. They really didn't know how he became enemies with Tan Juanhao. After offending Tan Juanhao, was there any way to survive in the Southern Territory? Young people were really hot-blooded and didn't know how to restrain themselves. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the friend from room 13 who ate 3 kilograms of shit. No wonder this place suddenly stinks. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the middle-aged man and reached out to fan the air in front of him. "Ah, it's him. Did he really eat it?" This. When the people from the Emperor realm heard this, they all stared at the middle-aged man with wide eyes. Some of them even jumped to the side and opened up a distance between them and the middle-aged man, their faces full of disgust, as if they had really smelled the stench. In an instant, there was no one around the middle-aged man, as if they were separated by an invisible hand. Even Tan Juanhao frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. The middle-aged man pointed angrily at Yang Kai, his face flushed red with shame and anger. What he had experienced in room 13 was simply the biggest insult in his life. At that time, he only felt that it was better to be killed by Yang Kai than to be humiliated like this, but the hatred in his heart made him drag out an ignoble existence and secretly plan to find an opportunity to take revenge. When Tan Juanhao used the power of the spirit array to teleport him here, he saw Yang Kai and guessed that Tan Juanhao's injury was related to Yang Kai, so he couldn't wait to be the first to jump out and use Tan Juanhao's name to put pressure on Yang Kai. Who would have thought that he would be severely humiliated by Yang Kai again? The disdainful and disgusted gazes from all around made him feel like he was being stabbed in the back. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into and hurriedly said, "Everyone, Don't listen to this boy's nonsense. That person is not me. No one believed him. Everyone had heard what he said in the auction hall clearly, and now that they thought about it, it was indeed the same person's voice. Little bastard, you and I are irreconcilable. Seeing no response, the middle-aged man knew that his reputation had been completely ruined. In the future, if anyone mentioned him, the first thing they would think of was eating 3 kilograms of shit. Yang Kai raised his head and curled his lips. Sorry, this young master doesn't talk to people who eat shit. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Pooh! The middle-aged man's chi and blood surged, and he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind was in chaos, and he just wanted to kill Yang Kai right now to wash away his shame, so he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "I'll kill you!" With a flash of light, a sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely pushed his emperor chi, wrapped his body in sword light, and slashed at Yang Kai. Such a furious attack could be said to be the full strength of the middle-aged man's first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even many of the people from the Emperor Realm present couldn't help but feel a chill, not daring to underestimate him. On the other hand, Yang Kai showed a look of disdain and sneered arrogantly. A large heavy sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a lift of his wrist, he rested the heavy sword on his shoulder and said coldly, "Since you want to die, this young master will fulfill your wish." The middle-aged man roared, and almost all of his cultivation erupted. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stepped forward and raised his shoulder, and a sword light suddenly appeared on the myriad sword. He raised the sword high and slashed forward without the slightest technique, but the power of this sword seemed to be able to shatter the sky, causing everyone to pale. Selah. Like a piece of golden silk being torn apart, the dazzling sword light that rushed in front of Yang Kai was suddenly split in two, passing by Yang Kai's sides. The dazzling light was instantly extinguished, and it fell heavily to the ground, rolling a long distance before gradually coming to a stop. A series of gasps rang out, and pairs of eyes filled with disbelief and shock. On both sides of Yang Kai's back, long trails of blood could be seen. On the ground, shattered internal organs were scattered, and further back, there was a corpse that had been split in half, lying on the ground. The power of that sword had actually split a first-order Emperor Realm Master in half. And it seemed that Yang Kai had just casually attacked without using any strength at all. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was strong, and thought that the middle-aged man couldn't possibly be Yang Kai's opponent, they didn't expect him to be so weak. No, it wasn't that he couldn't withstand a single blow, it was that Yang Kai was so strong that it defied common sense. At the auction, he had killed the old man from room 7 with one punch and one sword, which had already made everyone aware of his terrifying combat power, but only now did they realize that they had still underestimated him. Yang Kai shook the blood off his myriad sword and grinned, "This is a dangerous place. If you can leave, then leave. Do you still want to stay and watch the show?" Tan Junhao had suddenly brought so many people from the Emperor Realm here, definitely not to let them watch the show. Tan Junhao was probably plotting something. Perhaps he wanted to use these people from the Emperor Realm to deal with him. Yang Kai didn't want to be enemies with so many people. His only target right now was Tan Junhao. Feeling the hostility in Yang Kai's words, and thinking about what had happened before, many people from the Emperor Realm couldn't help but shudder. Although they felt that this young man was domineering and arrogant, and even more so at the auction, he did have the qualifications to do so, so it was naturally unwise to make an enemy out of him. What's more, they had no enmity with Yang Kai, so how could they easily provoke him? Chapter 2697. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor Realm were not fools and naturally knew how to judge the situation. How could they be willing to intervene in the grievances between Yang Kai and Tan Junhao? Someone immediately cupped his fists and said, "Elder Tan, this one still has important matters to attend to and will take his leave first." Saying so, he turned around and left. The others glanced at each other and also stepped forward to say goodbye. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people had scattered, leaving behind some who frowned slightly and hesitated. They seemed to have realized that this trip was a blessing and not a disaster. If it was a disaster, they couldn't avoid it. Tan Juanhao had summoned them here for no reason and had even set up a spirit array in advance. Obviously, he wouldn't let them leave so easily. If they left now, they were afraid that they would offend Tan Juanhao. For a moment, they were annoyed and felt that they shouldn't have come to Flowing Shadow City to participate in the auction. Now that they were inexplicably involved in this mess, it was impossible for them to leave. Sure enough, seeing those from the Emperor realm disperse, Tan Juanhao snorted and said loudly, "Do you think you can leave?" Those from the Emperor realm stopped and turned to look at Tan Juanhao. The person who spoke earlier frowned and asked, "Elder Tan, what do you mean by this?" There was a faint questioning tone in his words. Even if Tan Juanhao was an elder of Star Soul Palace with a respected status and outstanding strength, there was no reason for him to restrict the freedom of these people from the Emperor realm, right? The one who had a grudge against him was Yang Kai, not these people. But listening to the meaning of Tan Juanhao's words, it seemed something was wrong. Tan Juanhao said lightly, "It's nothing. It's just that this old master has set up a spirit array here. Without this old master's permission, no one can leave." Hearing this, everyone's face changed. The person who spoke earlier frowned and said, "Elder Tan, we respect you as an elder of Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace is the overlord of our southern territory, the sect master who protects the hundreds of millions of cultivators in our southern territory. Please advise us on what we should do to leave here." If someone else had done this, the Emperor Realm Masters here would have immediately turned hostile. Who could tolerate having their freedom restricted for no reason? But Tan Juanhao was different. Not only was he a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, but he was also an elder of Star Soul Palace. No one dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Therefore, even though this person was infuriated, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and ask for more details. "That's right, Elder Tan. Please give us some pointers." Someone immediately cupped his hands and echoed. Tan Juanhao smiled and said, "I want to leave this place." "It's simple," he pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Help this old man kill him, and this old man will let you all leave this place." Everyone's eyes widened in an instant. The bitterness in their mouths was like eating 100 caddies of Coptis chinensis. Everyone had seen how Yang Kai had committed crimes several times before. They knew that this young man was very strong and not to be trifled with. No one in the Emperor realm had the confidence to survive his attacks. Now, Tan Juanhao asked them to deal with Yang Kai. Wasn't this pushing them into the fire pit? Was this still a fucking elder of Star Soul Palace? In an instant, everyone felt as if the lofty and mighty signboard of Star Soul Palace had collapsed in their hearts. There was no need to mention how disappointed they were with Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace was the overlord sect of the Southern Territory. If the elders inside were so unreasonable and used their power to oppress others, who would still respect them? "Elder Tan, are you joking? We have no enmity with this little brother." "That's right, Elder Tan. Please be magnanimous and let us go." For a moment, the crowd was agitated, but facing Tan Juanhao, everyone restrained their anger and didn't dare to be too rude. Tan Juanhao remained unmoved. He said in a clear voice, "This boy is extremely disrespectful to this old man. Not only did he insult this old man, he also injured this old man's disciple and even stole this old man's precious treasure. If you can help this old man subdue him, this old man will thank you greatly in the future." So there was such a thing. Then he is in the wrong. That's right. Elder Tan is an elder of Star Soul Palace after all. He actually dared to insult Elder Tan and steal his precious treasure. He really shouldn't have done that. He needs to apologize. He definitely needs to apologize. The group of people clamored. On the surface, they were all agreeing with Tan Juanhao, but in fact, they didn't have the slightest intention and were just trying to smooth things over. No one was a fool. If they went to find trouble with Yang Kai just because of Tan Juanhao's empty promise, wasn't that the same as looking for trouble with their lives? Yang Kai looked on happily and couldn't help calling out at this time, "Old Dog Tan, you are an elder of Star Soul Palace and your strength is higher than this young master's by 2 levels, yet you still want to invite helpers to deal with this young master. Do you have any shame? If you have the ability, don't involve innocent people and come fight this young master alone." As soon as this remark came out, everyone had a good impression of Yang Kai and felt that his words were reasonable. Why are you implicating innocent people like us in the grudge between the two of you? This elder Tan is truly baffled. Tan Junhao's face sank as he glared hatefully at Yang Kai before sweeping his eyes over the crowd and saying, "Are you really not willing to help this old man?" Everyone's expression was awkward and their eyes drifted, but no one responded. However, the person who spoke first said with a look of indignation, "Elder Tan, don't make things difficult for others. Everything in the world is just a matter of reason. You and this little brother can solve your own problems. With Elder Tan's cultivation, it will be easy for you to take him down. There is no need for us to do anything." This man had a full beard and looked very heroic, not a scheming person. He was extremely displeased with Tan Junhao's actions, and at this moment, his words were full of sarcasm. Tan Junhao glanced at him coldly and suddenly formed a seal with one hand. The bearded man immediately screamed, as if he had suffered a serious injury. His whole body trembled violently as a bulge appeared on his neck and quickly moved under his skin. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and jumped away from the bearded man, fearing that they would be implicated. Brother Lu, Brother Lu. A cultivator who was familiar with the bearded man shouted loudly. But the cultivator surnamed Lu acted as if he did not hear and continued to scream. Soon, his face turned pale and his whole body was soaked in sweat. Rip. He suddenly tore open the clothes covering his chest and opened his bloodshot eyes wide. He lowered his head to look at his chest and saw that the small bump under his skin was rapidly drilling towards his heart. What is this? The cultivator surnamed Lu forced himself to breathe and glared at Tan Junhao. What did you do to me? Heart-urging insect. Yang Kai's face changed and he shouted in a low voice. Tan Junhao's hand seals did not change and he said lightly, "You dare to disobey this old master, so this is your fate." After a pause, he reminded, "Oh right, don't use your emperor's qi, or you will only die faster." But it was too late. The cultivator surnamed Lu had already activated his emperor's qi when he felt that something was wrong. Just as Tan Junhao said, the more he activated his emperor's qi, the faster the heart-urging insect moved. In the blink of an eye, it drilled into his left chest. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. The cultivator surnamed Lu roared and stabbed 2 fingers into his chest. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. It seemed that he was trying to dig out the foreign object in his body. But before he could do anything, he heard a faint cracking sound. His heart meridian was broken, his eyes were wide open, and his body fell straight to the ground. Everyone was shocked and they all gasped, only to feel that their hands and feet were cold. They did not see any signs of Tan Junhao attacking before. He only made a hand seal and the cultivator surnamed Lu was already poisoned by the heart-urging insect. It was obvious that the heart-urging insect had been in the cultivator's body for a long time. If the cultivator surnamed Lu was poisoned, then what about him? The answer was soon revealed. Tan Junhao's hand seal changed again as he swept his gaze across the crowd. More than 20 cultivators from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan as a small bulge appeared under their skin and rapidly moved towards their chests. Elder Tan, when? Many cultivators from the Emperor realm were in disbelief. They did not even know when they had been poisoned by the heart-urging insect. Recalling everything that had happened since they entered the auction, someone came to a sudden realization. That tea. Tan Junhao nodded lightly. That's right. This old master did something to the tea. Yang Kai was also shocked. At the same time, he felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he had been careful before coming here. When they were drinking tea in the private room, it was Yi Jinghan who had taken out the tea set and tea leaves to brew the tea. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned by the heart-urging insect like these people and been manipulated by Tan Junhao. Although the heart-urging insect was hard to guard against, the people from the Emperor realm were unable to detect anything wrong with it. It seemed that Tan Junhao had been cultivating these heart-urging insects for many years. Otherwise, they would not have been so powerful and there would not have been so many of them. This old thing was indeed insidious and cunning. Even with his third-order Emperor realm cultivation, he still had to use these methods to deal with him. Elder Tan, you're crazy. Someone glared at Tan Junhao. There were 20 to 30 cultivators from the Emperor realm present, spread across the territory of the Southern Territory. Once news of today's matter spread, Star Soul Palace would be the first to kill him. How could the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace allow someone who dared to use such insidious methods to deal with the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory to tarnish Star Soul Palace's reputation? But after thinking about it, as long as they had the heart-urging insect in their bodies, who would dare to casually spread what happened today? After today, they were destined to become Tan Junhao's slaves, obedient to his every command. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were filled with grief. They were filled with unwillingness and anger, but they had nowhere to vent it. How could they know that Tan Junhao was willing to do anything for the thing in Yang Kai's hands? As long as he could obtain the Immortal Tree, he could completely leave Star Soul Palace and find a place to refine it. Once he obtained an immortal and indestructible body, what could the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace do to him? At that time, even if the truth came to light, he would not be afraid. It was because of this plan that Tan Junhao did not hesitate to use the heart-urging insect, and even killed the bearded man as a warning to others. This old master will reward whoever helps this old master kill him. Tan Junhao pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Now that he had torn apart his disguise, he no longer had any scruples and immediately gave orders to the people from the Emperor realm. Everyone looked at each other with bitter expressions. Chapter 2698. They did have the advantage in numbers, but if they really had to fight Yang Kai to the death, it was hard to say if even half of them would survive. No one was willing to use their own lives to create a chance for others. But if they didn't listen to Tan Junhao's orders, they would undoubtedly end up like the big man surnamed Lu. For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. Tan Junhao naturally saw through their concerns and snorted coldly, changing his hand seals again. Many muffled groans sounded again. Everyone from the Emperor realm had a difficult expression, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The heart-urging goo insects under their skin were quickly drilling into their hearts. A few of them couldn't help but scream in pain. It was so shrill that it made one's hair stand on end. Goo insects in the heart, death is certain. Tan Junhao said indifferently, if anyone can help this old master kill this boy, this old master will expel the heart-urging goo insect and return his freedom. Using a stick and a date had always been the best way to enslave people. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, Tan Junhao was naturally very familiar with this method. As soon as this was said, many people's eyes lit up. This heart-urging goo insect was really too torturous. If it could really be expelled, it was worth a try. Most importantly, if they resisted Tan Junhao, they would definitely die, but if they faced Yang Kai, they would at least have a chance of survival. It was such a simple choice, but it left them with no other choice. Someone couldn't bear the pain and the temptation of Tan Junhao's promise and shouted, "Elder Tan, you have to keep your word." Tan Junhao smiled slightly and said, "Of course, this old master will keep his word." Good. Then the Xia will lend Elder Tan a hand today. Who else is willing to advance or retreat with this Xia? As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around. Many people from the Emperor realm nodded. Now that they were powerless, what else could they do if they didn't agree? With everyone's support, the cultivator surnamed Xia's confidence immediately increased. He pushed his aura and his emperor chi surged. He was a second-order Emperor realm master. He roared loudly. As if to boost his courage, he pounced on Yang Kai. The others followed closely behind. In an instant, 20 to 30 figures turned into streams of light and attacked Yang Kai. In mid-air, secret techniques bloomed one after another as Emperor artifacts were summoned one after another, transforming into multicolored rays of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Some people even muttered as they attacked, "Little brother, please don't blame us. We had no choice." Suddenly facing so many people from the Emperor realm, the pressure on Yang Kai also increased sharply, as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. However, he still raised his head to the sky and roared, "Overcautious, what is the Emperor realm? If you don't have the courage to fight to the death, then don't start a war. Arrogant brat, die for me." Not everyone felt guilty towards Yang Kai. Previously, Yang Kai's actions at the auction had already angered everyone, and now, because of him, they were being controlled by Tan Juanhao. Being poisoned by the heart-urging insect, the person who spoke did not dare to have any resentment towards Tan Juanhao. He only vented his anger on Yang Kai, thinking that as long as he killed Yang Kai, everything would be over. He did not show any mercy when he attacked. Hong Hong Hong. 20-30 ferocious attacks instantly enveloped Yang Kai's location. Each attack was a powerful technique of the Emperor realm. Many divine techniques were unleashed at the same time, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Tan Juanhao's eyes narrowed. He knew that even with his cultivation he would not be able to escape from serious injuries or even death in the face of such attacks. However, this brat surnamed Yang was proficient in the Tao of space. Although these attacks were fierce, they might not be able to do much to him. Although he had used the 5 elements expanse circle formation to seal this area, it only prevented Yang Kai from teleporting out of the formation. Within the formation, he could still come and go as he pleased. If not, why would he not hesitate to use the power of the Emperor realm? He was confident that he could take down Yang Kai alone. After a short while, the dust settled. There was no one at the place where all the attacks converged. "Is he dead?" someone exclaimed. So many fellow cultivators attacked. Even if that brat had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not have survived. Sigh, what a pity for such a genius. He dared to make an enemy out of Elder Tan. He really overestimated himself. He deserved to die. Someone laughed. Since Yang Kai was already dead, now was naturally the time to flatter Tan Juanhao. Perhaps if he was in a good mood, he would be able to get rid of the heart-urging insect in his body and give him back his freedom. Many people were annoyed. If they had known that Yang Kai was so easy to deal with, they would have used all their strength just now. Perhaps they could have won Tan Juanhao's favor. Puff, a strange sound was heard. Although it was faint, everyone present was from the Emperor realm. They all had sharp ears and eyes. How could they not hear it? They all looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw what had happened, their expressions changed greatly. He saw a thick sword tip protruding from the chest of the last person who had spoken. A ghostly figure was standing behind him, revealing a cold and stern face. That person seemed to have felt the chill in his chest. He looked down and his eyes widened. "Since you want to make an enemy out of this young master, you should all be prepared to die." Yang Kai's faint voice came from behind. In that person's ears, it was like the morning bell and evening drum, shaking his soul. Before he could react, Yang Kai exerted some force on his wrist, and with a loud bang, the man was directly cut in two. Blood splattered everywhere as the 2 halves of his body and his internal organs rained down from the sky, causing everyone who saw this scene to tremble in fear. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master had been killed in such an inexplicable sneak attack. What was even more shocking was that no one knew how Yang Kai had escaped or how he had attacked. How could his opponent be such a mysterious person? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. "I forgot to remind you that this boy is proficient in the Tao of space." Tan Juanhao's voice sounded from the side. "What? Space Force? Was that teleportation just now? I heard that people who are proficient in the Tao of space can come and go without a trace. They are extremely good at escaping and chasing. How can we kill such a person?" Hearing Tan Juanhao say that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, everyone's expression changed again. They all cursed Tan Juanhao in their hearts. Why didn't he remind them of such an important matter earlier? Instead, he only mentioned it after he killed them. Yang Kai was already strong enough. If it weren't for the heart-urging insect, no one present would be willing to listen to Tan Juanhao's orders and become his enemy. Now that they learned that he was proficient in the Tao of space and could even teleport, everyone's face turned ashen. They all had a feeling that they absolutely couldn't kill him. "Don't worry, this old master has a foolproof plan. He will naturally help you," Tan Juanhao said leisurely. It was obvious that everyone was helping him, but from his mouth, it sounded like he was helping others. Yang Kai held the myriad sword and nodded at Tan Juanhao with a mocking expression. He then swept his gaze over the people from the Emperor realm and shouted, "I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash. Seeing that you were forced to do this young master has already shown mercy. If you continue to be stubborn, it won't be as simple as killing one person. Such arrogance angered many people, but they also knew that he was right. He had indeed shown mercy just now. With his elusive methods, he could have killed at least 3 or 5 people. It seemed that he really didn't want to start a massacre and stir up trouble. Scram to the side. Once this young master takes care of old dog Tan, you will all regain your freedom, Yang Kai shouted. Everyone couldn't help but be tempted. Tan Juanhao said in a low voice, "Boy, you talk big. This old master is someone you can kill if you want to, him?" Before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly sank and he waved his sleeve forward, bringing with it a burst of light. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed at him with his sword, hitting the burst of light and dispersing it. At the same time, he was knocked back by a powerful force. "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" Tan Juanhao shouted angrily. He was extremely wary of Yang Kai's elusive methods. If he hadn't been on guard just now, he would have been defeated. At this moment, seeing the hesitation on the faces of those from the Emperor realm, Tan Juanhao couldn't help urging them to hurry up. Everyone heard this, and although they were reluctant, they could only grit their teeth and rush forward. However, with the previous lesson, everyone held back 70% of their strength when they attacked this time, so as not to be caught off guard by Yang Kai again. With a rumbling sound, the brilliance of many secret techniques and emperor artifacts bloomed again and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he prepared to leave. But at that moment, Tan Juanhao grinned fiercely and a spirit array flag suddenly appeared in his hand, which he waved towards Yang Kai. From the void, a shockwave suddenly appeared and Yang Kai's disappearing figure was shaken out of thin air. Without waiting for him to stabilize his body, the attacks had already arrived at the same time. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Even though these people from the Emperor realm had not attacked him with their full strength this time, there were still 20 to 30 attacks. If he were to take all of them head-on, he would definitely suffer. Yang Kai had not expected that the spirit array arranged by Tan Juanhao could actually break his space divine technique and had suffered a big loss. Now that it was too late to dodge, he could only desperately resist and dodge. The attacks came one after another, almost at the same time, causing the 5 elements indestructible sword chi around Yang Kai's body to tumble and dim as they bombarded his body, causing his 5 viscera and 6 organs to tremble and his blood to tumble. Seeing that his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was about to collapse, Yang Kai could only grit his teeth and roar, "Dragon transformation!" A golden light flashed behind Yang Kai as the figure of a giant dragon appeared. With a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai's body was covered in dragon scales and his hands transformed into dragon claws, greatly increasing the defensive power of his body. Hong hong hong. The rest of the attacks came one after another, causing Yang Kai's figure to sway left and right, cutting a sorry figure. Poo. Coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Even though Yang Kai had done his best to defend himself, blocking so many attacks was still too much for him and his body was severely injured. "He hit him," someone muttered to himself as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Most people couldn't believe their eyes, seemingly not having expected that their attacks would really hit Yang Kai. After all, before this, his elusive figure had made it difficult for them to deal with him, but now, not only had they managed to hit him, they had even injured him. Chapter 2699. Tan Juanhao laughed. "A trivial space divine technique is nothing to be afraid of. What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly." The second-order Emperor Realm Cultivator surnamed Xia heard this and waved his hand. "Continue, don't give him any time to catch his breath." Everyone's morale was greatly boosted as they made hand seals to activate their secret techniques and Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he glared at Tan Juanhao hatefully, thinking quickly in his heart. Now, as long as he got rid of Tan Juanhao, the rest of the people were nothing to be afraid of. They were only fighting with him because of the heart-urging goo. If Tan Juanhao died, there would be no one to threaten them with the heart-urging goo, and these people would naturally not make things difficult for him. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai raised his head and shouted angrily, "Old dog Tan." When he spat out the first word, he'd already pounced towards Tan Juanhao with a savage expression. A pair of tempest wings unfolded behind him, causing the sound of wind and thunder to sweep up as he transformed into an expanse of flowing light that charged before Tan Juanhao in the blink of an eye. The latter's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Facing dozens of people from the Emperor realm, not only was he not afraid, he was even crazier. This kind of courage and temperament was simply terrifying. He suddenly raised his hand and a large amount of five-colored light condensed in front of him, converging into a series of five-colored light blades that slashed towards Yang Kai. This was the power of the Grand Circle Five Elements Array, personally controlled by him, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of each five-colored light blade was equivalent to an attack from the Emperor Realm. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless five-colored light blades flew towards Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't slow down in the slightest as he clapped his hands together and summoned a huge moon blade. This pitch-black moon blade pulsed with a strong space force fluctuation, as if a large half-moon had been bitten off by some unknown beast. The pitch-black color of this moon blade was similar to that of the void, and the aura it gave off was frightening. The moon blade slash was unleashed, and the five-colored light blades shattered one after another. It was as if a mirror had been shattered. They turned into fluorescent light and dissipated into the world. Tan Juanhao's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, "Spatial Divine Technique." This was the first time that he had seen Yang Kai use the Space Divine Technique against the enemy, and he felt that his horizons had been broadened. He couldn't believe that the Space Divine Technique had such destructive power. Just a single spatial blade was enough to break his technique. Yang Kai grinned evilly. "Yes, it's the Space Divine Technique." He waved both of his hands, and many smaller moon blades than the previous ones flew towards Tan Juanhao. However, the number of moon blades was many times greater. Tan Juanhao's eyes narrowed. His hand seals changed rapidly as he shouted, "Power of the five elements, condense." The five-colored light gathered toward him once again, exuding the auras of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These auras were mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other, growing and multiplying endlessly. In an instant, a five-colored light shield was formed in front of him, and it appeared to be impregnable. This was not the end of it. Tan Juanhao tapped his hand again, and a small shield flew out. It expanded with the wind and turned into the size of a door, directly blocking Tan Juanhao behind it. The shield exuded the aura of an Emperor artifact. It was obviously an extremely sturdy defensive Emperor artifact. It was obvious how fearful Tan Juanhao was under Yang Kai's fierce attack, which was why he had set up such an impregnable defense. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the moon blade slammed into the five-colored light shield, causing it to flicker and dim in an instant. It lasted for less than a breath of time before shattering while the remaining moon blade was blocked by the Emperor artifact shield. No one hurt Tan Juanhao in the slightest. Yang Kai was about to attack again, but waves of violent energy surged from behind him. The attacks from the Emperor realm had also arrived. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Space Divine Technique. He wanted to teleport away. However, Tan Juanhao waved the array flag in his hand again, and the shockwave in the air made it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. "Kill him for this old master!" Tan Juanhao yelled in exasperation. He thought that this time, his arrangements were perfect, and he had personally taken action. Dealing with Yang Kai, a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master, would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would be so valiant? Not only was he unable to take him down in a short time, he was even forced to panic. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been forced into such a fluster that he had even summoned his defensive Emperor artifact. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he really couldn't accept this fact. He didn't have the courage to confront Yang Kai head-on, so he could only command those from the Emperor Realm to work for him. His teleportation was broken by Tan Juanhao for the second time, but Yang Kai didn't panic. He was already mentally prepared. Facing the dozens of attacks from secret techniques and Emperor artifacts, he moved his body up and down, dodging them again and again. Even so, he only managed to dodge less than half of the attacks. The rest of the attacks tore open his flesh and caused him to bleed profusely. If it weren't for his dragon form secret technique, he would have died in this round alone. After dragon forming, his defensive power had greatly increased, and the dragon scales on his body had blocked most of the attacks, allowing him to survive. He's still not dead. Everyone was stunned. The first time they hit Yang Kai, they only used 30% of their strength, but this time, they used at least 70%. In this world, which First Order Emperor Realm Master could withstand so many attacks and still remain standing? In an instant, many people felt awe in their hearts. The strong were respected no matter where they were. Yang Kai's performance was enough to make these masters from the Emperor Realm feel moved and ashamed. If it weren't for Tan Juanhao and the heart-urging insect, they would definitely be on good terms with Yang Kai. But now, they had no choice, and there was nothing they could do. In the aftermath, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head, his red eyes sweeping across the people from the Emperor Realm one by one. Murderous intent surged from his body, so much so that it almost solidified. Previously, he had planned to capture the leader to capture all the bandits. Once he dealt with Tan Juanhao, everything would be settled. But now, it seemed that this plan wouldn't work. Tan Juanhao wasn't weak, and he was protected by a spirit array. It would really take a lot of effort to kill him. Moreover, if he focused on dealing with Tan Juanhao, the attacks from the Emperor Realm wouldn't be something he could ignore. A few more rounds of attacks wouldn't be needed, just 2, and he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then I'll take care of you first. Yang Kai roared and stared at the cultivator surnamed Xia. This guy was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he showed no mercy in his attacks. The 2 most serious injuries on Yang Kai's body were his masterpieces, and the others were just following suit. He was the only one who was really going all out, as if he was hoping to show off in front of Tan Juanhao so that the heart-urging insect would be removed and his freedom would be restored. The cultivator surnamed Xia met Yang Kai's eyes and his scalp went numb. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's thoughts, he actually hid in the crowd and waved his hand, shouting, "This brat is seriously injured and won't be able to hold on much longer. Everyone work harder." Yang Kai sneered and said, "Whoever makes a move will die." At the same time, his hands flew and his expression was solemn as he chanted, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A strange aura suddenly spread out, and the time of the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. A strange feeling of time not moving appeared in everyone's hearts. After a moment of absent-mindedness, by the time they reacted, Yang Kai had already fiercely slammed his palm in the direction of the cultivator surnamed Xia. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor suddenly erupted. The cultivator surnamed Xia couldn't dodge at all and was hit by the flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Not only him, but the few people around him also became collateral damage. Just now, the cultivator surnamed Xia hid in the crowd out of guilt. Yang Kai's palm covered a large area, so he didn't care if it would affect others. In any case, these guys had attacked him before, so they were all irreconcilable enemies. This is... Not far away, Tan Juanhao's eyes slowly widened as if he had thought of something. He stared at the cultivator surnamed Xia who was sent flying and carefully observed him, unwilling to miss a single detail. The cultivator surnamed Xia staggered to his feet, but he looked dispirited. Although there was no clue on his appearance, it was as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He raised his hands in a daze and saw that his 2 large hands were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surging power of qi and blood in his body was also rapidly dissipating. It was as if endless time had flowed from his body for thousands of years in an instant. Gudong. The sound of gulping could be heard. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of divine technique was this? It could make a second-order Emperor Realm Master become so old and feeble in such a short time. Looking at the few people from the Emperor Realm who were implicated by the cultivator surnamed Xia, they found that they were all the same. Their hair rapidly turned from black to white, their cheeks sunken, and their eyes protruded. The clothes that were originally fitted to them had become empty because of their thin bodies. Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. The divine technique of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Tan Junhao shouted madly in his heart, his whole body trembling. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, his knowledge and experience was naturally not something that ordinary people from the Emperor realm could compare to. Previously, he was only suspicious, but after seeing the changes in the few people from the Emperor realm who were affected, he immediately recognized that Yang Kai had used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. It was rumored that this was a divine technique that involved the time principles. The time principles were more profound than the space principles, and were more difficult to comprehend. That's right, this brat had been to the Four Seasons realm, and that Four Seasons realm was a secret palace of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It seemed that this Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was his harvest in the Four Seasons realm. But how could someone be proficient in the space principles and also comprehend the time principles? What kind of terrifying comprehension and opportunity is this? What kind of monster did I provoke? In addition to his panic, Tan Junhao became more and more determined to kill Yang Kai here. If such a little monster was allowed to grow, how could he feel safe? If he was hit by the space divine technique, he might still have a chance to live. But if he was hit by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be almost depleted and his lifespan would be greatly reduced. In the past, the Flowing Time Great Emperor used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal to run rampant in the world. He was simply invincible and famous. Chapter 2700. While everyone was still in a daze, Yang Kai had already flapped his wind and thunder wings and rushed into the crowd. The expressions of many cultivators from the Emperor realm changed drastically and they all dodged. None of them had the confidence to fight him. Yang Kai laughed loudly, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He directly pounced in front of the cultivator surnamed Xia, his body wrapped in sword light as he slashed at him. Although the cultivator surnamed Xia had been eroded by the Flowing Time Great Emperor and his vitality had been greatly reduced, he was still a centipede. Sensing the incoming danger, he raised his hand and circulated his Emperor Qi fiercely. An Emperor artifact in the shape of a flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot towards Yang Kai while retreating in fear. However, even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not be Yang Kai's opponent, let alone now that he was seriously injured. Although the flying dagger Emperor artifact that he used all his strength to launch seemed fierce, it only left a small wound on Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai sidestepped the flying dagger Emperor artifact and passed through the cultivator's body along with his sword. Ping. The cultivator surnamed Xia's entire body exploded into a mass of blood, leaving behind only a space ring that fell to the ground. Everyone looked over again and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, covered in blood. His entire body seemed to be made of blood. His cold and resolute face was filled with murderous intent, but he was grinning ferociously, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs. He was like a god of death descending upon the world, and no one dared to look directly at him. Undefeatable! Undefeatable! This thought appeared in everyone's mind. They felt that if they continued to be enemies with Yang Kai, they would definitely die. Although Yang Kai had killed a few people before, they were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so they were nothing. However, the cultivator surnamed Xia was a genuine Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was like a chicken in front of him, so how could they be his opponent? The fear in their hearts increased greatly. Unexpectedly, no one dared to attack Yang Kai again. They all stood there in fear. Yang Kai swung his sword horizontally, unleashing a myriad of sword rays, riddling the Emperor Realm experts who had been struck by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttlecock Seal, killing them instantly. None of them had a cultivation as high as the cultivator surnamed Xia. After being hit by the Shuttlecock Seal of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, he was eroded by the principles of time and lost 80% of his strength. Before he could react, he followed in the footsteps of the cultivator surnamed Xia. You want to die, but you want to live. Yang Kai pointed his myriad sword. He shouted at the crowd. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked and overjoyed. They didn't dare to be enemies with Yang Kai, but they had been poisoned by the heart-urging goo. If they didn't do anything, they were afraid that Tan Junhao wouldn't let them go. With Kai Yang's terrifying strength, how many people would be able to survive? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's question, it sounded like he was going to spare their lives. Immediately, many people nodded and said, "We want to live, we want to live." After a lifetime of hard work, overcoming all obstacles, he had finally cultivated to the Emperor realm and was admired by hundreds of millions of cultivators. Women, power, and wealth were all his desires. His good days had just begun, so who would want to die? If you want to live, stand over there. Yang Kai raised his sword and pointed in a direction. Everyone looked at each other. They were hesitant. If they could live by standing over there, who would hesitate? The key was whether Tan Junhao was willing to let them go. Sure enough, when Tan Junhao saw Yang Kai instigate those from the Emperor realm, he immediately said in a low voice, "If you listen to him, I'm afraid you won't be far from death." Yang Kai snorted coldly and glanced at Tan Junhao. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he turned to look at the crowd. He said, "If you believe me, stand over there. I guarantee your safety. If you don't believe me, you can try attacking me again. Let's see if I can kill all of you." Ignorant brat, you boast shamelessly. This old man wants to see how you're going to protect them. Tan Junhao sneered. This world had been suppressed and sealed by the 5 elements array, and everyone had been planted with the heart-urging insect. Life and death were all in his hands. Yang Kai was amazing. Don't even think about destroying his authority. Then open your dog eyes and see clearly. Yang Kai sneered and looked at the crowd again. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't stand over there after 10 breaths of time, I'll kill you without mercy. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this, and their hearts were full of grievances. One Tan Junhao, one Yang Kai, were not people they could easily provoke. Now that they were implicated, the resentment in their hearts could be imagined. If they continued to follow Tan Junhao's orders, their chances of survival would be slim, but if Yang Kai could really protect them, they might as well give it a try. Most importantly, compared to Tan Junhao, Yang Kai was not as annoying. Although he was rampant, he still had some morals. In the beginning, he didn't want to start a massacre. He had no choice but to kill a few people just now. Everyone's thoughts were tumbling as they weighed the pros and cons. Yang Kai and Tan Junhao didn't urge them and just stood there quietly. Yang Kai didn't care. If these people didn't know what was good for them, he could just kill them all. If they could trust him just this once, he could at least preserve some of his strength. The price he would have to pay to kill these people was definitely not small, and there was also Tan Junhao eyeing him covetously. A third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator was not so easy to deal with. "Young Master Yang, this mistress believes in you." Suddenly, a woman shouted and was the first to step forward, flying to the place Yang Kai pointed out. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded slightly. He had a slight impression of this woman. When everyone was fighting with him just now, this woman didn't seem to use much strength. Obviously, she didn't want to offend him. When the woman saw him looking over, her red lips moved and she transmitted her voice. "This mistress is a friend of Xia Sheng." Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at her again. He understood that the reason she chose to believe him was not because she understood him, but because of Xia Sheng. She had probably heard of his name from Xia Sheng and knew that he was also a member of Azure Sun Temple. His heart moved and he transmitted his voice. "Since you are a friend of Xia Sheng, you are also a friend of Yang Kai. If I say I will protect you, I will protect you." The woman was overjoyed when she heard this. Feeling Yang Kai's confidence, she secretly felt that she had made the right bet this time. Although she didn't know what other tricks Yang Kai had up his sleeve, since he said so, he must have a way. Her heart moved and she shouted, "I'm afraid you don't know, but this young Master Yang is a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple and is highly valued by Master Wenzishan. If today's matter were to spread, do you think there would be a place for you in the Southern Territory?" Azure Sun Temple? Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had heard of such a thing. No wonder this boy surnamed Yang was so strong at such a young age. It turned out that he was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Although Azure Sun Temple was not as strong as Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, it was still a top sect. Since Yang Kai was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he could be trusted this time. Even if he died, it was his own choice. It was better than being ordered around by Tan Junhao. Thinking about it, many people immediately flew towards the woman and landed beside her. Suddenly, more than a dozen people responded to the woman's call. Although the rest of the people were hesitant, they still moved closer to the woman under the general trend. It wasn't that they were willing to believe in Kai Yang, but the main reason was that even though so many of them had joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Kai Yang. Not only that, but they had also been completely annihilated by him. Now, the remaining people didn't dare to face Kai Yang again. Seeing this scene, Tan Junhao's face was immediately livid and he coldly snorted, "Are you sure you want to choose this way?" Everyone did not answer and looked at Yang Kai, thinking that if he had any means, he should use it quickly. Otherwise, with a thought from Tan Junhao, they would all die here. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Old dog Tan, this young master has the will of the people. How can your tricks be compared to this?" Tan Junhao was so angry that he vomited blood and gritted his teeth. "Very well, in that case, I can't let you live." He stared at the woman, obviously intending to kill her first as a warning to the others. Everyone's face changed greatly and they all exclaimed, "Young Master Yang." "Don't worry." Yang Kai waved his hand and reached out, grasping at the void, and a small bell suddenly appeared in his palm. This small bell was simple and unadorned, with countless patterns of flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, and rivers engraved on it. As soon as this bell appeared, it exuded a very strong wild aura, giving people the illusion that they had suddenly returned to the Great Desolate Era. What is this? Tan Junhao's hand paused as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell with wide eyes. Suddenly, there was a throbbing feeling in the depths of his heart as he instinctively felt the horror of this small bell. Country bumpkin. Yang Kai glanced at Tan Junhao contemptuously and threw the mountains and rivers bell in the direction of the crowd, shouting, "Big, big, big." The mountains and rivers bell really grew in the wind and suddenly became larger than a house, falling down with a bang and enveloping everyone. "I don't care what the hell you are, anyone who dares to betray this old man must die." Tan Junhao was completely irritated by Yang Kai's words and no longer had any scruples. He made a hand seal and was about to activate the heart-urging insect to kill all the people of the Emperor realm who had betrayed him. Yang Kai watched with a sneer and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking calm and unperturbed. In fact, he was still a little nervous in his heart. Although he knew that the mountains and rivers bell had the reputation of suppressing rivers and mountains, and that it had the ability to protect heaven and earth, he was at most 70% sure that it could cut off the connection between Tan Junhao and those heart-urging insects. If it failed to cut off the connection, then the more than 20 people of the Emperor realm who were suppressed in the mountains and rivers bell would probably die with everlasting regret. However, under his observation, Tan Junhao's face suddenly changed and an incredulous expression appeared on his face as he stopped changing hand seals. Yang Kai laughed and knew that his guess was right. The mountains and rivers bell had indeed cut off the connection between him and the heart-urging insect. This is the rare treasure of prehistoric land, the mountains and rivers bell? Tan Junhao bellowed. Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised, "Old dog Tan, you have good eyesight." Sometimes, Yang Kai had to admire the knowledge of these old monsters who had lived for countless flowing-time great emperors. They could often tell the origin of many things. This was probably the benefit of living for a long time. Chapter 2701. You actually obtained the mountains and rivers bell? Tan Junhao exclaimed. Since he recognized the mountains and rivers bell, how could he not know its origin? It was said that this bell was a prehistoric treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. Before this, it had always been in the savage, desolate ancient lands. Even the powerful saint spirits in the savage, desolate ancient lands were powerless to subdue this mountains and rivers bell. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a master from the Emperor realm who entered the ancient wild ancient lands and by chance obtained the recognition of the mountains and rivers bell. He brought it out of the ancient lands. In less than 100 years, This third-order Emperor Realm Master peeked into the Great Tao and was promoted to the rank of Great Emperors. That person was the legendary Yuan Ding Great Emperors. In that era, Yuan Ding, who held the Mountains and Rivers Bell, was an absolute master, ranked in the top 3 among the Great Emperors. Unfortunately, he was killed by the heaven-devouring Great Emperors in the War of Great Emperors. Since then, this ancient exotic treasure had disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that this thing had been left behind in the Shattered Star Sea, but no one had seen it even after the Shattered Star Sea had opened countless times over the past tens of thousands of years. Tan Junhao never expected that this thing would shine so brilliantly in Yang Kai's hands after tens of thousands of years. The Shattered Star Sea had only opened a few years ago, so it seemed that this little brat surnamed Yang had entered the Shattered Star Sea and obtained the Mountains and Rivers Bell from there. He had the Sealed World Bead, a small world treasure, and the Immortal Tree. Now, even the Mountains and Rivers Bell had appeared in his hands. Any one of these treasures would be a great fortune for an ordinary person, but now, they were all gathered in the hands of a single person. Is he even human? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity and fortune would it take to obtain all these treasures in one fell swoop? The corners of Tan Junhao's eyes twitched as he felt a faint fear in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, Yang Kai was not an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Not to mention his extraordinary combat power, his luck was not something an ordinary person could possess. Such existences were all people with great fortune. They were often able to walk a path that hundreds of millions of cultivators could not, overcoming all obstacles along the way. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Such an existence was definitely not something that could be wiped out by some small disasters. Was it really a wise choice to shed all pretense of cordiality with him and make such a big fuss? The hesitation only lasted for a moment. Tan Junhao's expression became firm and ferocious. Presently, he and Chen Shi were irreconcilable enemies, and only one of them could live under the same sky. So, how could there be any possibility of reconciliation? As long as he could kill this brat surnamed Yang here, all these treasures would be his and he would be able to break through his shackles. Becoming great emperors was definitely not a pipe dream. Perhaps he could even steal his providence. Foolish. Tan Junhao looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. If you had used this Mountains and Rivers Bell to deal with this old master might have had some scruples, but you are actually willing to use it to save these enemies who just drew their swords against you. You are simply too benevolent. The Mountains and Rivers Bell was too famous. After all, it was an ancient rare treasure, and it was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. If Yang Kai had really used the Mountains and Rivers Bell to deal with Tan Junhao would probably have his hands tied. After all, he did not know how powerful this thing was. But now, the Mountains and Rivers Bell was guarding the more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, so it was naturally impossible to use it against the enemy. This made Tan Junhao feel very fortunate. You are willing to part with it? Yang Kai smiled casually and said contemptuously, "Old dog, what do you know?" For Yang Kai, he would rather face a third-order Emperor Realm Master than be besieged by so many first-order and second-order emperors. The former was dangerous, but there was no need to worry about the consequences. But if he faced the latter, even if he could kill them all, he would still have to deal with Tan Junhao. Now that he had used the Mountains and Rivers Bell to directly cut off Tan Junhao's wings, it was already a great gain for him. Without the Mountains and Rivers Bell, what makes you think you can fight this old master? Tan Junhao roared as his aura soared. Majestic emperor pressure surged like a raging sea, insufferably arrogant. Yang Kai sneered, "Why would I need the Mountains and Rivers Bell to deal with you?" Tan Junhao was furious. "Junior, you are too arrogant." A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dared to not put him in his eyes. This was simply unforgivable. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the myriad sword at Tan Junhao, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Old dog Tan, I have no grievances with you. But you plotted to kill thousands of people from Thousand Leaves sect and kidnapped this young master's friend. Today, I will kill you." Tan Junhao sneered and said disdainfully, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his hands forward and a huge five-colored light blade that seemed to tear the world apart took shape and slashed straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's myriad sword slashed down, and as he circulated his Emperor Qi, a sword wave met the attack head-on. With a loud bang, the world energy surged as the huge sword wave and five-colored light blade collapsed, turning into fluorescent light that dissipated into the air. At the same time, Tan Juanhao had already pounced forward, his palms sending out palm shadows that enveloped Yang Kai. The myriad sword intent surged as Yang Kai swung his sword to meet the attack, his movements grand. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, their Emperor Qis colliding fiercely as their silhouettes flew back and forth between each other. Clanging sounds rang out as Yang Kai's myriad sword clashed with Tan Juanhao's bare fists, but he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. On the contrary, he was suppressed by his opponent's pure and powerful Emperor Qi and was at a disadvantage. Yang Kai was displeased and secretly cursed, "This old thing really isn't so easy to deal with. A third-order Emperor Realm Master really can't be underestimated. He more or less has some life-saving trump cards and special skills." Back then, he had killed a third-order Emperor Realm Master named Yao Changjun in the solitary void-sealed world. The Emperor artifact five-colored long hair that Hua Qingxi now had was a spoil of war from that battle. However, at that time, Yao Changjun's soul had been damaged for many years, so even though he had a third-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he couldn't display the corresponding strength, which was why Yang Kai took advantage of him and killed him in the solitary void-sealed world. However, the current Tan Juanhao was a genuine third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could Yao Changjun compare to him? Yang Kai's heart trembled, but he didn't know that Tan Juanhao was even more shocked. He had seen Yang Kai's many moves before and knew that this young man couldn't be judged by common sense. He had the ability to kill enemies above his realm, but after they really fought, he found that this young man was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He was a Star Soul Palace Elder, so let alone an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master would be defeated in 10 moves. However, after fighting Yang Kai, Tan Juanhao could only slightly suppress him even after using all his skills. It was simply impossible for him to kill him. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Cultivator's Emperor Qi be so dense and pure as his own? Just how did this guy cultivate? Tan Juanhao's heart trembled as he tried to force out Yang Kai's bottom line, wanting to see just how long he could last. However, reality disappointed him greatly. He found that no matter how he forced Yang Kai, this young man was able to barely cope. It was as if Yang Kai's strength was limitless. Although Yang Kai was occasionally a little embarrassed after fighting for a long time, Tan Juanhao still couldn't hurt him. Yang Kai had a wide sword in his hand, and although it had some sharp sword intent, it didn't have any outstanding sword techniques. Tan Juanhao could also see that Yang Kai was not a cultivator of the sword Dao, but even so, he could always use that Emperor artifact to resolve his attacks. Looking at it, Yang Kai was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, swaying left and right, with the possibility of capsizing at any time, but he could still ride the wind and break the waves. Damn it! Tan Juanhao cursed in his heart, knowing that it was useless to continue like this. If he wanted to kill Yang Kai, he could only use his true strength. Thinking so, Tan Juanhao clenched his fists and punched forward. In a split second, the two fists were like two mountains pressing down on Kai Yang, like a tsunami bursting forth, their imposing manner pressing down on him. This old bastard is really fierce. Yang Kai also muttered in his heart. Holding the myriad sword with both hands, he slashed forward as if he was not holding a sword, but a mountain-splitting saber. The power of this sword strike was enough to shatter a mountain in front of it. The fist shadows collapsed, and Yang Kai was also shaken to the point that the blood in his chest was roiling, and he staggered back 2 steps. In front of him, a 5-colored light blade condensed and turned into a rainbow of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. This move again? Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain, and with a backhand swing of the myriad sword, he scattered the 5-colored light blade. At the same time, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instinctively sensed a trace of danger approaching, and he hurriedly jumped to the side. With a few swishing sounds, several golden lights suddenly shot out from the collapsed fluorescent light, making two small holes where Yang Kai was originally standing. Although the holes were small, they were thousands of meters deep, as if the golden light had extremely strong penetrative power. As far as the eye could see, Tan Juanhao was standing in the air after the fluorescent light. A simple and unadorned book was suspended above his head, and the pages of the book rustled as it flipped. The book was embossed with a golden color, and each page seemed to be cast in pure gold, looking extremely thick and heavy at first glance. The aura of an emperor artifact slowly spread out. This strange golden book was actually an emperor artifact. Yang Kai became vigilant as he stared at the golden book and swept it with his divine sense, carefully inspecting it. The battle just now seemed extremely fierce, but that was just him testing Tan Juanhao's strength. But wasn't the other party also testing him? Now that they had tested each other out, whether it was him or Tan Juanhao, it was time for them to get serious. At this time, Tan Juanhao suddenly summoning such a treasure obviously meant he was preparing a big move. The slightest carelessness could lead to defeat and death, so how could Yang Kai not be cautious? This was the first time he had seen such an emperor artifact, and he didn't know what kind of power it had. However, looking at the world, there was a consensus among the hundreds of millions of cultivator that the more peculiar an artifact was, the more powerful it was. This golden book was undoubtedly this type of emperor artifact. There was no doubt that the golden light had been released by the golden book. Unfortunately, Tan Juanhao had used some sort of camouflage technique, so Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. You made this old master use the golden armored heavenly book to deal with you, so you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Tan Juanhao sneered, his words filled with great confidence, as if this golden armored heavenly book was something extremely extraordinary. Chapter 2702. Is this what you're relying on? Although Yang Kai was vigilant in his heart, he did not show it on the surface. He wanted to figure out what kind of power this so-called golden armored heavenly book possessed. As he spoke, he rushed towards Tan Juanhao with his sword in hand. Brandishing the myriad sword midair, countless sword waves shot towards Tan Juanhao like a swarm of locusts as he shouted coldly, "You think a mere trash book is a treasure? Old dog, you're already old. Now is the time for us young people, so hurry up and die." Trash book? Tan Juanhao raised his brow, his face filled with anger, as if he had been severely humiliated by Yang Kai. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "This old master will let you experience the power of this trash book." Saying so, he waved his hand. The golden armored heavenly book floating above his head suddenly flipped and stopped on a certain page. Kai Yang could clearly see that the page was engraved with an oval pattern. It was curved like a child's graffiti, but it didn't look like anything. But when the golden armored heavenly book stopped on this page, it suddenly bloomed with golden light, forming an oval light curtain that enveloped Tan Juanhao. Kong. The power of the myriad sword slammed into the golden light curtain, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. Although the power of his sword strike was mostly to probe, it was not something that anyone could withstand. Tan Juanhao did not even circulate his emperor qi to protect his body and only relied on the golden armored heavenly book to defend himself perfectly. It was obvious that this golden armored heavenly book was indeed powerful. A defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai's heart moved, but he soon felt that something was wrong. At the beginning, there were several golden lights shooting towards him, which was not something a defensive emperor artifact could do. Tan Juanhao stood in place with a smile. Even when the sword waves were about to hit him, he did not frown. His expression showed that he had absolute confidence in his golden armored heavenly book, believing that Yang Kai would never be able to hurt him. This was indeed the case. "It doesn't hurt at all." Tan Juanhao sneered, "Is that all you've got? If that's the case, then obediently accept your death." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. The golden armor heavenly book floating above his head flipped again. He paused on another page. Yang Kai looked around and saw that the page was engraved with many pictures of birds of prey. They looked like children's graffiti and were not perfect. However, it added a sense of malevolence. Kai Yang suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. With a series of fluttering sounds, golden lights shot out from the golden-armored heavenly book, twisting and transforming midair, transforming into various kinds of birds of prey that all shot towards Yang Kai. There were many ferocious beasts. There were at least 100 of them. They were of different sizes and sizes. The big ones were about 200 to 300 feet long, while the small ones were about the size of sparrows. Each of these beasts exuded an aura comparable to a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and one of them, in particular, had the strength of a second-order Emperor. Both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. How could he not know that the so-called golden-armored heavenly book was not a simple defensive Emperor artifact, but a compound Emperor artifact that could both attack and defend? This kind of Emperor artifact was extremely rare and very difficult to refine. Even ordinary treasures were priceless, let alone Tan Juanhao's golden armor heavenly book, which was obviously of extraordinary quality. Junior, how are you going to fight this old master? Tan Juanhao stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. Do you think this old master won't have any helpers just because he used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress those pieces of trash? With this golden-armored heavenly book, this old master doesn't need to do it himself. You will die without a burial. While he was talking, the birds of prey had already flown towards Yang Kai from all directions. All of them were extremely ferocious, either spitting out light from their mouths or flapping their wings. Fireballs and wind blades appeared all of a sudden, while others pounced and attacked with their sharp claws. Yang Kai was flustered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in danger from these birds of prey. Tan Juanhao was still laughing wildly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt even more disgusted and wanted to rush up and tear his mouth off. After a while, Yang Kai regained his footing, but the situation still hadn't changed. All around him were the birds of prey summoned from the heavenly book, glaring at him. Break for me! Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch in a certain direction. From the tip of his fist, a moon blade shot out, and several of the beasts were unable to dodge in time and were directly cut in half. Yang Kai merged into one with his sword and rushed towards the gap. There were too many birds of prey, so if he was really surrounded, even if he was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength and could only avoid them for now. Fortunately, although these creatures could display the strength of the Emperor Realm, they didn't seem to have as strong a defense as the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai could kill several of them with a single punch, so killing them all should be a piece of cake. Naive! Tan Juanhao saw that Yang Kai wanted to break through the encirclement, but he didn't stop him. He just stood there calmly. Not good. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The beasts that seemed to have been killed by him didn't dissipate immediately, but instead returned to their original state after a series of distortions. These things can't be killed. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He could feel the fierce auras coming at him from all directions, but it was too late for him to dodge. In front of him, a bird of prey swooped down from the sky. Its shining golden claws were very sharp and could probably even cut through a well-tempered Vajra. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only activate his indestructible invisible sword chi again. A 5-colored light surrounded his body, and at the same time, he pushed the dragon form's secret technique to the limit. As his hands moved, countless moon blades shot out in all directions. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the crescent blades cut through the air one after another, slicing the ferocious beasts in half one after another, twisting and turning in midair. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a loud bang, the invisible indestructible sword chi instantly collapsed while Yang Kai's chest and back were hit by several attacks. His chest, in particular, had been torn apart by the sharp claws of a fierce bird, leaving a deep wound on his chest that was so deep that bone could be seen and blood flowed freely. This was with his body after dragon form. If it weren't for the dragon scales blocking some of the attacks, his stomach would have been cut open. It's useless. No matter how many times you kill them, they won't die, Tan Juanhao sneered as he stood to the side and made sarcastic remarks. Compared to those beasts from the Emperor Realm that he had tricked into selling at the auction, this golden armor heavenly tome was his greatest trump card. As long as the heavenly tome was still in his hands, those summoned beasts would never perish. No matter how many times they were killed, they would reappear. How could Yang Kai not know this? Although he didn't understand the mysteries of the Golden Armor Heavenly Tome, he could more or less guess some clues. Taking advantage of the fact that those beasts had yet to recover, Yang Kai's figure flickered. The law of space fluctuated, and he was about to teleport away from his original spot. "Ha kid, have you run out of tricks?" Tan Juanhao laughed. He had set up so many tricks here to counter Yang Kai's space divine technique. Reality proved that it was indeed effective. If it weren't for those tricks, with Yang Kai's attainments in the law of space, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But now, he actually wanted to use the same trick again, wanting to use the teleportation secret technique. How foolish. While speaking, Tan Juanhao flipped his palm, and an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the array flag that controlled the 5 elements formation. It was by relying on this array flag that he was able to perfectly crack Yang Kai's space secret technique. Since Yang Kai had run out of tricks, he naturally didn't mind doing it again. The feeling of being forced out of the void was definitely not a good one. When the time came, all he had to do was give the order and the numerous beasts would pounce on Yang Kai. Pouring his Emperor Qi into the array flag, Tan Juanhao waved his hand and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure materialized and reappeared. Tan Juanhao roared, "Die!" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Tan Juanhao's laughter came to an abrupt end as a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him, almost face to face, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Old dog, your timing isn't right." "Do." Tan Juanhao was shocked, but after thinking for a moment, he understood what had happened. Yang Kai's use of the teleportation secret technique just now was obviously a feint. In fact, he hadn't really used it at all. His figure materialized on his own initiative, not because he was forced out of the void. Tan Juanhao had mistakenly thought that he had succeeded, and in a moment of carelessness, Yang Kai had really used the teleportation secret technique. "Damn it, I fell for this little brat's trick." Tan Juanhao ground his teeth so hard they almost broke. He hadn't expected that his trump card would become a flaw and be exploited by the enemy. It was really humiliating. Thinking quickly, Tan Juanhao was about to withdraw. The real battle had just begun, and he hadn't even used 1/10 of the power of the golden armored heavenly book yet. Even if Yang Kai had tricked him once, it was absolutely impossible for him to win. Tan Juanhao was full of confidence that he could kill Yang Kai here. "Look into my eyes." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and shouted. Tan Juanhao instinctively looked into his eyes. "Good boy." Yang Kai grinned, his left eye suddenly becoming solemn and filled with a rich golden light. His pupil suddenly turned into a golden vertical slit, like a heavenly eye, exuding endless majesty. Demon Eye of Annihilation. "Not good, I've been tricked again, little bastard." Tan Juanhao was shocked, cursing Yang Kai in his heart. He instinctively wanted to shift his gaze away, but he found that he couldn't do it. That golden vertical shaft was emitting a strange power that could intimidate one's mind. It had a mysterious power that could seize one's soul. "Eye technique." Tan Juanhao bit the tip of his tongue and desperately urged his spiritual energy, loosening the power of the heavenly eye. But in a battle between masters, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. Without waiting for Tan Juanhao to look away, Yang Kai had already attacked. Soul Slayer, Heaven-breaking strike. A golden light shot out from his left eye, slashing towards Tan Juanhao in a flash. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face turned pale, sweat dripping from his forehead like rain. On the other hand, Tan Juanhao let out an extremely shrill cry. Blood spurted out of his eyes and his face twisted in an instant. Chapter 2703. The soul-splitting blade was an emperor artifact that specialized in damaging the soul and was extremely powerful. Heaven-shattering slash was a secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The Divine Ascension Mirror was the sect-guarding treasure of Azure Sun Temple, and it was a world of its own. The living beings inside it did not have physical bodies, and all of them lived as soul avatars. Tianyan was the strongest person in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The strength of his soul avatars had even reached the level of the great emperors. He had spent his entire life studying soul secret techniques, so how could the heaven-shattering slash be weak when it came from him? With an emperor artifact like the soul-splitting blade, the power it displayed was not as simple as 1+1. Furthermore, Yang Kai had pushed his spiritual energy to the limit just in case, causing him to feel a little overwhelmed. Now, his face was pale, his body was cold, and his head was splitting. Tan Juanhao, who had taken this attack head-on, was in an even more tragic state. The violent power of the soul-splitting blade instantly tore through his knowledge sea's defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea, causing it to turn upside down. The water in his knowledge sea churned and his soul became chaotic. Tan Juanhao screamed in pain. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. His knowledge sea had been severely damaged in an instant. Aside from a few extinct pills, this kind of injury could not be healed. Even the great emperors would not be able to do anything about it. Blossoming Lotus! Yang Kai roared again, preparing to take his life while he was down. He forced himself to focus and activated the Blossoming Lotus secret technique. Who would have thought that at this moment, the golden armored heavenly book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again, suddenly stopping on a certain page. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot out from the pages. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was completely unprepared and was directly pierced through by these 2 golden lights. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying by a huge force. He rolled on the ground and did not get up for a long time. An intense pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai looked up and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed loudly, "Old dog, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." 2 finger-sized holes appeared in his lower abdomen, directly piercing through his body. He didn't know what kind of attack those 2 golden lights were. Even his dragon form's secret skill couldn't defend against it. Pushing his emperor chi to the wound, Yang Kai stopped the bleeding. At this moment, the hundreds of fierce beasts once again swarmed over. Yang Kai was shocked and could only use his teleportation secret technique to dodge. Without Tan Juanhao's restraint, it was still rather difficult for these ferocious beasts to hurt him. He could easily escape from them with a single teleport. A miserable shriek rang out as Tan Juanhao threw his head back and howled madly. His robes fluttered without any wind, and even his hair danced madly in the wind. His appearance was extremely malevolent. Yang Kai covered his abdomen and hid to the side. Look at him. All of a sudden he felt much better. Although Yang Kai had been injured by him due to his carelessness, Tan Juanhao's injuries would only be worse. Even if Yang Kai couldn't kill him today, Tan Juanhao wouldn't be able to live for long. Taking out healing and recovery pills from his space ring, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of them into his mouth like he was eating candy. Even a cornered beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Tan Juanhao. Yang Kai was afraid that he would really have to fight with his life on the line, so taking some pills was always a good idea. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the pages of the book above Tan Juanhao's head flipped again. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know what this old thing was up to this time, so he secretly gathered his strength. He was ready to dodge at any time. The pages of the book froze and a golden light shot out, twisting and transforming into a golden sword in midair. It pierced through the air and directly cracked space. A few fierce beasts that couldn't dodge in time were cut into nothingness. Yang Kai looked around in surprise. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the pages of the book flipped again. This time, a large seal flew out from the pages and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the pages of the book kept flipping, and every time they froze, a different attack would shoot out from those pages. Some were artifacts of different shapes, some were powerful secret techniques, and some were summoned lifelike monster beast. Yang Kai even saw a monster beast that was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This monster beast had countless eyes and looked like a meatball. Yang Kai didn't know what it was. However, The profound light that shot out from the eyes on its round body seemed to have the strange effect of petrifying people. As soon as this meatball monster beast appeared, the eyes on its body kept opening and closing. Every time they opened and closed, a profound light would shoot out. There were as many as 100, and as few as a few dozen. The first 100 fierce beasts summoned by Tan Juanhao were all killed by this meatball. They were all frozen in place, as if they had been immobilized. On the other hand, these fierce beasts seemed to be extremely afraid of this meatball. They just let it beat them without fighting back, and after a while, they were all wiped out. The scene was extremely chaotic. All kinds of attacks were thrown around aimlessly. Yang Kai was jumping around, dodging them all. Especially when facing the meatball's attacks, his reaction speed and agility were greatly reduced. He desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to resolve the situation. Yang Kai was shocked. If Tan Juanhao had taken the opportunity to attack him just now, even if he had the Space Divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Ah! Tan Juanhao screamed as he clutched his head with both hands. Sometimes he jumped into the air, sometimes he fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Where was the demeanor of a third-order Emperor Realm Master and an Elder of Star Soul Palace? He's gone crazy. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his face black. He didn't expect things to develop so dramatically. He was a little caught off guard. But on second thought, he had used the soul-splitting saber as the foundation to display the heaven-shattering strike. An ordinary person would have died immediately if they were hit head-on. After all, if their knowledge sea was broken, their soul would definitely be destroyed. How could they survive? Tan Juanhao being able to survive such an attack was already extremely impressive, but in any case, with his knowledge sea severely damaged, he couldn't come out of it unscathed. At this moment, his thoughts were in chaos and his mind was unclear. He had obviously gone crazy. Yang Kai rejoiced. Previously, Tan Juanhao had only used the 3 divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book, but Yang Kai was already unable to resist. At this moment, it seemed that this golden armored heavenly book had endless uses. If Tan Juanhao had really used all the divine technique, not to mention anything else, just summoning that meatball would have been enough to kill him. Right now, Tan Juanhao's soul was in chaos, and he was using all the divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book at will. This was the real terror of this golden armored heavenly book? Where did this Emperor artifact come from? This was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the golden armored heavenly book that had been suspended above Tan Juanhao's head suddenly released a golden light. Immediately afterwards, the strange existences that had been summoned also turned into golden lights and rushed towards the golden armored heavenly book, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After all the existences returned, the golden armored heavenly book suddenly closed and fell from Tan Juanhao's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened like a thief as he fixed his gaze on the golden armored heavenly book. In a flash, he arrived in front of the heavenly book and reached out to pick it up. After seeing the many divine technique and power of the golden armored heavenly book, how could Yang Kai not be tempted? With such an emperor artifact in hand, he would have a great advantage in battles in the future. A strange sound rang out. The moment Yang Kai grabbed the golden armored heavenly book, the heavenly book flickered with a golden light and a violent vibration and repulsive force resisted Yang Kai's big hand. Not only that, under the cover of the golden light, Yang Kai's big hand was in unbearable pain, as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. His other hand suddenly grabbed the golden armored heavenly book from the other side and refused to let go. Yang Kai looked up and saw Tan Juanhao staring at him with bloodshot eyes. The corners of his eyes were stained with blood, making him look extremely ferocious. "Let go, this is mine." Tan Juanhao shouted angrily at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Are you crazy? I'll keep this for you first." "I'm not crazy." Tan Juanhao shook his head with a serious expression. "You're crazy." Yang Kai looked at him deeply, his words carrying a bewitching power. "You're really crazy." "I'm crazy?" Tan Juanhao looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai nodded softly. If he wasn't crazy, How could he snatch the golden armored heavenly book from him like this? This was his emperor artifact, and he could summon it back with just a thought. I'm crazy. Tan Juanhao suddenly straightened his body and fell into deep thought. His hand that was holding the golden armored heavenly book involuntarily loosened. He didn't seem to think that being crazy had anything to do with snatching the heavenly book. Yang Kai took the opportunity to snatch the heavenly book and forced it into the sealed world bead. Tan Juanhao's soul brand was on the heavenly book, so he could only erase it later. However, Yang Kai's action instantly attracted Tan Juanhao's attention. He woke up from his contemplation and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and saying, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "I don't have it anymore." Tan Juanhao was furious. His emperor qi erupted fiercely as he pounced straight at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was directly hit by him. His injured abdomen hurt even more, and his body curled up like a shrimp. "Give it back to me!" Tan Juanhao shouted, his fists like the wind, turning into thousands of fist shadows, bombarding Yang Kai's chest. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, covering Tan Juanhao's face. At the same time, he kicked Tan Juanhao's body fiercely, finally putting some distance between them. Quickly forming a seal with his hands, Yang Kai's face was solemn as he whispered, "Flowing time great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." After the seal was formed, he gently pushed it forward. Tan Juanhao had no intention of dodging at all. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he chased after him, repeating the same sentence. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal hit Tan Juanhao directly, sending him flying. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor drained from his body. In mid-air, Tan Juanhao, who was already old, suddenly became even older. His hair turned white and fell, and his skin wrinkled. After landing, he had become an old man with one foot in the grave. Chapter 2704. He still had an obsession in his heart, so he immediately rushed towards Yang Kai again and shouted, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and took a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his chest. When Tan Juanhao was close enough, he suddenly threw out a punch. Half of Tan Juanhao's body was shattered, and he was sent flying again. But this time, he couldn't get up. The soul-splitting saber's heaven-piercing strike had caused great damage to him. His soul was in chaos, and he unconsciously activated the golden armored heavenly book to release its power. A treasure like the golden armored heavenly book was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. The two were directly proportional. Tan Juanhao had summoned almost all the divine technique in the golden armored heavenly book, so one could imagine how much energy he had to use. Even though he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, his Emperor Qi was almost dried up. His soul was damaged, his Emperor Qi was dried up, and his strength was 90% gone. Moreover, he was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Tan Juanhao was just a trapped beast. At this time, let alone Yang Kai, even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master could easily take down Tan Juanhao. "Give it back to me." Half of his body was shattered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were exposed. Lying on the ground, Tan Juanhao still shouted stubbornly, but his voice was extremely weak. "Give it back to you," Yang Kai muttered softly, his body on the verge of collapse. Today's battle was extremely dangerous, and his injuries were also very serious, especially the huge gash on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was torn open. It was a ghastly sight, and there were also 2 bloody holes in his lower abdomen. The wound on his chest was caused by the huge bird with strength comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. These creatures summoned from the golden armored heavenly book didn't have much defense, but their attack power was ridiculously strong. Even Yang Kai's dragon transformation couldn't defend against them. The bloody holes in his lower abdomen were pierced by the 2 golden lights of the golden armored heavenly book, injuring his inner palace. There were countless other injuries, both big and small. Several of his ribs were broken as well. How could the word tragic describe it? However, Yang Kai was extremely excited, because this was the first time he had defeated a third-order Emperor Realm Master in a head-on battle. With this experience, he would not be flustered when facing other third-order Emperor Realm Masters in the future. The growth of any cultivator. All of them were inseparable from life and death battles. The more experience one had in battle, the further one could walk on the path of martial arts. Also, another extremely soft shout came from the other side, but it only spat out one word before falling silent. The last bit of life left in Tan Junhao's body also disappeared at this moment. Finally dead, Yang Kai felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. The injuries on his body and the energy he had consumed made him exhausted. Now that he saw that his enemy was dead, his tense nerves finally relaxed. An unprecedented tiredness swept over him, and he wished he could sleep right now. A cold light suddenly flashed, and a wisp of killing intent suddenly attacked from behind. Wu Ming excitedly slashed down with his sword, his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation pouring out without holding back. He had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai earlier, so he had avoided the most dangerous moment. While unconscious, he was woken up by an attack. It was Tan Junhao who accidentally injured him when he unconsciously used the power of the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Wu Ming was smart. Even though he woke up at that time, he did not immediately get up. Instead, he secretly observed the situation of the battle. At first glance, he was shocked. Her heart was filled with shock. Her honored master had actually gone crazy while Kai Yang was still alive and kicking. He could not help but feel a little anxious. He did not know if his crazy honored master was still a match for Yang Kai. If he was not, then he was doomed. It turned out that his honored master was not a match for Yang Kai. After a short while, he was exhausted. In the end, half of his body was shattered by a single punch from Yang Kai. His honored master, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually not a match for Yang Kai. Instead, he was killed. Wu Ming's heart sank to the bottom. He felt like there was no light left in this world. But at that moment, he keenly noticed that Yang Kai's figure swayed. He immediately understood that even if Yang Kai won, it was definitely a Pyrrhic victory, and the price he had to pay was not small. This was undoubtedly the best time to launch a sneak attack. As long as he killed Yang Kai, not only could he avenge his honored master, but he could also obtain many treasures. He had long admired his honored master's golden armor Heavenly Book. If he could obtain that treasure, he would even dare to fight against a third-order Emperor Realm Master. From then on, he would soar in Star Soul Palace. Becoming an elder was definitely not just a dream. Otherwise, when Yang Kai recovered, the first thing he would do was not let go of him. Wu Ming made a prompt decision to attack Yang Kai when he was at his weakest. He wanted to finish him off in one fell swoop. Yang Kai did not seem to be able to react in time. The saber landed on Wu Ming's shoulder 5 inches deep. Wu Ming was overjoyed and was about to remove Yang Kai's shoulder when Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grinned at him. "You finally couldn't help but jump out?" Wu Ming was startled and said in horror, "You knew." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned, "Guess." Wu Ming was furious. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight, yet you dare to play tricks? This king will cut you in half." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely pushed his Emperor Qi and his long saber hummed as it carried the power to cut Yang Kai in half. "If you had stayed there obediently, this young master might not have been able to do anything to you, but since you jumped out, you can die." Yang Kai roared as he grabbed the back of the long saber. Under the power of his physique, the long saber was unable to move an inch forward. Wu Ming's face was filled with horror. He never expected that this young man, who was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, could still display such strength. A fist swung towards him. After seeing his honored master's body being smashed in half with a single punch, how could Wu Ming not know the power of this fist? Wu Ming hesitated between abandoning his saber or putting in more strength, but the fist had already landed on his face. A strong force slammed into Wu Ming's face, causing him to feel dizzy for a moment. He felt as if his nose was about to collapse, screaming in his heart, it's over, I'm dead for sure." But after a moment of shock, Wu Ming realized that the scene of his head shattering did not occur and he was not dead. He immediately understood that Yang Kai was really an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, how could the power of this punch be so weak? Wu Ming was both angry and happy, but just as he was about to pounce again, a soft sound rang out. The next moment, Wu Ming felt his body lighten, as if he had lost something important. Instinctively looking down, Wu Ming saw that a crescent-shaped hole had appeared in his chest at some point. This hole covered more than half of his chest, and through this hole, Wu Ming could see his squirming internal organs and half of his heart. Wu Ming's eyes slowly widened as he desperately circulated his Emperor Qi to seal the wound, but Yang Kai raised his hand again and flicked his fingers, sending several moon blades towards him. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk numerous moon blades pierced through Wu Ming's body without exception, and one of them even severed his neck, separating his head from his body. His head rolled to the side, and his eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. However, the headless corpse stood in place. I was going to torture you, but now I've let you off lightly. Die with gratitude. Yang Kai looked at Wu Ming's head and coldly snorted, his face extremely pale. Immediately, he reached out, grabbed the saber embedded in his shoulder, and pulled it out with all his strength. Asterisk Puchi. Asterisk golden blood spurted out, splashing all over Yang Kai's face. Tsk tisk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at his shoulder, a look of surprise on his face, like a fountain. Before he could finish speaking, his legs went soft and he fell directly to the ground. He was really exhausted. Gasping for breath, Yang Kai forced himself to concentrate, circulated his Emperor Qi to seal the wound, took out a handful of healing spirit pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did he feel like he had regained his life. Lying on the ground, he did not want to move. Tilting his head, Yang Kai reluctantly opened his palm and stretched out his hand, sucking a fallen array flag into his palm. Tan Juanhao had used this array flag to deal with him before, and if Yang Kai guessed correctly, it should be the array flag controlling this 5 elements expansive array. With this array flag, he could unlock the 5 elements expansive array and let Ying Fei come to him. Now that Tan Juanhao was dead, the soul brand imprinted on the array flag was easily erased by Yang Kai. After studying it for a while, Yang Kai somewhat understood the function of this array flag. With a wave of his hand, the darkness that had covered the world suddenly dissipated, revealing the true face of this world. This place should be a public square, and it seemed to be behind the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, covering a vast area. Yang Kai lay there motionless, waiting quietly. After a while, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air and landing beside him. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he weakly said, "Monster King," but as soon as the words came out, he felt something wrong, because a familiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai frowned and tilted his head to look, only to see a pair of delicate feet about 3 feet away from him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a woman wearing a light green robe, with a graceful waist and a silk ribbon tied around her waist, making it seem as if he could grasp her waist with a single hand. Her twin peaks stood tall and full, just like 2 jade peaks. Her neck was slender and fair, and her face was delicate and beautiful, a feast for the eyes. Her fine black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, giving her a picturesque appearance. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. He had not expected that after unlocking the 5 elements expansive array, the first person to come to his side would not be Ying Fei, but that dragon lady named Zhu Qing. Didn't she leave already? Since the last time they met at the inn, Yang Kai had not seen her for almost a month. He had thought that she would not be able to stand his unreasonable actions and would no longer care about him. Did this dragon lady come here to loot a burning house? Yang Kai was shocked. The last time they had met in the wilderness, he had severely molested her. Although he had been a little confused at the time and had not been able to control himself, he had indeed done something bad. This dragon lady did not look like a magnanimous person at first glance. Perhaps she had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. But now, he had no strength to even truss a chicken, and was blocked by her here. He was afraid that no matter what, he would not be able to settle this peacefully. Chapter 2705. Monster King. Yang Kai weakly shouted as he hammered the ground with his fists, making thumping sounds. The situation wasn't good. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of the dragon lady Zhu Qing. However, he had just fought a great battle and was extremely weak. He didn't feel safe being alone with her. It would be safer to call Ying Fei over to protect him. What are you shouting for? He won't be able to find this place in a short time. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai's half-dead appearance and felt very happy. She smiled and squatted in front of his head. Her legs pressed down on the corner of her skirt so that her body wouldn't be exposed. She rested her face on her hand and looked at him with interest. Yang Kai looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at her and vigilantly said, "Then how did you find me so quickly?" "Dragon or? I'm a member of the dragon race. I can sense your dragon aura, so I can naturally find you." Zhu Qing reached out and poked the dragon scale on Yang Kai's chest. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was distorted. There was already a deep wound there, so Zhu Qing's poke was neither light nor heavy. It almost made him jump up in pain. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Zhu Qing covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with shame. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, but the crafty look in her eyes showed that she was clearly asking the obvious. "It's just a small wound. It's not worth mentioning." Yang Kai arrogantly snorted. He wouldn't say anything even if it hurt, but he couldn't show any weakness. "Is that so?" Zhu Qing sneered maliciously. She twisted her slender finger and poked at the wound on Yang Kai's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was furious. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that this young master didn't have much strength right now, he would definitely spank her. Zhu Qing smiled but didn't say anything. She just poked at the wound with her finger. "Poke, poke, poke." She even pretended to be concerned and asked, "Does it hurt? It's such a big wound, isn't it painful?" Yang Kai's face suddenly became colorful, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. He secretly swore in his heart that if he didn't get killed by her today, in the future, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold. "Does it hurt?" Zhu Qing asked again with a concerned look. Her hands became more aggressive, and one of her fingers went into the wound, stirring back and forth. A tear slid down the corner of Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but feel like a dragon in shallow water being teased by a shrimp, or a tiger being bullied by a dog. Turning his head, Yang Kai stared at Zhu Qing's legs and said seriously, "Girl, your underwear is exposed." Zhu Qing was stunned. He hurriedly looked down. At this moment, Yang Kai abruptly activated the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power. Golden light burst forth, enveloping him and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, as if she had received a great shock. Her small face changed slightly. Yang Kai reached out, grabbed her neck, and dragged her down. Zhu Qing was directly dragged to her knees in front of Yang Kai. She couldn't resist at all. With a loud thud, their heads collided with each other. Yang Kai only felt dizzy and almost fainted, but he still accurately caught the other party's red lips and bit them. Then, like a dragon coming out of its hole, he opened her mouth and tasted the sweet taste wantonly. "Oh!" Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan, and her eyes instantly widened. Although it wasn't the first time, she still couldn't bear such intimate contact. It was as if there was an indestructible spear in her mouth, sweeping left and right, emitting a mysterious power that bombarded her soul. She immediately felt a strange numbness all over her body, and she was unable to gather her strength, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Gradually, she felt as if her whole body was on fire, becoming extremely hot and dry. In this square full of corpses, blood, and internal organs, the two seemed to be frozen. Time also seemed to have stopped flowing. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power also slowly withdrew. Without the suppression of the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power, Zhu Qing suddenly raised her head and broke away from Yang Kai's wanton actions. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Her chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You impudent!" A trivial human had molested her time and time again. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Hehehehe. Yang Kai lay on the ground without a care for his image. He looked extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't stop laughing and said like a hooligan, "Do it. Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. If you kill me, you'll also become a widow." He spoke as if Zhu Qing was already his woman. Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, and a layer of frost appeared on her face. Gritting her teeth, she raised a delicate fist and aimed it at Yang Kai's face. "Great Lord!" Yang Kai cursed as his vision turned black and he completely fainted. Dizzy, with a splitting headache and weak body, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was very weak. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. His consciousness was drifting, and some familiar voices called out to him. In his hazy vision, familiar faces appeared one after another. He wanted to see them clearly, but he couldn't see them clearly. He reached out to grab them, but it was like the moon in a well, flowers in water. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and his chaotic consciousness suddenly became clear. "Young Master Yang! Yang Kai! Sect Master!" A series of shouts sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked around and saw Ying Fei, Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu, and the others gathered around him, their eyes full of concern. Seeing that he had finally woken up, there was a look of relief on their faces. "I didn't die," Yang Kai muttered softly. Ying Fei said, "Young Master Yang, you had a great battle and consumed too much of your strength. The injuries you suffered were not light, so you fell unconscious. Fortunately, Miss Zhu Qing was the first to find you and has been guarding you since then. Otherwise, if you were taken advantage of, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Thinking about it, Yang Kai had fallen into a deep coma at that time. If someone with bad intentions had found him, his life would have been in danger. Although the 5 elements array had been broken by Yang Kai, the 8-directional Yuan array was still functioning. Ying Fei and the others had been waiting for Gong Tai to break the array and close the separated space before they could walk out of the room. "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned. Ying Fei smiled and said, "It is indeed Miss Zhu Qing. Fortunately, she helped us." As he spoke, he looked to the side and revealed a meaningful smile. He probably felt that there was something going on between Kai Yang and Zhu Qing. After all, the last time they were in the wilderness, the two of them had been so intimate and intimate. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw Zhu Qing standing there with an unnatural expression on her face. Yang Kai grinned, thinking that if it wasn't for this dragon lady's last attack, he wouldn't have fainted. However, she didn't take the opportunity to do anything to him, which surprised Yang Kai. It seemed that she didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Could it be that he had misunderstood her? "Hey, who helped me wash and change my clothes?" Only then did Kai Yang discover that the bloodstains on his body had been washed clean. Even his clothes had been changed into a clean set. Could it be Zhu Qing? "SK, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. It's me." AIO seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's imagination and coldly snorted, "Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he hurriedly said, "Thank you for your trouble, father-in-law and master. How could this son-in-law dare to have any objections? You're all alone outside, yet you don't even protect yourself. What if you and the others become widows?" AIO reprimanded. Yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, feeling very guilty. "Who told him to ruin someone's daughter's innocence?" Gu Songyun said from the side, "If you want to blame someone, it's because we're too weak. Sect Master Yang only stood up for us." AIO sighed, "Don't be so reckless next time." His words were full of concern as he paused for a moment. Fifth sister, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly said, "She's fine, I'll let her out now." With a wave of his hand, he opened the sealed world bead and released Qi Yu. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded when she saw this. When everyone saw each other, they naturally inquired about Yang Kai and learned that he was seriously injured. Qi Yu also had a look of self-blame on her face. Everyone, let young Master Yang rest for a while. Ying Fei saw that everyone was making a ruckus and was afraid that they would disturb Yang Kai's recovery, so he quickly said, Yes. Guzu nodded. "If there's anything, let's wait until Sect Master recovers." Immediately, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Zhu Qing didn't say a word as she followed the crowd out. Hey, pay attention, I have something to ask you, Yang Kai called out to her. Zhu Qing's footsteps paused when she heard Yang Kai call her so intimately. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she was a little unhappy, but she still nodded lightly and stopped walking. She also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Yang Kai alone. Qi Yu and Aio, on the other hand, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yang Kai meaningfully before turning their heads away. Not long after, everyone had left. Yang Kai climbed out of bed, sat down cross-legged, and used his divine sense to examine himself. At first glance, Yang Kai was surprised, because he found that his strength seemed to have improved. After confirming it in disbelief, he found that it had indeed improved. Although he was not yet at the Second-Order Emperor realm, he was definitely at the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm, much stronger than before. In the previous few days, he had to deal with the siege of nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm. Then, he had to deal with the 100 monster beast summoned by the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. In the end, he had to fight to the death with Tan Junhao and win a Pyrrhic victory. His strength, whether it was his spiritual energy or his Emperor Qi, was almost completely depleted. Fighting to the death had actually brought him benefits. Although he had not fully recovered yet, as long as he recovered, the strength he could display would definitely be much stronger than before. If he encountered another battle like before, he would not be half dead. This was really a blessing from the heavens. After checking his injuries, Yang Kai found that there were no major problems. He had been unconscious for a few days, and during these few days, the powerful restorative power of his physical body and golden blood had been working. The wounds on his chest and shoulders were almost completely healed, and the spiritual energy he had consumed was completely replenished under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As long as he meditated for a day or two, he would be full of energy again.